muted as well. Muted and deafened.
Yep.
No,
Lethe, click start virtual camera.
Yeah,
I
I
did.
muted the Video Ninja.
Oh, what's the pop-up that popped up?
Starting the output failed.
Mhm.
Please check log for details.
Razor, also check your mic input because you were coming in through your camera mic.
Every time. Okay,
You
thank you.
Horse, can you send me the chat thingy on Twitch? I don't know how to do that.
The
might
chat
need to
thingy
restart.
on Twitch.
Yes, we have the
Uh,
same. Our chats are together.
Yep. So the shared chat is enabled. I sent you the guest invite already. You should be able to go to your notifications on your
Got it.
Twitch dashboard. There you go. That's it.
Got it.
Make sure that you mute and deafen that little window.
Yes, sir.
And there's Circa. Again, Vigi and Razor, I sent both of y'all as well as Lethe. All three of y'all have that invite already. So.
Do I sound better now? Like I'm not going to my camera
That's
anymore?
it, buddy. Yes, you sound amazing. Great job.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Why is this fucking...
And there we go. So we're just
Power
missing
shall be
Lethe.
mine. Sorry.
Lethe, are you still streaming, sir?
No.
What's that?
No.
There we go. Okay, there we go. Now it should be good. Okay.
Trying to get the virtual
Back to the
working.
auto mutes now.
So you have your OBS open, correct?
I closed it just now.
All right. So remember, you need that OBS open, and then on the right-hand side,
I had
you
him
see
re-
the start.
I had him
You've done this
restarting it.
before, so I know you know how to do this. Okay, got it. Don't mean to mansplain this shit to you.
I had him relaunching it because it was giving him an error.
Okay, and that what sort of error?
It was when he was clicking to start the virtual cam. It was saying failed to start virtual camera.
Gotcha. So that usually means that you're using the camera elsewhere. Well, no, the scene would be elsewhere. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah, okay, that's a weird one. But it wouldn't be a DMZ without some sort of technical difficulties.
Fuck
Probably
yeah,
a lot
brother.
smoother on your side for me.
Yeah, actually, Ancom and I both noticed that what we were streaming out to the world looked fuzzy to ourselves, but it looked good to everybody else. So
Yeah,
And
like,
speaking
and
of
I'm like
which-
looking at this right now, thinking like, why am I so soft?
no comment. But everybody can see in my camera though. You can see the actual DMZ presentation, so you guys can see it okay, and it's coming through on your end, right? So you guys can see the clock, see everybody faces. Put that up on your screen to make it so that everybody can see what we're looking at. You know what I mean? I was told this was better than. Say again.
Now you tell me.
I was
that we-
gonna say we got man, blue thing with a black circle in the middle, and man on our team. We're good. Okay, we got the team.
Hey, you know what? All the body. That's what matters. So
Eh.
yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Jesus, I meant to tell you that last time we figured out that this was a better way to present it for everybody.
Yeah,
So
I right before you said it, I was like, you know what? Let's see what the Video Ninja looks like. Since the Discord is coming through, and then boom.
How come I don't have
It makes
any
it easier
stuff?
for my current layout on my streams.
there
Same.
you go. We're always trying to get better here, people. Always trying to make it better. So
Lethe, you still need help with that? I see it still.
oh, there he is.
Yes.
Oh,
Given
there
up.
it goes. Okay.
I have completely given up, and I will not be streaming this.
Oh,
That's fair.
That sucks, but okay. All right.
Eventually, I'll
that's all
figure
right.
it out.
Hey,
Yeah,
Horse.
if
Can you,
if you do figure it out, let me know.
Can you
Yes.
in the stream together thing just hit your shared chat thing again? I think you have to hit it again for
I
me.
thought I did, but yeah, I certainly will. Maybe I turned it
I think
off.
I came late. That's probably why.
Shared chat is enabled. I will turn it off and turn it back on. There you go.
Let's see if it fixes it. Or maybe no one's typing it.
That's-
Yeah.
yeah, nobody's
got the
typing
scout.
yet. LOL, back at you.
There we go. Yeah, I saw it. We're good.
All right, cheers. Yeah, everybody's still asleep at the wheel. We're still waking up here, so, but that's okay because it's time to actually start. So, all right, Vigi, are we going to get to see your lovely face tonight? Or are you going to be behind the wall?
Yeah.
Cool, cool, cool. There we go. All right. So, everybody, this is a 3v3 showcase debate. We are going to be doing longer times, longer formats. I'm sure you guys probably didn't even look at the times or the format in the message that I sent you. But the rounds are going to be 5 minutes instead of 3 minutes. So that's both for your openings, your cross examinations, and your closings. And then the champion rounds are going to be 15 minutes. Otherwise, it's exactly the same. It's going to come down to the audience votes. We will drop that chat in, or drop that link into the chat at the end. I will also send it to everybody else. But Lutch, since you're streaming together with us and you got the shared chat, it'll show up in your chat on the Twitch side, and you can just kind of copy pasta there.
There we go.
We will also open it up to anybody who wants to throw a couple bucks in to ask any questions. But we will also say that we will be prioritizing the people who ask questions in the after party, where we will allow people who are already part of the community to jump into the conversation for a little while and ask or engage as they see fit. So, since we're going to be doing this in a just a moment, I'm going to go around the room, have everybody introduce themselves to each other and to the chat, although every single one of us knows each other. And I will drop your links in the chat. I'm going to start with you, Captain of Team Affirmative, Circa. It's been a while, sir. Welcome back. Tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
My name's Circa. I stream politics and then a bunch of sporadic fun interests. I guess fun to some people. And I yell at my own reflection. You can find me on Twitch, as well as YouTube, and I guess TikTok and everything for stupid clips.
There you go. And your opponent, Captain for the night, Ancom Psycom. Please again tell everybody who you are, what you're about.
I'm
oh,
muted?
God damn it. Yep, you sure were.
I was muted?
Trying that again. Nope, that was my bad. I didn't realize that we had gotten to that part. So, Circa, one more time, buddy. I'm sorry. Nobody heard you. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about. I've already dropped your link.
Okay. My name is Circa. I stream politics and other topics that are fun. And you can find me on Twitch, as well as YouTube for Circa R, and TikTok and like Instagram for clips. And I yell at my own reflection.
Cheers. Yeah, see, that first one was just a warm-up. Now you got it right the second time around. All right, and Ancom, will you please also tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you? I will drop your link in the chat as well, even if you don't actually stream anymore.
Yep. I'm Ancom Psycom. I'm an anarcho-communist, and I just enjoy debating interesting topics. You can find me nowhere. No, that's not true. You can find me on Discord. That's about it.
All right, cheers. And number 2 on Team Affirmative, a regular here as well, Vigilante TV. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, where they can find you. Your link will be in the chat.
Yeah, I'm the Vigilante TV. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, TikTok, and YouTube. I primarily do gaming and debate streams. So, yeah.
Very cool, very cool. And Lethe Water Kai, number 2 on the negative team. Once again, sir, please introduce yourself to the class. I will drop your link into the chat.
Hey, how's it going, y'all? It's your friendly neighborhood Leafy Water Kai. Hands rated E for everyone. Here to have a good time. Probably not a long time. And glad to be here. Thanks for having me, Horseradish. Let's do the thing.
My pleasure as always, sir. And gracing us as a debater tonight, Indian Jesus Lutch, not just any Indian Jesus, the Indian Jesus. I will drop your link in the chat, sir. Please introduce yourself to the class.
You got it right. I am Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I am live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it, trying to get us better at discussing with people that maybe we disagree with, how to understand them and how to communicate them, just like we are doing here. And of course, I've got, well, he's sleeping right now, but I've got my overlord and co-host Morty right here. We have a lot of fun. Come on through.
Best co-host on Twitch. All right. And last but certainly not least, the coolest sunglasses and headphones in the business, Razor Sharp G. Please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. Your link is in the chat.
I done nearly forgot my favorite glasses. How y'all doing today? I am Razor Sharp G, Twitch.tv. Don't worry, the voice is not normal. I will stop that. If you want to follow me, watch me play games, or join these private panels, or even just look at random shit once I finally get an actual schedule day to day, yeah, hit me. Follow me on here on Twitch. My link is obviously in the chat as Horses Put. There's a follow. Thank you so much. Let's get everything going. I swear I don't stutter this much normally. I'm just kind of off the cuff some shit.
No worries, no worries. All right, so once again, chat, the way this is going to work, we are going to have the team captains making the calls of who goes in what order. We are going to have the affirmative captain choose somebody to start us off. It is going to be 5-minute openings, followed by a 5-minute cross-examine or rebuttal as the debater sees fit. Then that debater is going to have their opening, and back and forth until everybody's had a chance to open and cross-examine someone. Then we're going to go to the champion rounds, which is where the debaters who have not yet faced each other will find themselves locked in a ring for 15 minutes to discuss. Yes, I know, he did call me Horsepud, and that's okay. I am okay. I've been called far worse. All right, so we're going to go to you first, Circa. Who is going to kick this off?
None other than Vigilante.
Vigi.
Yeah.
All right, very cool then. Vigilante TV. I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock. I almost said 15, my bad. 5 minutes on the clock. Use as much time as you need of this. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Please tell us why you believe that focusing on identity issues has ruined American politics.
All right, let's narrow the ground first. We're not arguing that Black Americans were wrong when they demanded civil rights. We're not arguing that women were wrong when they demanded the right to vote. Or are we arguing that disabled Americans were wrong to demand access? We're arguing that in 1968, American political operatives discovered something. They discovered that group identity mobilizes voters more reliable than shared material interest. Nixon's strategists figured it out. The backlash to civil rights could be converted into an electoral coalition. It worked. Ever since, it has become the motto that campaigns live or die by.
Yes, sir.
And it works because of how it targets us. People aren't mobilized anymore by the love of what their side stands for. They're mobilized by fear of the other side. Ask a voter what their party's plan is, and they may struggle. Ask them what the other party will do to them, and they'll have an answer immediately. That's the engine, not a vision, an enemy. Reagan and the moral majority in 1980, Karl Rove timing same-sex marriage ballot measures to swing state turnout in 2004, Obama's war on women in 2012, Clinton's intersectional messaging in 2016, Trump on immigration. This is not a partisan indictment. Both parties do it because it works.
Zach, if you need help doing that, just let
and
me
it's
know.
no longer
But
just campaigns.
That's going to
There's
be more
now
difficult
an entire
than your
industry that lives on
comment
this.
is
Consultants,
saying.
cable hosts,
Just want that to be
engagement
clear,
farm
man.
media, think tanks on both sides. Division isn't a byproduct.
I am
It's
debating
the
this.
business
I'm the captain.
model. And countries that agreed on these things,
I think
a
you might
country that
like my
agreed on
argument.
these things would put them out of
Molotov.
work. When you mobilize people by identity, you're not asking them to evaluate a policy. You're telling them that the group that they belong to is under threat. And there's no
I'm
version
on the
of this
affirmative.
that doesn't require an enemy. That is the design, not a side effect. We know what this does to people. Studies on authoritarianism find that social threat is what activates authoritarian psychology, deference to leaders, aggression towards norm violators, intolerance of outgroups. Longitudinal data shows that activation comes first and
Vigi's,
nationalism follows. Identity threat
what
messaging
he's
isn't
doing right now.
riding on a wave of nationalism, it's a manufacturing one. And this is
He's more
used
intense than normal.
to be, and this used to be limited by how people actually
It's good.
lived. Mixed neighborhoods, mixed workplace, mixed congregations. That limit's gone. The platforms we live on now reward outrage and sort us into like-minded worlds, because engagement is the product, and nothing farms engagement like a threat to your own group. we didn't drift into homogenous political bubbles. We were sorted into them by a system that profits from the divide. Then it compounds. Research in last year's social science research, using a national panel of Americans, trace the chain. The more politically homogenous your social world becomes, the more your partisan identity becomes, and the more central it becomes, the more likely you are to support political violence. In that data, for Republicans specifically, the support for January 6th, this is where it ends. Not disagreement, violence. And it doesn't even serve the people it mobilizes. During the pandemic, populist movements convinced their own supporters to reject measures that were meant to keep them alive, because belonging to the group that refused mattered more than surviving. People will trade their own interests for the feeling of being on the right side. Meanwhile, the actual drivers go unexamined. Decades of stagnation, collapsing social mobility, obstructed by exactly focusing on this focus on cultural and identity. Real grievances, real injustice, pushed through a framework that has been proven time and time again to fail at producing positive change. I see the rest of my time. You're muted, Radish.
Every time.
And it wouldn't be a DMZ. All right. So, ANCOM, who is going to be cross-examining Vigi?
This will be Lethe Water Kai.
Yes.
Lethe. Well, that's very
We did
convenient.
it.
All right, then. Lethe, you are
Oh, my
on.
brother.
I'm putting 5 minutes on the clock. This is your time to use and control as you see fit. Use it to cross-examine or to rebut. I will start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
So, in the case that politics is being weaponized by specific groups, think tanks, as you pointed out, different political organizations, should individuals not care about their communities being underserved?
I mean, you can care about it. The whole problem is the fact that we put these social issues front and center in politics.
So, in the case that redlining happened, should, for the whole idea that, hey, these people want us to be angry about X, should we ignore X?
The people shouldn't ignore it. And the difference is the fact that the politicians don't necessarily need to run on it. We've seen historically that when it comes to actually finding real change, these aren't issues that are run on. These aren't first order issues. It's always second or third order issues that actually see change. Civil rights wasn't a first order issue. The ending slavery wasn't a first order issue. The ADA wasn't a first order issue. These are all things that came out through activism or chance during these historic periods.
Okay, so did the Know Nothing Party in the 1850s campaign on the explicit identity threat of Catholic immigrants taking over American institutions?
I've never heard of the Know Nothing Party before in my life, so I have no idea.
Okay, and the Reconstruction elections of the 1870s, did the Southern political campaigns mobilize workers using the fear of Black political power?
It's very specific.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, in the 1928 presidential election, did campaigns mobilize anti-Catholic identity panic against Al Smith or Kennedy for that matter?
You're right.
Oh,
he's not in mine.
Possibly.
Not
I'm
in my
not
thing.
familiar with that as much.
Wah.
So mobilizing voters through fear of another identity group is not a post-1968 invention, is it?
It's kind of low, isn't it?
No, but it didn't really become a first order issue until 1968. It definitely happened. It definitely happened, but the campaigns didn't win prior to 1968. And if they did, it was very rare.
Then if identity threat campaigning existed in the 1850s, 1870s, and 1920s, how can 68 be the moment it ruined American politics?
Because that was when it became a first order issue and they started using fascistic rhetoric
Here
in
we
order
go.
to gain the social power and create the political divide that we see today.
And you can definitively draw this line down. Healthy politics ended in 1968.
The decline of healthy politics ended in 1958. The actual split in healthy politics ended probably about 2016 once it compounded with Donald Trump.
Was there not a group of people in Hugo Boss suits doing this long before that?
Not in America, but yeah. I mean, like the Nazi movements did exist in America. They just didn't have any fucking power. Like
okay, last question.
You could point to groups that didn't have power and say that they're examples of
America
like
first
this shit
had,
happening prior to
I think,
1968.
almost a million
But that doesn't actually matter because they didn't
members
actually have any fucking
in their
power.
movement.
Okay, so
like
very last
signed
question.
members.
In the case that you have a politician that's supposed to be serving you, if they don't address your specific issues, would you be voting for them?
Depends on who the opponent is.
Wow, that's sad. All right, with that, I end my questioning.
All right. Well, then in that case, 5 minutes is now going to go on the clock for you, Lethe. This is an uninterrupted opening. I'll start the clock again when you start to talk.
All right, let's hear him.
All right. I could have sworn we live in America. This entire country was founded on a group of people who were discriminated against and wanted to form a country where their individual ideas could be protected and respected. The rich history of our melting pot nation was born in the fires of identity politics. The ability to put a specific focus on a diverse group of people has been the strength of this great nation to give protection to the unprotected,
this is not
a
good
voice
for
to
my
the
argument.
voiceless, and dignity to the downtrodden. Well, at least eventually.
It's not good against my
We're
argument.
focused on identity politics, the primary thoughts providing rights and freedoms that previously did not exist. Whenever we talk about wanting to spread freedom, it is primarily through this drive to end the oppression of specific groups that we see as being persecuted and victimized.
This is not
Our
going to be
great
good
nation
against
has
my
been
argument.
the front runner in taking in asylum seekers and providing a better life for them since World War II. Why would we not want to afford opportunities and protections where they are lacking? There is a reason why we need a canary in the coal mine. Without strong indicators of instability, the calamity of complacency in the status quo will lead to a fatal imbalance.
Well,
without identity politics, the smallest voices in our society will never have their issues addressed under the guise of universal equity. We will be lying to ourselves to believe that our ability to spot glaring gaps in equity have been addressed without being dragged kicking and screaming to the conclusion that there is a problem that needs attention. I've heard the idea that our differences are our greatest strengths, as they bring unique perspectives, creative problem solving, and better teamwork. When we are all not the same, we cover each other's blind spots and build a stronger community together.
Matt,
Some of the strongest alloys are made structurally stronger and with more capability than a base metal by mixing together metals or even non-metals to create a greater union. If understanding identity politics to mean the absence of solidarity, that is to contravene the nature of meaningful politics. Identity politics, like intersectionality, is an analytic framework that helps us make political decisions by helping us assess how power operates and how we should respond to those operations.
Most definitely overcomes
this. It asks us to ask ourselves who we are. To ignore this principle is to make entire groups disappear into anonymity. Our veterans would go without care. Our disabled without protections. Police systems would face discrimination, and entire communities would go unserved. If you think of our country as a physical human body, this would be ignoring your joints and tendons under the illusion that only the torso, head, arms, and legs exist. To forget that we must pay attention to our brain, lungs, and most of all, the heart of this great nation, our identities. Once this happens, you realize the lack of maintenance causing immobility within the body. We are a country of many different identities, striving on behalf of the whole. To neglect parts of this great body is to have a more inefficient society. Sometimes you have to focus on specific parts of the body for the overall health of the whole. I must ask, If 1/3 of the body isn't functional, what does that mean for the rest of the body? Is it as prosperous as it could be? Is it as capable as it could be? And most of all, is it more prone to injury? As much as we stand to gain from a healthy nation, we must ask what we lose in not focusing on what makes us great in the first place, our identity. And I'll end on that.
Right. And Circa, your team captain, has walked away. So we're just going to sit here, and there he is. Circa, who is going to cross-examine Lethe?
Well, that would be my my Indian Jesus.
All right.
I don't know. I belong to you, but fair enough.
All right, go get him, Tiger.
Give me one split second.
I was gonna pee
All
first,
right,
but
there
we're
we
gonna
go.
take notes.
All right. So we're putting 5 minutes on the clock now for you, Lutch. Start the clock when you start to talk. This is your time, as you know, to control as you see fit.
So yeah, like you started out saying that we live in the U.S. that was founded on discrimination. What type of discrimination were we experiencing, or
I
not we, but
believe
were they experiencing?
the people in England left the country because of religious persecution to come to a place where they would no longer be persecuted against.
And so, do you think that the differences in how we see the U.S. today and the UK or Europe in general, that general like the other side of the Western thing, do you think that we would have been still the colonies
Molotov.
if it wasn't
In
for
psychology,
that religious persecution, even
identity
with
is
the taxation?
intertwined
representation?
with yourself as well as
I don't think I
what
understand
group
the
you're a
question.
part of, because that's part of the human
I'm
condition.
questioning whether you're because you're saying that
You can obviously
it was
think
based on
about
religious discrimination,
individualism
which
and the identity
I
associated
obviously
with
agree.
it, but
My point is, was that a
I'm
necessity?
not sure it's less
You
important or more
saying that this
important.
is a
It's all
that we would not be able. It's well, it
something
sounds like
that
you're saying
culminates
that we would
into who
not be
you
able
are.
to be America without the identity politics, and I reject that because there are other aspects that have nothing to do with identity, and even if that kicks off the war, the revolution, whatever you want to call it, I don't see why that needs
What proves
that
it a
is
vibe?
any connection for us to engage in that today.
So I'm going to say it's knowing that these particular persecutions drive individuality and allowing for these particular individual aspects to exist in America makes us better. They wanted to make sure people had religious freedoms in America. That's
I think
all
I know where
that's
you're coming
put
from,
into
Molotov.
the founding documents. You see
Sure, but
protections
this
for all
is
of these things, and without
Sure,
those
but
protections and without
this
that
is when
I'm going to
people
reclaim my.
are.
wouldn't
I
have them.
get where you're coming. I'm going to reclaim. I get what you're coming from. But the point is that the freedom of religion isn't necessarily an identity.
This is when
identity
people
politics thing. That is more of a general
critically talk about the United
general
States,
value.
and it may
then
feel
I
like
think
that,
there's,
but most people who live in the United
identity tied
States,
to
even
it,
if they are
but I think you're
criticizing it pretty heavily,
kind of smuggling them in
identify
together.
as Americans.
So,
There
even
are
if
some
you
unserious
are,
people, but
talking, some of the
I can
examples
understand why
even
it
if
might
I
feel as if
was
they
to
are.
concede that we were born
They don't
in
really
into,
want to.
identity politics.
It
You
seems like
brought
they
the
don't want to
example
say
of
America's a
taking in
good country, right?
asylum
I
seekers,
think that's what you're
and
trying to get
you
at.
ask why wouldn't we want to do that? And I think we've seen a very good reason why we wouldn't want to do that, because it undermines what this country is. And I mean, if it was a perfect system and everybody came in the right way and everybody wanted to assimilate, then yeah, that would be one thing. But you don't see the why people wouldn't want just a free pass to be able to come into the country.
I would think the asylum process is one of the things that makes America great. Us seeing an inequity that was going on post World War II with all the displaced people that ended up coming here and finding a better life and making our country better and stronger as it was is a key thing that has happened. I think immigrants are the backbone of this country. We're not talking about just the whole illegal portion of it, because that's where you get fear-mongered and allow for the twisted things that Vigilante was talking about. If you look to the immigrant population,
But aren't
you'll
those
see they're
things
some of the most
are those things
industrious
not real?
people.
Because the question was why wouldn't we want that? And so you just brought up what Vigilante brought up. Or do those things not exist? Or is he making things up? Or what do you
Are
mean?
they the larger part of that population, or are they a small fraction of that population?
Or who? Sorry, can you rephrase that? What do you mean?
The people that are problematic in view of certain individuals,
The minority.
Are
But
they
you don't know who the
okay?
which is part of that minority until they show themselves to be the part of the minority that is causing the harm.
And do we not have a way of managing that?
We do, but it's clearly not working because there is a lot of identity politics being played to, okay, well, we want this type of identity to vote for us, so we're just gonna, let them surge the border.
Well, I mean, ultimately, you should want to vote for the people that are looking at your particular
He's doing
situations
fine.
and are vowing to actually help and make your life better. So why wouldn't you want identity politics to work in that fashion on your behalf? Like, especially
Because
as
it
Black
undermines
people.
the higher values that we have as Americans. So time's running out real quick, but I just want to ask. You brought up alloys. If you have a metal alloy made of different metals, do those metals mix together, or are they different?
They mix together.
They definitely mix
They
together,
mix
but
together.
they are
Oh my
also
God.
different.
There's no way he just said that.
And so the
That's
mixing
why
together
that's called
would
why
be
it's called a
analogous
metal
to
alloy.
assimilation, right?
Wait, what the fuck?
Yeah, we're definitely a mixed together society. Like I said, we're a melting
What the
pot.
fuck?
We all come together and we all share in the strengths and weaknesses that come along with the building of
Why
that
did he say
alloy.
that? What the
All right.
metals mix together
So,
all the time?
we're now going to go to your
Fuck.
opening. This is 5 minutes uninterrupted for you, the
Jesus.
Indian Jesus. Start
Indian
it up when
Jesus,
you're ready,
why?
sir.
All right. So Vigi argued earlier that identity politics has divided America. I want to explain why I think
Good job
that was
piggybacking off.
inevitable. Liberal
That
democracy,
was a good
like
way
our
to introduce
constitutional republic, is built on one revolutionary principle. Government should not care who you are, it should care how you're treated. That's why equality before the law was such a radical idea. It meant that your race, your religion, your sex, your family, ethnicity, none of those things should determine your political worth. The citizen, not the tribe, became the fundamental unit of democracy. That's why I also disagree with the idea that the civil rights movement is the best example of identity politics. Yes, it confronted racial injustice, but its argument wasn't judge us by our race, please. This is actually the opposite. Stop judging us by our race. Dr. King, who I'm sure is a very controversial figure here, didn't ask America to abandon its universal principles, as I was appealing to earlier. He asked America to finally live up to them. Identity politics reverses that logic. Instead of beginning with the individual, as we always should, it begins
that's a
with
really
the group.
good
Instead of
statement.
asking what rights every citizen should possess, it asks which
It's a
identities
very,
deserve political attention.
very
Which
accurate
begs the
one,
question:
and
does
it's a
having a certain
very
identity
important
entitle
one.
you to anything at all, political or otherwise?
actually.
Once politics becomes organized around groups, we fundamentally change the incentives, which will fundamentally change the outcomes. In this case, it changes the fairness we are all promised by the Constitution and the general sentiment of the Founding Fathers. As it is, under suffering the plight of identity politics in the modern political landscape, success no longer comes from solving shared problems. It comes from persuading people that their group is uniquely overlooked or uniquely threatened or uniquely entitled. Even if the oppression Olympics gets you some short-term gain individually, it only works to exacerbate the problem on a longer timeline by adding unbalanced factors instead of removing them in search of equality under the law. That doesn't mean that those grievances are false. Many are real. Discrimination, racism, those do exist. History does matter, and identity does shape people's lives. But acknowledging those realities is different from making identity the organizing principle of politics. A government can fight discrimination without classifying citizens primarily by race, gender, etc. It can expand opportunity without promising equal outcomes. It can protect individual liberty without assigning political value to immutable characteristics. Once government starts deciding who deserves help based on what they are, instead of what has happened to them as individuals, there's no obvious limiting principle. Which identities count? Which historical injustices matter the most? Which groups deserve priority? Politics stops being about universal justice and becomes a permanent competition between tribes. That's why focusing on identity issues has harmed American politics, not simply because of the consequences already described, but because it abandons the very principle that made America's greatest moral progress possible in the first place. The goal of a free society isn't to pretend our identities don't exist, it's to ensure they don't determine our political worth. My feel like there's so much time we got. What was I gonna say? All right, I'll concede that. I don't remember what I was gonna say. I can see my time there.
Right. Then in that case, Ancom, who will be cross-examining Lutch?
That will be myself.
All right. Give me 1 second here.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. There we go. All right. 3 minutes is going on the clock now for you, Ancom. Use this time as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Yep. So, Lutch, let me ask you: are you aware of the original GI Bill after World War II?
I am not.
Okay. So it was a big universal economic policy aimed at building up the American middle class. But the problem with it was that Black veterans were systematically denied access to the housing mortgages and college tuition benefits of that bill. So that means that the economic benefit in this case was distributed along identity lines, yeah?
Mhm. Yeah, you just reminded me what I was going to say, what I forgot to say, which was that there definitely was a time where focusing policy on identity may have mattered, but we've created a system where we no longer need that. So maybe in the past, there was use for identity politics or, I guess, practicality to using it, but by using that and employing exactly what you're talking about, we created a society where we don't need that anymore.
Okay, so what you're saying is that identity politics was useful for ameliorating unequal treatment in society, yes?
To an extent, yeah.
Can always trust Ancom to
would
put
you
effort into
agree
his cross
that
hooks.
identity in some form or another has been present since the
Sure.
inception
Yep, I knew
of
it.
the
I knew
country?
he was going to do this to me.
Sure, yeah.
So then how can it have ruined American politics
okay, though,
when
it
it's
still can't
been
beat my
here
argument.
as long as American politics has existed?
Too much of a good thing. I mean, you want to make that argument about why we should have slavery? Things changed. The political landscape at the time was first we had
I
way less
literally
people
told him this
who
would
weren't
happen. I'm not
such
kidding.
a global
I told
community.
him this would happen.
We had much more of a monoculture in terms of values and religion.
Knew he would fucking hit him on the word immutable.
And yet
now
there
we
were
don't.
still and yet there were still massive identity problems.
So funny.
Like we can, we have an
Which one of those
80-year
exists
history of
today?
our country
Which one?
where
Which? Sorry again.
I was saying we had an 80-year section of our history where identity was primarily North versus South, slave owning versus abolitionist. Then after that, it was, equality for Black Americans versus oppression for Black Americans. Then we had the civil rights movement, which certainly made things better. But would you say that Black Americans are as free and as equal with every other identity group of Americans today? I certainly wouldn't.
No, me neither. But that is a presupposition that can exist. We are human beings, and so we are all different. So the notion that a government, much less anything else, can create complete equality, you're just going to get down. That's what I was talking about, the limiting principle. You're just going to get down to smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller identities. That, okay, Black people are good, but now it's Black women. Okay, Black women are good, but now it's Black trans women. Now it's Black trans women that are gay. Now it's and I mean, I'm just throwing out the.
So what you're telling me is that once a group gets small enough, their oppression, their inequality, their struggles that are no fault of their own, we should just start ignoring that.
No, they're just not. We shouldn't ignore them. The things to address them are already in place. What can you give me an example of what you're talking about? Where we need
Well, I mean, you yourself mentioned Black women who are Black trans women who are gay. There are still plenty of states in which being gay or trans can subject you to plenty of discrimination legally,
So
and
funny.
yet, so like you
So
would.
which part of that? Which part
we
is
shouldn't
necessary?
focus on
No.
those. We shouldn't be focusing on
am.
those identities that
We are.
still that
We
still
are.
that still produce inequality and oppression. We shouldn't be focusing on trying to fix those oppressive circumstances.
I think we are doing that. I think by having the laws that we have that create the equal playing field and provide equality of opportunity allows for the people who are going to use that opportunity to take advantage of it where they
and
didn't
yet
have
we
that
still
opportunity
have
before.
And yet we still have multiple states not only introducing, but enacting, passing, and enforcing bills that specifically target oppressed minorities. Trans people is a great example. Bathroom bills, sports bills, medication bills, whether or not parents can consent to allowing their children to receive medical treatment that a doctor and a psychologist and a whole
Okay, but
slew of
how is
professionals
identity
are
politics the
saying.
thing that's solving that? I agree that those are issues. I reject the notion that identity politics
Then,
is the way
well,
to
how
get
could
through that.
anything but identity politics solve that? If
A
you're not,
new
if you're
income
Because it would be
interpreting
the same
is
for everybody.
doing
It
it
wouldn't
well.
have to do.
identity
It wouldn't
as
have
the
to. It's not a
oppressive.
law
Hold
based
on,
on their
He's
identity.
doing it well.
It's a
hold on.
law that
It
includes
absolutely
everyone
is a
and their
law based
identity.
on their identity.
Yes,
That is
it is.
Well, it shouldn't
absurd.
be. That's identity politics, and that's bad.
Income's
We
doing
should
really
have a
well.
law for
Okay,
everyone.
but then
If
we,
trans people
Alright.
but
are
then how
people,
do we fight that without also engaging in identity politics?
Go ahead and answer the question, Lutch.
I mean, I don't. We
If
don't have
you
to give
have
a
an answer.
specific example, but I mean, I don't think that like specifically for the trans bathroom thing. If we don't need a specific thing for trans people, we just have a law that whatever it is, you use the bathroom that you are as your sex, not your gender. You go and whatever the rule is. The rule is for everyone. It's not for trans people. It's not only
All
trans
right.
people that follow this law.
Okay, all right.
So here we go. Yep. Yep. That's
problem.
exactly. I
Alright,
just you
that's
asked a question, had to give him the chance to answer. So it's 5
Yep,
minutes on
I
the
get it.
clock
I
now
get it.
for you.
Sorry, just instinct. I
un-
wanted to
I
continue.
understand. I understand. It's now your time uninterrupted. So go ahead
Alright.
and pick it up where you were.
So what we need to understand here is that the word ruined in this prompt is a trick. It implies a golden era where American politics was healthy, unified, and identity free. The problem is that never existed. American politics hasn't been ruined by identity issues, it was built on them from day one. You can't ruin a system with the very feature that has driven it for 2.5 centuries. No matter what point in time you look at, identity was there in the forefront, in the middle of it. From the founding era, where we explicitly codified identity into our Constitution, whether it be the Three-Fifths Compromise about race and property, the Electoral College and the Senate, which was built on regional and state identity, built on the race and ability to own property for those who could vote. Then you have the antebellum and Civil War period. It wasn't minor policy tweaks. It was literally about human bondage and racial hierarchies. It left 600,000 people dead. You cannot say that American politics today is more divided and more ruined than a literal civil war that killed more Americans than any war prior or up until World War II. You have the 19th Amendment, where over half the population was prevented from voting based on their identity of being women. You had Jim Crow laws, just extensions of the problems from the antebellum period, where Black Americans were being disenfranchised and prevented from being able to have their voice heard simply because of their identity. The Voting Rights Act and Civil Rights Act were only passed because people organized as identity groups. In the past, bipartisanship and political peace were easy because only one group really had a voice. Politics feels louder today, not because it's ruined, but because previously silenced groups are finally at the table, demanding their constitutional rights. Group identity is the tool marginalized Americans have always used to force the nation to live up to its promise. So what I need to do here is I need to ask the affirmative to name a specific point in time where you believe that American politics was pristine, functional, free of identity. Because that is the only way you can affirm this prompt. By saying it was ruined,
my argument is
means that there had to be a
going to
time
be different than that.
before that ruination. If you can name that, please do so.
I'm not going to.
But I challenge that any time period you name within the last 250 years, identity politics will be found at the forefront, in the center, even if it wasn't understood as such at the time. We can now look back and see how heavily identity inspired and even controlled our politics. The only difference between then and today is we're aware of it now. That's it. That's my time.
All right. And since I've been keeping track, I don't have to ask. Captain versus Captain. Circa, you are going to be cross-examining Ancom. I am putting 5 minutes on the clock. Control the time as you see fit. You can use it to cross-examine or rebut. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
All right. So, Ancom, your description of identity politics, is it a binary?
What do you mean by a binary?
I mean, you said that it can't ruin the system at all, but if that would probably imply that it's like a binary, right? You can have too much of certain identity politics, and that could technically hurt or destroy the system, right?
The prompt states that something ruined American politics.
Yeah, so if you have a certain type of identity,
ruination,
if you have a certain type of identity politics that is causing real social cohesion damage, is that something that could ruin the institutions of the United States?
Anything that can cause damage can cause ruination.
It sounds like a yes. And I want to point out, there are real consequences psychologically when it comes to how in-group and how out-group identity politics functions, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so these consequences can be the ruination of the United States political atmosphere, right?
Perhaps, but if that's your argument, then you've got to say that it was ruined from the very beginning.
I don't know. I don't need to compare the temperature across time for this. I can just point out that it's boiling right now.
I mean, ruination, to be ruined,
Mm-hmm.
requires a comparison with the past. That is the grammatical necessity of the prompt.
I guess, yeah. Comparing more than just identity politics, though, right? You would be comparing the country, economy. That's more than just what you said. But I do want to ask you, okay?
I mean, the prompt says
I only
American
have a few more.
politics.
I only have a little bit
we're
left, so
talking
sorry,
about
Nico.
the ruination of American politics.
Do you think Trump's... Are you someone who supports Trump's administration?
No.
Do you think Trump is dangerous?
Yes.
Do you feel that the United States, at this very moment, is in a peculiarly different slip into authoritarianism, unlike history?
Unlike the history of our country, perhaps there have been movements in the past that were similar, but every moment in history is unique. I would say it echoes certain movements in the early 20s.
That's fine, but a lot of the problems right now, as in the destruction of the American political institutions and climate, is caused primarily by a lot of identity politics, correct? That's factually true.
Identity politics, among other things, yes.
Okay. I think that's it for me. How long are these?
All right.
How long are the cross sections right now?
5 minutes. Did you want more time?
I thought there were 3 minutes. My bad. No, actually, we can stop there.
And then
we can stop there.
All right. So I did go over this earlier, but I guess you missed it. All of these rounds are 5 minutes.
That's
so
fine.
Your opening is also going to be up to 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Also, just so everybody knows, the champion rounds are going to be 15. So 5 minutes is on the clock for you, sir.
It's the one time I didn't feel like I had to shorten my opening to make time.
Yeah. Again, that's why we're testing this out. I figured people might dig it, especially if you're capable and if the prompt is good for it.
All we needed was 3.
Go ahead and no worries. 5 minutes is on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, sir. You're uninterrupted opening.
All right. So I want everyone to imagine a country of about 2 million people facing a humanitarian crisis. Okay? A nearby civil war has displaced hundreds of thousands, and giving them shelter is a morally good thing. But saying that is not enough. There is a hidden premise inside of this moral claim. And that one is, what can this country actually do? Can it house? Can it educate? Can it employ them? Can it medically support that many people at that speed that it would be required to fix this humanitarian crisis? Those questions do not erase the obligation of the moral claim, but they are definitely a part of taking it seriously. A good objective can still be pursued at a scale or intensity that produces an outcome inconsistent with the good that motivated it. The motion here is focusing on identity issues ruined American politics. And I don't believe we are arguing that identity itself ruined politics, or that every identity-based movement was somehow illegitimate. Abolition required organizing against racial injustice, obviously, and the civil rights movement required attention to race because race was written into the injustice. Fine. I'm going to grant all of that and the moral case at its strongest. Vigilante has already explained how political actors mobilize identity and threat. Lutch, through different means, has explained what erodes when citizens become competing groups before they are people with equal civic standing. So I'm going to ask what remains. Does the justice of the cause settle the politics built around it? I think no. Our society does have a finite capacity for political conflicts. If politics asks us to confront every issue through group identity without first understanding the people inside the identity being criticized, then even a morally justified criticism is more likely to be received as a threat than as an argument. Once that happens, political actors do not have to persuade anyone anymore. They only have to convince each group that the other is coming for them. One side treats the reaction as proof of injustice. The other treats the accusation as proof that it was already under attack. The cycle begins, proving itself to both sides. That reaction may be dishonest, it may be prejudiced, it may be opportunistic, it may be morally indefensible. However, it is still causally real. It still changes politics. It can deepen the destruction surrounding a cause that was right. Each of us participates in this human condition experience. We are all social species, and these consequences materialize through social tearing. I think social tearing is simple. We form groups because they are comfortable, advantageous, and help us locate ourselves among other people. The same instinct that makes a group cohesive creates a boundary around it. Once that boundary becomes political, outsiders become easier to misunderstand, easier to distrust, easier to treat as a threat. American politics does not have to disappear before we can say it has been ruined. Elections can even continue. Right now is a good thing I can point to. Congress can still meet. Trust is still weakening, though. Compromise looks like betrayal. People lose the ability to solve ordinary problems with anyone outside of their political identity. We do not have to prove again that identity caused every one of these political failures. We only have to show that focusing on identity issues substantially damaged the conditions that make politics work. And many of these identity grievances were real. Some of these movements were morally indispensable. I think I agree to that. This remains true even when a group fabricates an injury and transforms that fabrication into a genuine feeling of injury. And the political consequences do not wait for that belief to somehow become true. They only require to act as though it is. So a moral claim does not get to name the destination and then treat every road toward it as righteousness in itself. If the method, the functional soul of that ideal, no matter how good, destroys the political conditions that make the ideal possible, then the cause has begun to defeat itself. And that is the heavy reconciliation for every one of us who wears this crown. The end may be just, but the road belongs to us, and so does the burden, for what it achieves and for what it costs. And that's where I'm going to end it.
Right. Well, once again, that only leaves one person on the board, and that's you, Razor. Razor Sharp G, you are up. 5 minutes is on the clock for cross-examination. Use the time as you see fit. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Good evening, Circa. I think it's the first time I've actually had a chance to speak with you. We've had occasional like passes on the road, per se. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I think so, at least.
Good. Hey, that's good. So I do need to ask you. Do you believe that the fight over the expansion of slavery was centered on racial identity or citizenship?
You mean the Civil War, or just the total historical fight?
Like the fight for the expansion of slavery, like the South saying that blacks were not were meant to be slaves and such. Do you believe? Do you?
The expansion of slavery happened for economic reasons, but I would agree that the South, over generations and conditioning, absolutely anchored a lot of their continuing expansionary ideas on racial purposes. Yeah, racial grounds.
And you would agree that that political debate of about the expansion of everything led to the Civil War that killed over the 600,000 Americans that I believe Ancom mentioned before.
I do think that is true. Yeah, that would make sense to me.
Yeah, that's good. And do you believe that the disenfranchisement of women basically got rid of more than 50 like over 50% of the population from the democratic process based on their gender?
I'm not understanding that question, but if you're asking me, did the franchisement
Prior to the 19th
enfranchisement
Amendment,
of
I should
women,
say,
did it help,
like prior to
include
the
more
19th Amendment, yeah.
people into our democracy? Then yeah, absolutely.
Did would you say that adding them based on their identity as women made politics a little bit better because it added more people?
I think it made it more inclusive, better for sure if you look towards the democratic ideal.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. And would you agree that if a literal civil war excluding half the population that represents a more severe breakdown of our modern political discourse, would you say that that's a little bit worse?
One more time.
I apologize. I
No,
forgot
you're
myself. I was trying to be true.
I thought it was my brain.
Would you say that a civil war that excludes half of the population that it represents is a severe breakdown of democracy? Would you believe that having that would be extremely bad for political discourse?
Absolutely. Yeah, it can be. Yeah. But, an unjust or prejudiced reaction,
So,
okay, right, may produce real political consequences, right? So kind of
Yeah.
pointing out the
So,
moral shortcoming, I think, is
would you
not
s-
enough.
but so far it sounds like you're agreeing that if identity debates caused a civil war in the 19th century, like how does current modern day say that that it's been ruined, but that identity has ruined politics in comparison?
Well, ruined American political politics, right? So that would mean atmosphere or maybe ability to participate. And at the very moment, I think you
We
would
have
probably
more
agree
people to
with me
participate, correct?
that we have quite a deterioration in the institutional strength, or at least trust that we have in American politics, right? Isn't that a factual claim?
I wouldn't put that down to the fact that that because of identity politics per se.
But people
I would say that's
have, right? The people who are like Trump's supporters who are mobilized, they do. So are you denying their feelings on it? It might be fake, but remember, their feelings itself, in order to get to this point, are not.
their mobilization based from their own words, other than a few who are to do themselves care about identity of certain immigrants, but a large number of them that got him into power did so because they believed him when he said he would lower prices. That part has nothing to do with identity. That has to do with the economic side. So I wouldn't blame Trump for the identity issues that you say are currently happening in modern days. Would you agree with that?
How are you doing this regression right now? How are you eliminating it down to just economic policy? It seems to me right now they don't give a flying shit about it because gasoline is really high, and so
That's
is
the most I can say that the most diehard people, yes, they're just straight racist. Like, but the people who got him into power voted because of the prices and our economics. That's it had nothing to do with the identity of anyone else. If you look at the exit polling, that just proven.
so
But
things like.
All right. So,
Can I respond to that?
yep. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't end with a question there.
Okay.
So we're gonna go ahead and just scroll right over to you. Razor, 5 minutes is on the clock for your uninterrupted opening. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
okay, sorry, I was trying to gather up some things. I apologize. Okay. So I feel like my team has covered really well what we are talking about here today.
I'm not really sure
Identity politics has
that had
always been a thing that America
anything
has
to do with
used
my
to
opening.
thrive. Back even during the founding of our country, where we had the loyalists versus the revolutionaries. If you were a loyalist to the crown, you were ostracized. That's what led to the American Revolution that then created this country. We were created because of identity politics. We became Americans because we didn't want to be part of the British. Which that is the identities. And then as the country then grew and we're starting to gather more land, it became the American a lot of Americans versus uh I can I apologize, I'm misremembering the particular name of it, but like the white Americans versus the Native Americans who were already here, the Indian tribes who were then slaughtered because of the identity that they were not the white men who are currently in power. We move forward in time. The black men and women who were enslaved because of the color of our skin, because we were seen as less than human, because our identity was that we were black skinned and not able to be part of this great American nation as anything other than property. As time moved forward, we ended up getting the 13th Amendment, the abolition of slavery, which was based on the freeing of the people of America who happened to be dark skinned. We then became our own citizens. The Three-Fifth Compromise was then created so that the black people who are now citizens were only counted as 3/5 of a person. They focused on the identity of the black people to have them become citizens who didn't have as much power. So identity was still a key point for America. But it continued to get better because then we started noticing the identity of these people as more than just what they were in their skin color, and they became Americans again. That abolitionists versus not abolitionists. Sorry, I went back to the slave part. Abolitionists versus slavers created civil war. And then it became the Three-Fifth Compromise after that. That was the Jim Crow era. I apologize, I skipped an era. We then, of course, as Lutch decided to bring up facetiously, in my opinion, I don't know if he did it or not on purpose, brought up Martin Luther King Jr. with the "I Have a Dream" speech and everything. He has said a lot more things than that, by the way. He saw that the identities of his black brothers and sisters were being taken into account as less than, so they were getting less than. So the Civil Rights Act was created to further our politics. To say that identity politics ruined America is to look at America and spit on it. Identity politics created America. Identity politics made America what it is, because as every single year went past, we kept getting better and better as we started recognizing more and more people as the Americans that they were. And until we finally get to that day where we are all actually equal and not bogged down by prejudices, by lies, by sexism, by pure hatred of someone who just doesn't look like you, this country will continue to look as if it's ruined, but it's not ruined. It's getting better day by day by day by day. You just think it looks bad because more voices have gotten louder. It's as if you walked into an empty auditorium and you started yelling. You only hear your voice going back. 10 people came in and started yelling. It became a lot louder, more resounding, more more of a cacophony. More people came in. It get louder and louder. More of a cacophony. Everything going until it was a very clear that it's not that the people are saying anything bad, just a lot more people are talking. So to say identity politics ruined America is just dumb. It's just I go from there.
All right. So that means we are now to our last cross examination. That's you, Vigi. I'm going to start the clock whenever you are ready. 5 minutes for you to cross examine. Hope you are still paying attention. Oh, I'm sure you've done this enough times to know you were up. So get after it. You're muted, buddy.
Yeah. Okay. So what? So first of all, you said people voted for Trump's due to economic issues, right? When you were crossing,
That
Circa?
was among the many reasons. Exit pollings have shown that.
Yeah. So what exactly was Trump's rhetoric on the economic issues? Do you
Lower
remember?
prices, lower gas prices, making sure that you would get more money because he would lower your taxes.
Yeah, but wasn't one of his main key points that immigrants were taking people's jobs and making things more expensive?
That was part of the economic part. The fact that he used someone's identity is moot. People didn't.
No,
The majority was like
that's
he
the
would lower my
weaponiz
prices. He didn't care about the. Obviously, if anyone
No,
wants
because
to,
when we look at
what's the word?
when we look at those same when we look at those same exit polls, immigration's also very high on the list. So it's
Yeah,
a
fear
very
mongering
clear
is
at least
a thing.
correlation. Yeah, fear
Fear
mongering
mongering is
is
a
an
thing. I know.
extremely important. Yeah, fear mongering is an extremely important thing that comes along with identity politics, unfortunately. So
It happens.
moving
It
on.
happens when you use identity in a cynical way, yes, but it's always been done like that. But still, as I said in my opener, we get better and better every day. Nothing gets ruined by acknowledging people's identities.
Yeah. So what was the American Revolution over?
Slavery. Sorry, I say that. American Revolution. Sorry, American Revolution. My bad. American Revolution was over the freedom of was over freedom and taxation without representation. I
Yeah.
apologize.
So where does identity politics fall into that as a first order issue?
Revolutionaries versus loyalists, people who are loyal to paying who are loyal to the king, with willing to pay the taxes, versus revolutionaries who said "fuck you, I want to be represented without taxes."
The whole point was no taxation without our
Yeah,
representation.
but I want to be able to be represented, or I don't want to pay your tax without being able to represent myself, kind of thing. Yeah,
primarily focused. That's an economic issue, not an identity one.
that was that, yes, but then it became, it turned into revolutionaries versus the loyalists, the identities.
That, I mean, after and during the war, it turned into that. But the actual reason the war happened was entirely economic.
The thing that leads up to a war is that identities will start to clash. The identity of a revolutionary versus the identity of a loyalist.
Okay. So, is colonialism about identity or is it about economics?
Is colonialism about identity or economics? You said.
Yes.
I would say colonialism is majority of the time about economics.
Okay. So you mentioned political expand. You mentioned the Indians and the very clear genocide we did against the Native Americans. This was political expansionism. This had nothing to do with their identity. It was about taking the land for economic reasons, correct?
It was the fact that we saw their identity as worthless, so we did the Trail of Tears because we didn't see them as people. Their identity was tossed aside instead of actually cared about as it should have been. Because our identity was as the American expansionists versus the native tribes who simply wanted to live. Their identities clashed, and that happened.
The whole point was to take the land for economic reasons.
Yes, by using by pushing on to the people who may have been against it, saying the identity of these savages, as they called them, is less than us as Americans. So therefore, we have manifest destiny to take their land.
And last thing, you said America's getting better. Yet, if we look at American politics right now, we see that abortion has been stripped. We see that LGBTQ rights are slowly being stripped away. We see that women's rights are slowly being stripped away. We see that the Voting Rights Act was just gutted not too long ago. How is that getting better?
In any
There you
country,
go.
if you look at any country
Going
in the
hard now.
world,
Got some emotion.
they have periods of
I like it.
time where, if you at least you study history, they have periods of time where there are those spikes in bad, or dips, I should say, in prosperity. There will always be that
lose
little
my
pocket
fucking
of
mind.
time where things will get either better or worse depending on how politics in the country will play out. Identity could be not a thing at all that's being talked about, thus not ruining it, but it still gets bad. Like,
A lot of the
it's
times,
this
those
right now
countries
we are
end up
in a
sliding into
dip. Yeah, right now we're in a
a lot of
dip.
those.
I agree with that, but we are showing that the identity of people coming together to fight against it is effective, as you've seen with the DSA people and the different fight against the establishment that we are seeing in the primaries.
All right, gentlemen. So, great job, everyone. I would like to say that I was not disappointed. I knew you guys had this in you. 5 minutes is just right for those openings, and I'm hoping that I'm still right when it comes to the championship rounds. We are putting 15 minutes on the clock. I would say this is probably the only part I get to control, which is which round goes first. And even that, I kind of go based on who went last and who needs to get a second, because Razor just had to go 3 times back to back. So what that means is our first championship round is actually going to be between. Nope, is going to be between. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yep. That one is going to be between Circa and Lethe Water Kai. So 15 minutes is on the clock. You guys can pick it up where that left off. You can take it in a completely different direction. It's entirely up to you guys. I am going to be a little bit stricter when it comes to the 15 minutes, just because I'm giving you guys all the time in the world here. So, but go ahead and get on into it, gentlemen. I'll start the clock now. Keep it above the belt.
So, Circa, you bring up that there's a lot of fear mongering going on, that certain identity politics that are being used are being fabricated, correct?
No, I never said fabricated. I said the actual grievance that the in-group, the one who is experiencing the injury, even if it's technically a fabrication, as in trans people really don't existentially threaten them, but they may feel that way, and it's technically a fabrication. That's what I meant by that. But the feeling they have, even though it's based on a lie, is real.
So ultimately, what's going to solve that issue?
It wouldn't be threaten them more. This is where psychology would probably be really helpful here, right? So, I mean,
in what way were they threatened in the first place?
Well, they were activated.
Realistically,
the word we're looking for is activated. So when you guys say that it's always existed, I'm a little confused, because it doesn't really follow the psychology, at least the work on this. So, like, identity politics, right? Identity-based political conflict has existed throughout American history, is kind of what I heard, right? Yeah?
This is true.
Okay. And I asked Ancom if it's a binary, but I guess a better way I could have asked it was, the fact that identity has always existed, does that mean its political importance can't decrease or increase?
It can increase or decrease.
Okay, so can a social environment make a political identity more central to how a person understands themselves or the environment?
It can.
Okay. Now, this will reinforce things like in-group, out-group, social activation, and threat activation, right?
It can.
Okay. So identity politics always existing is not really something that we need to care about then. It's about whether or not they're activated.
I'm going to say that the people that are being disenfranchised, the people that are having issues, should be activating because it's the only thing that fixes the problem. And the problem that you're bringing up is that people are being activated against these particular groups because they feel they're being attacked.
No, basic psychology, it doesn't matter what group it is.
through more
It's not that
information.
they're uniquely racist. It's that in groups in general, because you're human, I'm human, we all function this way. We all biologically feel like this, okay? So I do want to point out that a moral claim in and of itself, again, is not enough. You can't name a moral claim and then say every road to get to the end of that is righteous in and of itself. If it's
But
going
what
to
fixes it?
destroy the political
Circa?
conditions of the country, then it's self-defeating.
So, question, and like we already got to the whole Civil War, like what led up to a Civil War, like literally identity politics led up to a Civil War. I'm gonna say things weren't better then than they are now. But all the same, what fixes things like blockbusting?
Again, I'm not saying that moral claims and identity causes organization are something you should not do. I've already accepted that your moral arguments are good in my opening. I can accept all of that and still point out that the very American politics that we, you, and I all live in right now is in ruination because of things like identity politics, whether we like it or not. It's a factual claim. I can agree with everything you are saying right now and still realize that factually the deterioration of my country's politics is happening.
And I'm saying what helps to stave off the erosion of those politics?
It wouldn't be more identity politics.
I'm going to say it would be seeing what's actually going on, having a black neighbor and seeing, I don't
So
have a
in human
problem.
psychology,
Having a
if
trans
someone
friend.
is threatened, are you more likely to get to them if you continue to do what is threatening them, or if you stop doing what is inciting them, threatening, or like threatening them?
So what I'm hearing is segregation should have stayed the
That's a
same.
pretty simple question, right?
Because not really, because what
I
you're
mean,
asking
it
for when
is
it
because
tracks
we
on
have a
your
lot of
reality,
evidence for this. So like face entrenchment. If I am driving a car and I get in an accident, I'm more likely to double down and attack, even if it was my fault, because of the social pressure and things that I feel are threatening. Yes, correct?
I don't necessarily understand that example.
Okay, so again, this is the psychological aspect of when someone feels threatened, in group, out group, doesn't matter, individual, we are more likely to then reinforce. Well, it depends. It depends on each person, but that's the thing. A whole group can do this, which is where it can be a little bit difficult because they feel threatened by the very idea of what you're putting towards them. So is it more likely to
And
have
that's-
them feel less threatened if you continue, or if you don't continue, are they going to feel more threatened?
I'm going to say as long as the issue is never addressed, they're going to continue to feel threatened.
You can address the issues. I'm just, at the moment, identity politics has threatened a side of this country enough to the point at which they feel that it's a real threat, existential. They've been
Right,
activated.
and I believe back before civil rights, when there was segregation, that a certain group of people felt that black people being in their spaces was a threat to them.
Mhm.
And what ended that feeling of threat?
Millions of
or-
Americans dying.
Well,
Millions of Americans dying.
I'm saying,
Did they
what
or did they not die?
drastically brought down those numbers? They did die.
Okay, so we'll never know if there was a different path. I obviously don't agree with slavery. I want to
Well,
point
I'm
out
talking
that it
civil
could have
rights. I'm
ended
talking
differently.
about
And it also could have
So
been the case that we
what-
didn't need a civil war if it was a slower process. We'll never know. But I'm not really interested
I
in
think we're in
talking
a different
about whether or
place. Like,
not
we're-
I can.
wait, we're talking from a different place. I'm talking about civil rights. Like when black people couldn't go into a diner and eat, and white people having the idea like, oh, we're going to integrate and allow for people to be in these spaces.
Sure.
That is the threat. What calmed that feeling of threat?
Again, I don't need to compare that part of American history to what we're experiencing now, do I? Because right now, do you or do you not agree that American politics,
It's-
Trump in power, is ruining is being ruined. Is Trump not ruining American politics?
I'm saying that people. I don't disagree that Trump is a ruin.
Like, just because it was
American
115
politics.
degrees, like 30 years ago, doesn't mean you still can't have a heat stroke 30 years later when it's 110 degrees. Okay, this is not, I don't need to compare these two.
And I'm saying without the identity politics that allow people into these spaces.
I never
for you to
said
see that
eliminate
they aren't
identity
the threat
politics.
You were being told they were.
I never said eliminate identity politics. The prompt is focusing on identity
Right.
politics, which means it's a factual claim. You don't need to prescribe equality to it. So has it or has it not been, succumbed to ruination? And I think it's Trump's very existence in office right now is evidence of that fact. He uses identity politics to
So
activate
the
and mobilize
problem-
people, right? Yes?
Right. But I think the problem you're seeing here is the people with the levers on the ability to make change are the ones that are using the identity politics to get forward the things they want.
I'm not
That's the
trying to
problem.
prescribe
If we had
equality. I'm
different
only
groups-
asserting the factual claim that identity politics in particular is the cause for one of the primary causes for the ruination of American politics. The very
Can a
thing
good
that Trump
be
has
used
done
for
is
both?
activate people to feel that politics needs to be destroyed in the U.S. because of identity politics. And that's just a factual statement.
Can a good thing not be both used for good and bad?
No, a good thing can be used for good and bad. Yeah. You can.
So with that being the case, identity politics has been beneficial, although it can be used to harm society. I don't think it's working at a level that the good end of it is to help fix society.
So psychology of humans, again, is about threat. So there's social dominance orientation and there's right-wing authoritarianism. So in psychology, right-wing authoritarianism is when a group feels like they are threatened and they are more likely to be exclusive against the outside group. And this also gives a problem. It actually has some strengths. They do unify, in some sense, inside of that in-group themselves. That's technically a pro for people who are in the movement like that. But one of the cons, at least, outside of, being aggressive towards the outgroup, is internal people, because they've been elevated internally because of the reinforcing effect and the exclusionary barriers they put up. It's more easy for them to actually take over the movement if they're bad actors. Correct?
And so in this case,
that
would
is
it not
definitionally
be
right-wing
the problem-
authoritarianism. So that is a reaction to
but would that
social
not-
identity politics.
So when you get a situation like that, the rest of because all the identity politics are necessary. When you start having one particular identity squash out all the other identities and aren't allowed to advocate for themselves, that's when you have that issue. So that would be
No,
losing
that's not what that
more
issue
and
is.
focusing
That's
on
not what it
less
is. That's-
identity
Every
politics.
group can feel right-wing authoritarianism. Every group can feel this, or social dominance orientation. It's just about
So-
in-group cohesion whenever the group is under threat. That's all it is.
And in the case that you have other groups that feel threatened, they actually are threatened, they are losing rights.
Mhm.
And eventually, in the case that we're talking about, they ended up having to flee the country or die. And we brought them into our country. Was that not a good identity politic?
Again, the using identity politics is something that is good. When your moral claim is good, I agree with it. But again, Lethia, like I've already stated, a moral claim is not enough. That's why I used my analogy in the beginning about when you imagine a country with 2 million people who are in a humanitarian crisis and it's a nearby civil war that's displacing them. Giving shelter to them is a morally good thing, right, Lethia? But just
Yes, of
saying
course.
give them shelter, is that enough? Is that actually the morally responsible thing to do?
No, you should do more.
So what can we actually do?
Focus on the issues that are going on surrounding that particular thing.
Okay,
So
and
just to say,
if focusing
bring
on
them
those
in.
issues create a threat that is scaling at a pace that turns your country into an authoritarian nightmare, because the threat is, developing like that in-group cohesion I just talked about, right? Or some sort of social hierarchy develops inside of that in-group, which we see in the Conservative Party, to a point where they elect someone like Donald Trump, who then goes on to probably treat all of these people worse than what you're saying. Or, hopefully not, functionally turn us into an autocratic nightmare, a dictatorship, That would be a bad thing, right? All of the preceding moral good would be ruined by the fact that someone like Trump came to power, because there was costs to treating moral claims as if they're just good in and of themselves. The application of it is really important. Society only has a finite capacity, again, for political conflicts.
So just wondering, would not mobilizing our identity as Americans against this particular authoritarianism be the thing that stops this authoritarianism?
No, because half of the people are threatened by something else, and they get activated around something else, Lethe. That's why it's ruining American politics.
That number is dropping by the month.
I still see him in power.
He doesn't have the same level of support. Yes, he's still in power.
The people who really want him, who are threatened enough to keep him in power, are still there, and they're going to be loud. So, unless you're ready to kill someone,
it's because they want power. It's not even about. It's not even about those issues. It's literally about people that want power.
No,
that are willing to
everyone
manipulate
who's
people
following
to gain
Trump
that
is
power.
not about power. That's reductionist, and it's just not true. That's essentially like
I'm saying the
characterizing.
people that are keeping him in power. So it's not the people that wanted to vote for him that didn't vote to impeach him. It's the people that didn't vote to impeach him that are keeping him in power. He should have been out of power.
He's not.
Yes, I understand that. And
So
because
at
of
the
what I
moment,
just said.
in contemporary American politics, the ruination of it, one of the primary drivers is focusing on identity politics, because they became threatened enough by, Southern Hemisphere murderers and rapists, like Trump says, right? That's all him using identity politics, right? Like just directly.
I would say it's actually the people in office that want to utilize identity politics that forgot their identity as Americans and have given over this country to a reprobate mind.
Because they've now feel threatened and have coalesced around something else because of this psychological
Mitch
driver.
McConnell felt threatened.
I'm not really sure. I don't really think it's necessary to me point out single people. I mean, it's a movement, right? So do you feel like the man who shot the lawmakers in Minnesota was threatened in front of their kids?
Yes.
So that person is the one who's willing to do the stuff I'm talking about.
All right. So I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. 15 minutes is over. Great job, gentlemen. Appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and move on to our second set of champions for the night. This time, it is going to go the threes against each other. That means Lutch, the Indian Jesus, and Razor are going to be locked in the cage for 15 minutes.
I always like
Gentlemen, you can pick it up where they left off. You can take it in
fun.
your own direction. Handle this as you see fit. Clock's going. Jump after it.
Hey, Lutch, been a minute. How you been?
Lutch, you are muted, buddy.
Are you mute? I think you're muted.
Not bad. How about yourself?
How's I forgot your dog name. I apologize. It's been a minute. I just know him as the Overlord.
He's doing good. He's doing good. He's still getting older.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
So,
awesome.
I
If
mean-
I was on your thing, I would pay to defeat him, but I can't right now. Please continue. Sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that a lot of the conversation has been focused on like the typical type of right-wing identity politics arguments. But as Circus started to bring up, like it's not a left or right-wing thing. Whether or not you like Trump, he is absolutely employing identity politics in a way that is hurting the nation. As someone who proudly voted for him in 24, there's a lot of aspects of what he's done since then that are very, I mean, I call them woke, right? But very identitarian in that way. And so I want to,
what do you mean by that? What identity thing that has he been using specifically besides immigration? Because we've already covered that.
Well, positively towards Christianity and white people.
So
Are you
and
are you
so
in favor of white pride?
mm, if it's the same white pride that put my people in chains, no. But like if it's that one where it's like I'm part German or Irish or something like that, and I like that side of me, then cool, go do your thing, go get drunk
No,
on,
that would be
go get drunk and
ethnicity.
every fun thing.
Yeah, so that would be ethnicity. So I'm specifically talking about the
Part of
first
your
part.
identity, isn't it though?
Well, sure, it's part of your identity, but I don't.
Exactly.
The question becomes, why then is that necessary for the policy?
Yes, Ramon.
Are you talking? Wait, when you're saying like for Trump's policies?
For anyone's policies. Given the fact that we've already had the civil rights, the 19th
Which is
Amendment,
all
whether
about the identities, yeah.
yeah. So today, what is a benefit? What is the benefit of using identity politics at all?
Have you heard about redlining?
Yes.
So you know about like what that was about?
Yep.
You know, black people not being able to get loans in certain places because they were sectioned off due to their identity.
So
correct?
that's a yeah, but that's
Hold
happening
on.
today.
Yeah,
Is that happening today?
it will go on from there. Is it happening today? In some states, yes. There is actually a bank currently today being sued for discriminatory practices against black people and not giving them loans for certain areas,
It
for
sounds like
certain
the system is
houses.
working.
It is an
But it
act. It
sounds
is
like
an.
I'm making the affirmative for something more narrow than that. Criminals. Focusing on identity politics has ruined American politics. Or identity yeah. So this claim, I like this prompt because it's a little flexible. I can argue either side of this. Personally.
Engaging an identity what's the word, they were being
Politics.
interpersonal identities. They were interpersonal identities.
Right,
And
so-
the politics
so
side,
the-
the politics side of identity politics is putting in laws or
No, it's not.
different judgments to then focus on those identities and say, hey, it's bad to discriminate. So
It's
when
not-
you said
it's not
that
what
the system is
politics
working
is.
as it should, they're using identity politics in order to make sure that that black family gets that home loan they need so they can be under a roof.
That's not what it is.
So
Right,
I
but
would say identity politics is a good thing. Doesn't ruin anything. It
what
makes it
gave-
good
what
because
gave us the civil
racism gets
rights.
stopped.
So now that is the law. That's my point. Is that we got there. The time
Yeah, but
of
people are
using
still not.
identity
But there are
politics-
individual people who are using their politics as possibly racist white people against black people because they don't see us as people. They do not recognize our identities as being equal to their identity. Thus, they are using their politics to vote in
I'm not
people like
arguing
Trump
that
and his
there's
cabinet.
not identity involved.
Mhm.
What I'm saying is that the reason they're getting sued is based on the unfairness. We already
Yeah.
have those laws in place. So we
Yeah,
don't
we do.
need to
You wanna know what we
create
need to do? We need to
identitarian
strengthen them.
policy. I'm just gonna finish.
Yeah,
my
we need
sentence.
to strengthen them because some of the black people who had a rightful suit lose because our laws are able to protect the
So
bankers
are
over
you
the
claiming
people.
that are you claiming that anything that has to do anything that includes people who have an identity and are doing politics,
If prejudice,
that is identity politics?
if prejudices,
Well, that's I
and
just want to clarify that specific question. Are you saying that anybody who has an identity and is involved in politics, that's identity politics? Is that how you're defining it?
Correct.
no, I'm saying when
That's
people,
correct, though. That is
I'm
correct.
saying when people notice the identity of the people they are interacting
Oh my God,
with
identity
and
politics
use it to justify
this.
whatever
Okay.
action they take, that is identity politics. Such
How is that
as
not?
I
How
stated,
is that
It
not
is
ruining America? How
when
is that not
political
ruining American
orientation
politics?
is built
because when you
around
understand what
a social
intersectionality
identity.
is, you are noticing
Pre-existing
the history
Quite literally,
of
having
someone's
an
identity so that
that's a
you
part of
know
a group,
what
'cause
best
we're
actions
human.
to
It's
take to make their
kind
lives
of a
better and their
co-emergent thing.
families' lives better for the future, because then you're able
Any
to make
political
policies to cover
orientation
them
that
to
is
cover them
built around that
against any
identity
type of
is a
racial or
political identity.
misogynistic attacks.
So would that not be the case if it were people who were Indian?
With that, wait, are you say that again?
Just switch it
I
out
mean,
for black and Indian. If that was the same thing, we would have the same process, right?
Yeah, we notice
So
their identity,
right. So
and we
going back
make a
to my
law
question,
we make
all
laws
you're
or
all
add them
you're
to our
doing
current amendments to make them do like that.
all you're doing is talking about politics and saying, well, there's an identity there. That's identity politics. If everything is identity politics, then nothing is, or if all politics is identity politics,
As I
then
stated, we built the country. No, in other words, yeah, that's what I stated in my opener. We built the country on identity politics. The identity of certain people chose certain things, and then they won, and then the country moved forward and got better. The black people did the civil rights using their identity as black people, saying we deserve rights, got the civil rights that you're bringing up consistently.
right.
And
But
we
why? Can you
won
tell me
and
why
moved
I'm
the
bringing them
country
up? Because it doesn't seem like you understand why I'm bringing it up. Why do you think
You're
I
bringing
was
it up
bringing it up?
because you're saying that we solved racism or something like that, or we
Nope.
solved the identity issue.
Nope.
We solved
Nope.
the identity issue. I apologize for
Nope.
adding the racism part. We solved identity issue. What you're saying.
No, I'm establishing that, as I said, the direction of progress is moving towards not focusing on identities, and the intersectionality comes after that. Understanding that people are equal under the law is the first step. This is why I always talk about the ideals,
Yeah,
not the
and then you
actuality.
notice,
The
yeah.
ideals,
No,
the ideals of
I
race
do agree.
relations
Hold
in the
on, hold on.
90s were
I
at the
do
peak.
agree.
Because, can
I
just
do
finish my sentence,
agree
bro? Come on.
that. Go ahead. I apologize.
This is why I say that the ideal, not necessarily the practice, but the ideal of colorblindness was the best that American race relations ever were. That is a good ideal to start from, treating everyone equally, and then understanding, okay, black people have a different way of experiencing, women have a different way of experiencing, trans people, brown, whatever it is. And so I'm saying that we've established that part of the baseline. And so anything else that comes after that falls under that baseline. So the need for identity politics is now counterintuitive.
Colorblindness in policy led to things like the GI Bills, led to things like separate but equal, led to the 3/5 compromise and shit
Right.
like
So what did I
that.
say?
Oh, we're
What
now
did I say?
somewhat
What did I
equal.
say? What did I say? What did I say about the 90s?
I may have missed the last half of the first part. Yeah, I may have missed a little bit of
That's
it.
the
I
important part.
apologize.
So I said the ideal, not necessarily the practice or the experience, but the ideal that we should look at, hey, it's the 90s, man, I'm colorblind. I'm not saying that is the end point of racism or race relations. What I'm saying is we've moved back from that because of
Actually, I
identity
feel like
politics.
we've moved forward by adding more people under the umbrella. As I stated in my opener, it's like
Under what
walking
umbrella?
into a completely empty auditorium where you hear the echoes. You get a loud cacophony of voices. It looks like it's everything's going badly, but everything's actually getting better because more voices are being heard. It's loud for people who aren't paying attention. It's loud and annoying for people who aren't paying attention, who have their own view on
So you're
everything.
saying,
Oh
I
man,
don't
look
think
at all
it's
these
bad,
people here.
therefore you're wrong that you think it's bad.
No, I'm saying that there might be things that people are missing because they think that they shouldn't pay attention to every aspect of what's going on. They're focusing on certain aspects and saying I shouldn't care about this one thing. Identity politics is something that we use in our daily identity is something that we use in our daily lives, and identity politics is how we can make sure that people of certain color, creed, sex, gender are taken care of, and we have a more egalitarian type of society.
So the only way to get to that egalitarian type society is to primarily focus on identity?
It is actually legitimately, yes. We need to have
Based on what?
people
Based on what? How are you,
based
what
on
do you
based
think about
on being able to notice what their identity is, look into the past, look into understanding the past of those people based on what their identity is. So like with black
How
people,
does that
we
tell
were
me that we
promised.
could not get egalitarianism without identity politics?
Because if you look into the idea, I'm not saying I'm
What does
for
that
this
call me?
because it's kind of
One of the
impossible in our
good
current
slave
day and
owners.
age, but I'm just using an example. If we look into what the idea of reparation was, it was like supposed to be like 3 acres and an ass or something like that was the thing that black people were supposed to get as reparations for what was done to our people, but instead the money went to the white slave owners. That was based on the identities. That was based off
Right. So
identities.
but
Instead,
that's inherently how this is always going to work. That exactly what you're saying. That, oh, we want to have this specifically for black people, but the system is already such, so that's not going to happen. When you focus
no,
on individual,
you cut. Hold on, you did cut me off slightly with that because I said I'm only using this as an
Those
example.
glasses
I
he's got.
understand that we're not going to be able to get that
I just
get that
noticed
now.
those.
obviously.
Those are
But
awesome, right?
if we
So,
were
like-
to use identity politics, we're not going to get that land and everything now. But if we were to use the identity politics that we were talking about, we would look into the history of Black people, the systemic racism, the Jim Crow laws, the redlining that fucked us over. If we looked into all of that and then built policies that then helped to enfranchise Black people, both their schools,
Do you think there can be too much
their
of a good
living
thing?
situations.
Do you think there can be too
Do I
much
think
of a
that
good
can be too
thing?
much of a good thing? It depends on the thing, really. Can there be too much? Can there be too much cotton candy? If I eat it too much too quickly, maybe.
And
Sometimes.
so the argument you're making is that sometimes, and in history, we needed identity politics for X.
We still
I'm
need it
making the
because we're
argument.
still in a
I'm-
very racist country.
Okay, and what I'm saying is the identity politics is exacerbating that problem. We have gotten past
How
the
so?
point where we want the government to puppeteer how people think.
I haven't really.
We wanna get to the
Real
place
fast. I
where
haven't
everybody-
heard.
We want to get to the place where everybody sees that there are differences and respects those differences. But using the government to do
I
that is
have
only
yet to hear.
using
I have
the
yet to hear
government.
how it got
I'll tell
ruined
you.
so far, though.
I was about to tell you. So the
What?
you see the backlash of white people. Like that's why I brought up white pride in the beginning. I mean, a whole long thing
This is
about
Robin
white
Goodfellow,
pride
right?
is stupid. It's American culture or white
This is
culture.
the least
is American
fascist
culture.
country on the
And
planet.
that
right?
all
What
of
are you
that
talking about?
stuff, all of the
Ah!
the Tiki Torch March, Trump himself, all of that
It's
is
the
a
least
reaction
fascist country on
to
planet Earth.
you overusing what you're calling the good thing
buddy.
of identity politics.
Well,
Do you
I don't know what that
disagree that
means.
white people? Do you disagree that
there's
there are
a-
white
movement
people
is
on the
fascist,
right
I
who
just-
feel like, whether they are right or wrong, as I think
There's
Circa said,
a
as they're
key set-
activated.
there's
They've been
a-
activated
there's
to
a-
say we need to do something about this because of identity politics.
There is a very poignant point. I can't remember the exact person
Was-
who said
was
it
that
off
a
the top of
yes
my
or no, though?
head. There's a
Was that a
very.
yes or-
I'm getting there. There is a very key phrase. I forget the exact person who said it, but it was something along the lines of when you have been the oppressor, equality feels like oppression.
Okay, so do you
so
think there
this
are
react-
people
so
on the
this
right
reaction-
who feel like they are oppressed based on their white race?
I'm oppressed.
Due to the years of possible privileges that
I-
they've
I don't-
had.
I'm not asking you
and
what- I'm
now
just
we're
asking,
seeing
do
people
you
get the
think
exact
they're-
same.
Criminals. I don't know. It's not very organized right now.
Activated because of identity
You
politics.
know what I mean? It's kind of just like
That's just a
by
yes or no. If
focusing
you want to
on their-
elaborate, take you go for it. But I'm just asking for a specific yes or yes. Those people exist or no.
there
those
are
people
some.
don't.
There are
Okay,
some
so if
people,
those people
who are
exist,
yes.
Then that is exactly my point. My point. Our point
Mhm.
is that we are at a place where using identity as the primary is
It was
unraveling.
always
the
going to be
benefits-
done.
there you go.
What was always going to be done?
That's a weird thing to say.
Like what you're
Inevitable?
trying to say is that what
No,
you're
no,
trying
no.
to
What
say
was
right
gonna
now,
always
in
be
my
done?
opinion,
What was always
is
going to be
that
done?
identity was always going to be used, even if no Black person ever stepped up and said, "Hey,
That's
I deserve
fine,
rights too."
But
If
it's not
the
inevitable.
How do you know?
pie was
Millions of people
not
have to die
shared,
because
if
of
the
it.
pie
Do
was
you live in
shared,
that universe?
That's kind of the
Which
point.
universe did you
if the
visit
pie
to learn
if the
this?
pie starts getting shared of freedoms to where
You
no
can't
one
know that.
loses
That's a
rights 'cause someone
counterfactual.
gains
We have
it.
never lived in that world, so you don't know that. You're just saying shit. If black people,
If we
black
lived
people
in
are
a
not
wor-
here,
if
then it
we
would have been
lived
this.
in a
Black people
world,
are
there's a
here.
high-
You have no
if
idea
we
what you're
lived in
talking
a
about
world,
because that's
if
never
we
been a
lived in a
thing
world
in your
where
life
the-
or anyone else's.
It's
if we
happening.
lived in a world where the
This didn't
Black
happen,
people
then
were
it
never
would've been like
oppressed,
this.
if we lived in a world where Black people were never oppressed, then maybe we would already be done with ever talking about it.
Maybe. Okay. Maybe.
If you would have let me
maybe,
finish my
maybe,
full sentence, you would have
maybe
heard the
not.
maybe.
Maybe not.
No need to spurg about it.
The
Please
point
don't
is that
spurg.
you are
Please
making. You
just-
didn't say maybe. You made the claim, and now you're walking about. Well, maybe. After I called you out,
You didn't let me
you're
finish. You
making
cut me off when I
claims
started the sentence. You would have heard me go for the maybe because I know
because
that
you're
sometimes I'm bad
because
at
you're
wording
saying
things.
if black people,
I'm
they're this,
admittedly, I
you
am
don't know,
admittedly.
and so the point of bringing that up and framing it that way
Mommy?
is explicitly to poison the
Why
well,
are you
as I've just
fighting?
exposed that you did. Well, maybe.
No, no. Like I said, you cut me off before I could
Okay.
finish full
Yes. Maybe.
Jumping in.
No,
All
you
right.
spurred.
Thank you both. I appreciate y'all. So we've got one more of those on the menu. This, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be vigilante on the affirmative and the captain of the negative team, ANCOM. 15 minutes is now on y'all. Same as I told them, pick it up where they left off, take it someplace else. It's up to you, your time. Enjoy, gentlemen.
All right, I'm going to ask you my question that I've been asking this whole debate and still haven't gotten an answer. When has identity not been at the heart of American politics?
You could say that's always been at the heart, but the difference is whether or not it's been at the forefront.
Ooh.
Same thing.
Whoa, no, it's not. That was a great line.
Not really.
That was a
I
great
mean,
line.
They're like
Whoa.
with the example I gave with Razor, right? With what he said about the American Revolution. The American Revolution, identity politics, sure, was something that was part of it. In it by the end of it, right? But the
No,
actual
from the
heart
very
of the
beginning.
issue was
From the very
no,
beginning,
because
there were.
That was
Well,
a
the problem
fucking
is
great line.
what Razor gave was only the
Holy-
partial causes. The causes that we rarely ever talk about were things like the fact that the South joined the rebellion in the North because the UK was starting to make waves about abolishing slavery. That sentiment had not reached the US to quite that extent yet, or had not reached the American colonies, I should say. The other thing was that the crown had made multiple
Yeah, but-
treaties with various indigenous peoples on what was currently the western border of the colonies, which means they could not legally expand westward. By separating from the crown, those identities no longer apply. I'm sorry, those treaties no longer apply to them. Both of these were very much identity-based issues. Hell, you can even say that the taxation problem was an identity-based issue. The whole idea of a tiny island across the sea regulating the price of tea, that's very much about geographic identity. Where you live determines what laws apply to you and how they're enforced. If that's not identity, I don't know what is. So you can't say that identity didn't exist at the
No one
forefront of
has said this.
American politics since the beginning. The only difference is now it's louder because now we are able to recognize how heavily identity does interact with the political situation. For a long ass time, we either ignored it or put it to the side. That is the only difference here.
Yeah, and when we put it to the side in things like with the things like the Civil Rights Act, right? Where it was at
That
the
wasn't putting
side
it at the
until
side. That was putting it in the
Hold on.
forefront.
that was putting into the forefront after the person was already in office, right? The thing is, like when people actually run on these issues, it's the only time they actually succeed is if they're on the right, because the polarization is what makes it a actual feasible strategy, because people don't want to hear about how this group is being affected or that group's being affected. They want to hear about how we're going to fix their issues. So the only time that we actually see positive change in social politics is when it's a second or third order issue, when
Income's
it's put
collapsing
on the forefront
the
by things that happen,
ideas
like
of identity politics
the Civil Rights Act,
into
or
what
like
he
the
likes.
Civil Rights Movement, right?
Income's correct.
Or how
He is incorrect
George
in the way
Floyd
he just
situation,
explained
where
identity
that
politics.
caused a wave of
In fact, he just presented what he thinks
changes
and likes.
to policing policy across
That's
the
kind of what
country.
he did. He just
Those are
gave us his
second order
preference of
causes
what
that
identity politics is
created
to
positive
him.
change. But when we put those
But
those
That's
changes
kind of the
in
game and
the
the
forefront
whole
and
issue
let them
with
be
identity politics.
and put them as first order, the
If
people
we asked
lose. Look at
Ancom
the
right
Hillary
now,
Clinton
does
campaign. Look at
your
the Kamala
wait,
Harris
understanding
campaign.
or definition you
back
just gave
The civil
actually
civil
includes
rights
someone who
struggle
feels
was a
an
second
injury
order.
or some grievance
What?
from identity politics?
That was at
was
the
a
forefront
The
of
answer's no.
American politics for a decade before it
Did
got any
LB
action. It was on the news every fucking night
did
because that is how hard the civil rights movement was going to get shit changed. They had to keep that up for a decade as a
They
first
did,
order
correct.
cause to get positive
And yet we
change.
still did not have a fascist
did
movement come into place.
LBJ run on passing the Civil Rights Act?
I don't believe so, but I don't know for certain.
Yeah, that makes it a second order issue whenever it comes to somebody running for office because he didn't run on it.
Okay, but
What caused
hold
it
on,
to get
because
passed
LBJ
was the
was
Activision.
the president, but how many Congress people ran on civil
I
rights?
want
How
Vigi. I
many
want
people
Vigi to
were
ask him. Okay,
in the
to
news
say this
talking
specifically.
about it constantly? Just because one particular
Different forms
politician
of
didn't
identity
make it his
politics
campaign issue,
can
he was convinced
produce
to it
different
after the
political
fact.
results,
B,
right?
Congress, a
the
lot
civil
of the
rights
congressional
uniquely was a
representatives
very
of
long
the
and brutal
time
path.
were running on that. Were actively
We
advocating
did not
for
experience
that.
the ruination of our politics.
It
However,
didn't happen out of
Sure.
nowhere, and it
contemporary,
wasn't second
right
order.
now,
It took the
the type of
forefront
identity
American
politics we are
politics
experiencing
again
right now has
for
led
a
to
decade.
Trump
That
being
is
in the
and
position
that is
Yes,
an
at
identity
local
issue
at
taking
coming
over
local
my
through,
fucking
levels.
and
country.
out of it we
So
got positive change.
I don't
And
know how to tell him this,
you
but
and your
you
teammates
can't
have
just
listed
collapse
multiple
what you feel
things
is morally
that
right
came about as
about,
positive change
civil rights
as a
or
result of
something in history,
identity movements
and call it equivalent
making their
to whatever
issues
identity-based
prominent enough
mobilization
to get
or
action on
identity
them.
politics that's happening right now.
Yes, but the way that
That
they
would be
succeed that is through
inappropriate. It would be
local issues,
irresponsible.
not major politicians running on those issues. Yes, you can say that local politics and local politicians running for office, like like district level congressmen in office, can push
We
that
can care
change.
about
That
something.
is true. But when we talk about things like the fucking president running on those issues, we see that the only time that actually does anything, the only time that that president actually succeeds is when it's people
Ruined
like
the
Donald
Easter egg.
Trump, people like Ronald Reagan, people like Richard Nixon. Those are the type of people who actually can make it when running on a national level and not running on a local level where it's the interpersonal politics. The interpersonal politics is different from a national level from national level politics. You understand that, right?
But the thing about it is, congressional representatives and senators, though they are elected locally, they are empowered nationally. Their campaigns are national politics. Unless you're going to argue that the literal only office in the entire government, the only elected office in the entirety of our massive
I
national
get to
government
debate ANCOM actually,
is
so I
the
think
president.
I'm excited. Can't wait.
No, but which office actually has the most influence over what policies get passed?
I would argue Speaker of the House.
Can the Speaker of the House actually get anything passed if the president doesn't want it done?
Yes, it's called it's called bypassing a veto. If the
And
Speaker of the
how often
House
does that happen?
if the Speaker of the House manages to whip up sufficient support for a policy, even if the president dislikes it, guess what? It still goes through, because though
And
the
how
president
often
does
does that
have,
happen?
not often, but that wasn't the question. The question was who has the most power.
It's a follow-up question, right?
Okay,
Like, how often does that
but
happen?
still,
The reason that that doesn't happen very often is because the speaker doesn't actually have that much power. The president has more power. The funny thing is, actually, if you want to talk about that, right? With that specific thing, do you know what the last thing that actually passed with that was? Where we got a presidential override?
actually, it was fairly recent because he
It was
refused
very
to.
recently.
Yeah, but he refused to sign a particular bill, and after 10 days of him refusing to sign it, it automatically goes into law.
Yeah.
And
Do
it was a
you
bipartisan infrastructure bill. Or no, sorry, it was a bipartisan housing bill. That's what it was.
yeah, and that has nothing to do with identity, right? So it shows that we can actually get these things
The
done.
bill, it has so much shit to do with identity in there.
One of the main focuses of that bill had nothing to do with identity, and it was the idea of that one of the things that I'm pretty sure both of us fucking support, and limiting the ability for corporations to buy houses, which is a
Yes, that was
massive
one of the
fucking
big
economic
things.
issue.
But another thing was increasing the availability of low interest housing loans to marginalized people.
I honestly, I didn't even know that was in the bill because that's not actually talked
That
about
was in the
because
bill.
most people don't care about.
Yeah.
That's not the
Most
yeah, but
people
that's not the
heard
things
about the
that people don't
institutional
care about
investor
it.
thing because that's the big highlight thing. But if you actually look at the content of the bill, you see identity right in there because the side of the aisle that was working to include that thing gave the other side who didn't care or actively didn't want it in there concessions in other ways. But ultimately, it still got in there. It was still an identity based issue because they recognized that it is harder for Black, Hispanic, Latino, Asian people all to get home ownership than it is for white people. And that is inherently an identity thing. So,
So you
what
can, I
we're
mean,
saying here is that,
you can
sure,
definitely say that
there can
identity
be
was part of it. You can definitely say
what we're
that
saying
identity
here is,
was part
sure,
of it, right?
identity
But
politics can have bad outcomes. No one's denying that. But all of the biggest wins, things that we in the modern day, looking back in time, see as political wins, happened because of identity. You have abolition of slavery, enfranchisement of Black men, women, the various gains by workers' movements for the 5-day work week, the weekend, minimum wage, Social Security, all of these things, they came about because certain identities were like, we're getting fucked over. We want shit done about this, and we're not going to shut up about it until we get something done. Identity has been at the backbone, at the forefront, whatever metaphor you want to use, of American politics since the beginning. It is a tool. Any tool can be used for good or for bad, but saying that it ruined American politics despite all of the wins it has given us over the past 2 centuries is just ridiculous in my view.
yeah, I mean, when you expand it to the extent of identity politics, including literally fucking everything, sure, right? But the fact
I
is,
mean,
like
I could argue that
a lot,
politics is
yeah,
identity, but
yeah, I mean, that's kind of what you're doing to an extent.
yeah, and if
Um,
you
the fact
your
is, like,
you know,
you can
your side's been
point
using
to
Trump
certain,
as an example of how identity politics is bad because he uses it. Guess who
yeah.
else used identity politics a ton? Obama, Biden, Bush.
Obama
Hell,
really didn't touch on
Ob-
identity politics
Obama
outside
did
of
not
women's
touch
rights
on
and gay
identity
rights a
politics.
little bit for the most part. Like he
He's
actually
criticized heavily for it.
like when you compare it to like Kamala Harris, like he barely touched on it at fucking like
He
at
didn't
all.
want it to define his presidency.
the man was a Black president.
That
His
doesn't make him.
entire 8-year
That doesn't make him
administration
automatically focus on
was
identity politics.
constant identity politics.
No,
Are you
it-
joking
no,
me?
it
What
wasn't.
was the identity politics attacks towards him, but what was the shit that he actually ran on? Economic issues, things like the ACA.
Oh, you mean the thing that got more Black and Hispanic people health insurance than any previous attempt?
Yeah, you can include identity in economic policies just like they did with the housing bill. But the whole point of the economic policy in itself is improving the economic status of people in general, not just the minorities. Same with the fucking housing bill that we were talking about earlier. The whole point is to fix the system. Yes, you have to fix the system for the minority groups at the same time, but when you put the identity politics at the forefront, that doesn't happen. When you put the economic issue at the forefront, that does happen because people actually care about the fact that they're disenfranchised economically
Almost as if
because
almost as if
our
economic class
economy
is an
is
identity.
dying.
It's almost as if economic class is probably the most significant identity in our politics.
It's not one that's like ever talked about, but I
Oh, it's
wouldn't.
talked about all the time. It's just not talked about as identity because people don't want to say that it's an identity issue. They just want to say it's about affordability. But the thing is, everyone This is why we have the whole 99% versus 1% thing, because it's an identity that nearly everyone has. That is why it is the most concerned, like on every survey of what issues are most important to you, economics is up there, because most people, 50% of the population or more, are living paycheck to paycheck, have trouble affording basic needs, and want policies that are going to help them out, because that is among their identities. Identity is a widespread thing. The fact that we have been spending so much time focusing on gender and race and sexuality and all that shit obscures the fact that economics is probably one of the most core identities that anyone has, and we are constantly talking about it, except we're not saying the word identity. That's it.
All right, gentlemen. So time's out. Great job on all 3 rounds of the champion rounds. That was wonderful. I have pages and pages of notes. I hope the chat's out there listening intently, because you guys remember, after this round of closings, it's going to be your responsibility to decide who you think made the most compelling case tonight. So, also, as I said earlier, if you want to put a question in, if there's something you want to ask, something you think didn't get addressed, or that you think needs a little bit more explanation, feel free, throw a couple bucks in the tip jar. You can also do it with the bits, and tell us who the question is for, as well as what the question is. So that said, we're going to go back through the same order that everybody opened in for your 5-minute uninterrupted closings. This is your opportunity to give us your final thoughts, final arguments, put a cherry on top. We're going to you first, Vigi. 5 minutes.
Wait,
going
isn't
on the
everyone
clock for
supposed to
you.
argue with everyone, or no?
No,
Oh, never mind.
no, sir.
Well,
That happens
technically
after
everyone
hours.
has.
Yeah,
Technically
everybody
everyone
has.
has, because
Everybody is engaged
all of
now.
us
Oh
gave
yeah,
an
we had a
opening,
cross-ex. We had a cross-ex.
got
That's right.
uh,
All right.
sorry. All of us gave
All
an opening,
caught up.
got crossed by one, crossed another, and then debated the third. So we've all interacted.
All right. So back to it. Vigilante. 5 minutes is on the clock. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, sir. Give us your closing thoughts.
Yeah, so let's be clear where this road ends. Nobody on the neg has explained is the mechanism. How do you mobilize people with identity without telling them another group is coming for them? That is a question that got asked, and it never got answered, because there is no answer. The enemy is the design, and we know where that design leads. Social threat activates authoritarian psychology, deference to strong men, aggression towards anyone who breaks from the social group, intolerance of outsiders. That's not an opinion. It's data. And the order is what matters. The authoritarian reflex comes first, and the nationalism follows. Identity threat politics doesn't respond to a fearful, angry country. It manufactures one. Then homogenous political worlds make that identity central to who people are. And the more central it becomes, the more they'll support violence to defend it. That led to storming the Capitol. Follow the line. Threat to authoritarianism, to nationalism, to violence. That's not a slippery slope. It's a measured sequence. And we're already somewhere along it. A politics that needs an enemy to function will always, and eventually stop finding them at the ballot box and start finding them in the streets. And here's the cruelest part. It doesn't even deliver for the people it enlists. Look at what actually passes once the identity coalition wins. Not help for the struggling towns that delivered the votes. Tax cuts for the tops. Cuts to the programs that the same voters rely on. The campaign was about immigrants coming for our country. The governing was about money moving upward. The base gets the grievance, and someone else gets the check. So what's the alternative? Our opponent says there isn't one. This is how American politics works. It isn't. We don't have to guess, because we've run the experiment. When the country is organized around sharing material interests instead of a group threat, It builds the most durable achievements in modern history. Social Security, Medicare. These weren't won by telling one group or that another is coming for them. They were won by a broad coalition around a common need. And they are, to this day, politically untouchable. Nobody's campaign succeeds on repealing Medicare because it would be political suicide. Compare that to what identity delivers. Rights won by narrow mobilization or handed down over majority objection that stay frail. Roe stood for 49 years and now it's gone
Could not
because
handle
it
my
never
facial hair.
had to win the argument in the country. The Civil Rights Act is 60 years old and nobody seriously tries to appeal it because it passed through a coalition that was broad enough to hold. That is the difference. The change built on convincing people wins. Change built on defeating them stays under siege and breeds backlash that feeds the next authoritarian's run. The alternative isn't silence about injustice. It's the opposite. It's about routing real grievance, and there is real grievance. Decades of stagnation, disappearing upward mobility through the one framework that can actually solve it. What people share, not what divides them. Every hour we spend fighting over identity is an hour that stagnation goes unaddressed. Unaddressed grievances is exactly what the next demagogue is prepared to harvest. So this is the choice. One path has a destination and research that shows it. Authoritarianism, nationalism, political violence. And the other path has a track record. The most secure gains the country has ever made. The demands were always right. The delivery is what fails. It's the delivery that's pulling us towards something darker than a lost election. I see the rest of my time.
Right. So, next up is going to be you, Lethe. 5 minutes is on the clock now for you, sir. Uninterrupted closing. Start it up when you're ready.
Unmute. All right. The idea that the use of identity politics to mobilize bad actors due to the fear of their identity
Vigi.
politics being used to right the ship is handing the use of the weapon to the aggressor. I acknowledge that the medicine can be the poison and the cure, but it is impossible to separate identity from politics. The only vaccine to the poison pill is exposure to the perceived harm. We don't end bigotry by allowing the fearful to perpetuate the narrative. We end it by being willing to face our fellow Americans and see the realities of the world that we live in. We can accept the rhetoric as it stands, or we can be the change that we want to see in the world. It's very unfortunate that we want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and claim that this is the thing that's actually causing the division and not the individuals that are actually trying to cause the division. And for the most part, they're trying to cause that division for the sake of their own power, for the sake of their own benefit. And for each of the Americans that falls victim to this, I feel bad. This is horrible. The only way we can get past this is to educate ourselves and be willing to meet our fellow Americans where they are, rather than think that they are an aggressing force coming from over a wall, because that isn't the reality of this. We are a cohesive country, and the more we perceive the lack of cohesion, the less cohesion we will actually have. Looking through the periscope of an unknown world, of something that we don't understand, is very easy to bring fear. And I'm going to say that's a part of what we are as a species. Like, the perceived dangers may have been the thing that helped you survive another day. But now we live in an information-based society. And unfortunately, it's a two-edged sword. That very information we have access to is causing people to think that there's a much larger issue at hand. The voices that didn't have any means to actually be heard before are the same number they were before. They're just finally being heard. That isn't a larger problem. The same, like, when we talk about autism, like, oh, well, we didn't have this much autism before. It must be the Tylenol. It must be this. It must be that. It was just a lack of ability to diagnose an issue. So our ability to diagnose and see issues for what they are is the only way to get through this particular problem. And until we're willing to do that as a society, as a people, as groups, we're going to continue to face this problem. And I don't think we should throw out the identity politics that allow us to diagnose what problems are actually ailing America. The same as you play a game of Operation and you run through each different part and see what buzzes, see what doesn't buzz, and find where the ailments are. That's what we actually have to do rather than ignoring it and acting like everything was fine 10 years ago, 20 years ago. This whole thing is eroding out from under us, and we're not willing to look under the hood and actually see what the problem is. We have to identify the problem. We need to find the identity of the problem. And sometimes it'll scream out to us. Sometimes you'll have a belt that's screeching. Sometimes you'll have some part of the car that's actually screaming. Maybe you might want to address it rather than say, oh, well, it's everything else that's the issue. It's definitely not this particular thing that's screeching out here. With that, I'm going to go ahead and end my time. And thanks for having this, Horseradish. I think it's been a good chat.
All right. My pleasure, sir. I am honored as always by all of y'all. All right. So next up is going to be you, Lutch, the Indian Jesus. 5 minutes is going on the clock for you, sir. I'll start up whenever you're ready. Uninterrupted closing. Give us your last thoughts.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody, Horseradish, and everybody for taking this debate. As usual, I don't write a closing. I usually like to just go through my opening and see what things were addressed. But before I even do that, Lethe just kind of gave away the whole game. He just said everything is identity politics. Not in those words, but he said any politics that has to do with people who have an identity is identity politics. And so maybe if you want to take that, then yeah, okay, all politics is identity politics. But the prompt that we're discussing is not identity politics specifically. It's focusing on identity issues. And so there, maybe if you want to say that everything in politics is identity politics, but not everything in politics is focusing on identity issues. And the more that we do that, after a certain point, the more we do that, the worse it gets. Yeah, I think we argued that identity politics or focusing on identity issues divides America, and talking about how that was inevitable. It's built on America's built on the principle that the government should not care who you are, should care how you're treated. Yeah, equality before the law is such a radical idea because it's never been that way, and that's why we are the greatest country. The inherent notion that we need to focus on those issues is a different statement than saying there are issues that specifically have to deal with women or Black people or whatever group you want to say. And I think what the other team is trying to do is say that because there are things that are bad in society, we need to address them. And the only way to address them is politics, and all politics is identity politics. And that just doesn't pass the sniff test. Otherwise, this is a useless conversation because how would we not focus on politics to do politics? I think the identity issues being pushed to the forefront, like I said earlier, there was a time when that was more, when that was relevant, and now we are at a place where it's becoming contradictory, or maybe not contradictory, but counterintuitive. That's why I brought up the white pride thing, talking about how there is a big group, whatever you want to call it, a big group of people who are looking at the stuff like DEI and reparations and whatever issues from the last 20 years, basing it on identities that aren't theirs, and that brings up a new tribe. And all this is doing is just creating more tribes and creating more contradiction between those tribes. We should be trying to become one tribe of as Lethe again. Where is it? Yeah, you brought the alloy, right? The alloy isn't just a pile of different pieces of metal. It's a single cohesive thing. And so the steel versus the platinum or whatever in the steel bar is not more important than the other. If the bar breaks, then it's a universal principle that the bar was not working. And so similarly with American politics, if we are talking about what is and is not working, of course, identities are going to come up and are going to be relevant. Nobody is saying that we should not think about identity when it comes to politics. We're just saying that focusing on the identity issues and putting those to the forefront, even if there was a time when that was appropriate and successful, we are beyond that point, and it's being used in such a way to hyper focus on identity. And that, like I said, is causing the division, which is, and because it's so closely tied, it's your identity, then it's very difficult for people to change their minds and, come to that universal ground that we all want to be on, where we're all on the same page. Let's see if 30 seconds left. Let's see what else I got here. Identity politics reverses the logic of civil rights. Success no longer comes from solving shared problems. It comes from persuading people that your group is uniquely overlooked or threatened or entitled to something. And
Teeth.
again, that doesn't mean that racism doesn't exist, but identity politics and hyper focusing on these issues does not help. Thank you, and shout out to my team.
All right. Cheers. So we're now going to go over to you, Ancom. That's the wrong one. There we go. Ancom. 5 minutes is now on the clock for you, sir. Uninterrupted closing. I'll start it up when you're ready.
So, in this discussion, I've been thinking about the fact that the affirmative and the negative are both talking about identity politics in different ways. The affirmative concedes that it has had positive impacts. The negative concedes that it has had negative impacts. This is a classic dilemma of what the Greeks referred to as pharmakon, where we get the modern word pharmacy. For them, it meant remedy, poison, drug, dye, charm, all kind of in one together. It's the idea that a weapon in the hands of the enemy and the hero in the others is a disaster. It's the point that it is a tool, and how you use that tool determines what it becomes. And so when we're talking about identity, we're talking about the fact that we have divisions inherently, innately among us. We are all different people. We all have aspects of ourselves that we relate to others with. Identity is built into the very fabric of our society from a very deep evolutionary level. Politics is the practice of negotiating power and decision making among a large and diverse group of people. Some level of that requires counting. That's why basically every country in the world does a census. That's why basically all democracies do elections of some sort. It's all a form of counting. So if politics is counting, and counting requires drawing boundaries and distinctions, those boundaries, those distinctions are inherently identity. So you cannot say that identity issues have ruined American politics, because that is what they are based on. You can say that certain ways that identity issues have been utilized have been harmful to American politics, but we can see that as far back as we go as well. You had political campaigns in the early 1800s of one side demonizing another because of something they believed or something they were. All of that is identity. You had political movements that fought for a group of people against another group of people because of oppression. The oppression was identitarian, an identity issue, and so was the defense. We're never going to be able to get rid of these issues, and the differences that create them are always going to be present until and unless we all just become completely homogenous, clones of one another, all with the same mind, a complete unity. But that can never exist. That's impossible. Any suggestion to the contrary is the beginning of fascist tendencies. So what we want to do is we want to appreciate that identity exists and where that identity is creating problems, where groups of people are targeting other groups of people as a contaminant, a disease, something that needs to be purified, then we must respond with the same identities to defend them, because all identities have a right to exist. Perhaps those that seek to target others for extermination shouldn't exist, or at least should be fought against to prevent them from doing that. But inherently, we all have identities. We all have things that we care about and don't affect others. Ultimately, that's what identity is, something that makes you unique in some way, or not even unique, something that separates you from another. All I'm trying to point out here is that American politics generally is is a practice of identities interacting with one another. Identity issues will always be there. You cannot ruin what is foundational to the system. I'm sorry.
Yes, you can.
What is foundational to the system cannot ruin the system. It is
Yes,
part
it
of
can.
inherently,
You can
implicitly.
ruin it and make a new
inextricably.
system. What are we talking about?
That's my time.
Wait, what?
All right. Now we're going to kick this over to you, Circa. One more time, 5 minutes on the clock. I'll start it up with your voice.
Okay. So I feel like I need to help Ancom here explore a little bit about the idea, or at least what identity politics kind of means. He is correct that, you know, inherently we have divisions in identity, and I'm a little less understanding of what forms of counting means, but his very last comment to me doesn't really make sense. Identity politics are perfectly capable of accidentally or purposely destroying the system if they're foundational. You can just make a new system afterwards. And I think he's collapsing a bunch of different things about what identity politics actually means into his preferred view of what it is. It is a moral one. There is different forms, though, okay? So we have different moral objects. We have identitarian grievance, we have identitarian political practices, and then we have identitarian aims and outcomes. They can seem like they overlap. And a person may experience inequality, expression through an identity category, like Ancom is naming. And naming that category may be necessary to understand the injustice. That's perfectly fine. This grievance and its moral claim are strong. But the legitimacy of the grievance, okay? And I mean something like slavery, like we've talked about a little bit earlier, does not automatically legitimize every form of political mobilization in order to achieve overcoming that grievance. Now, what do I mean by that? It's sort of getting lost in service to the ideal. Because what you want in your head and what you want in an ideal doesn't always reflect what happens in reality, especially when you think you've thought it through. So the legitimacy of mobilization does not automatically legitimize an outcome. It doesn't ratify it. It doesn't institutionally guarantee it. It doesn't permanently reinforce it as a political category just because you know it's probably the right thing to do. So he did defend grievance. He did not defend the political outcome or the identitarian outcome or the practice to get there. And it's also just, I think, factually untrue. Obviously, the historical answer that identity has existed in American politics is something that is kind of obvious and makes sense. It's clearly true. But I think that kind of doesn't, he kind of means he doesn't really understand what identity politics is in the contemporary form, okay? Just having historical existence doesn't establish like a constant, prominence or what we call constant salience or a constant political effect. The question is what happened when identity became more central to the self-concept. So what I mean by this is did it become more available as a basis for political action and more deeply embedded in the social structures of ordinary life. This is a mechanism in which political homogeneity that he described strengthens through identity prominence, meaning that identity becomes more important to the person themselves. These are all very complex interactions happening, and prominence here would strengthen something called identity salience, okay? And that means that the identity itself is primed and ready to enact or act. That's what the identity salience means. So once an identity becomes salient, people are more likely to adopt congruent attitudes within their own identity. Sometimes that can mean voting, sometimes that can mean political involvement, and sometimes that can mean political violence, overthrowing your government, starting a civil war. It can be something even greater than just political violence. It could be complete destruction, which we're kind of experiencing right now, capture. So this effect is not universal, though. It's not enormous. It's not always enormous. It doesn't make like every partisan action violent. And call it reaction, call it populism. It's fine with me. People like Trump, they begin as a reaction, and a reaction can become an independent driver in and of itself. He focuses on identity politics, and that's a factual statement as well. So I want to say, once again, that the end may be just, and the road still belongs to us, and so does the burden that's carried from going along this way. So that can mean something great, what we achieve, like overcoming slavery and racial bias, but it could also be a burden of cost, a very heavy crown, if we decide that we just want to ignore what Ancom said is inherent in all of us, division, identity, and group. That would be a mistake.
All right. So sometimes 5 minutes is still not quite enough. Razor, you are up for our. I'm sure you did. 5 minutes is now going on the clock for you, Razor. Your last one to go. Uninterrupted closing. I'll start the clock with your voice.
I literally, when I stopped, you guys, I still had like half a page left, and I was like, "Fuck." I'm like, I got long. I'm just gonna skip. Skip right now.
So the thing that the AF has been doing, as my wonderful teammate Ancom pointed out, is they are using a word
because I injected too much of what Ancom's
in a
argument
separate
was.
way than we are in a separate way than we are with that Pharmacom example. I apologize, I'm not able to word it correctly. I have to say that when it comes to identity politics, as I stated in my opener and my talk with Lutch, that it's always been a thing that we have focused on. It has always been a thing that politics has constantly pointed out, has constantly used, has constantly done to further any sort of agenda or just push for equality. Currently, as I agree with Syria, we have some issues where they are using identity politics to make things worse for some people. It's not to say that it's ruined American politics. It's just politics as usual. Where there are ebbs and flows through time. There is politics being and identity being used on a constant basis to point out where people should go. The reaction that you're talking about, the reaction that has been happening is, as I stated in my talk with Lutch, is oppressors feeling that they are being oppressed simply because now people of other identities are having equality. There are people who are able to actually have a voice at the table now. They are able to speak their mind and talk about their identities and how their identity has affected their lives, how the country that they live in is affecting them because of their identity. The identity of Black people has caused them to, over years of Jim Crow, redlining, slavery, and everything, has left us where we are now in the ghettos. We are now underfunded in our schools. We are now completely thrown to the side by a lot of our politicians because our identity is not seen as worthwhile because we are a minority community.
Just really quick for anyone who's curious, okay? So I used a few words there, like identitarian political practice. This is when people mobilize politically through an identity, okay? Identitarian aim is when it becomes codified, or when it actually has some institutional representation or political rights, or that's essentially what identitarian outcome means. And then identitarian grievance is when a person experiences what ANCOM is describing: oppression, exploitation, injustice. But how about misrecognition? My problem I've noticed with ANCOM's argument is that ANCOM is not. If I asked ANCOM right now, does your definition in identity politics, does it include someone who feels like their way of life is threatened, someone who's in a fascist movement, someone who's supporting Trump? Does your definition include them? He might say, well, yeah, because I say we all fundamentally have them, but ANCOM is not actually representing them in his definition. Misrecognition is an identitarian grievance. If you accidentally or unknowingly feel like you are existentially threatened, even though it's based on something wrong, that is still factually an identitarian grievance. And he doesn't really seem interested in understanding, I think, at a psychological level, what identity politics is. There's a lot of work on this. He probably is interested in it, but he is arguing from his income's very intelligent, and he's really good at forming thoughts that are honestly really close to what the thoughts are in reality, or at least in academic work, no matter what. So I think I'm being a little bit disingenuous when I say he doesn't want to know. I'm sure he does. But the claim that identity is foundational and therefore cannot destroy systems is paradoxical. Because identity is foundational, and because division and everything that comes along with it is inside of it, religious identity, white identity, partisan identity, Trump and MAGA identity, it is insane to say something like that because we inherently possess identities, we're unable to activate and organize and destroy political institutions. That is fundamentally incorrect.
Case tonight. I'm going to put 15 minutes on the clock to give you guys time to do that vote. And while that's happening, I'm actually going to go around the room. I collected at least one question for each of you guys. However, chat, if you guys have any questions, last chance to get them in here. You'll see a little banner if you scroll up. I had it pinned for a little while, but click the little link, throw a couple bucks in the tip jar. I will ask them your question next, but I'm going to go through my list first. And I'm actually going to go back through you guys in the same order that you just went for your openings, if that is okay. Lutz, you did see the link, correct, in the chat? So you got, all right, fantastic. All right, so forgive my questions. Maybe I missed something, or maybe I'm going in a different direction here, but Vigi, you're up first. So you said something in your closing about the benefits of sharing material interests, and that was better than trying to concern ourselves with, or that was a better policy motivator, I think. I don't remember exactly how you worded it, than identity politics. Did I understand you to say that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic.
Material issues are better motivators, yes.
Would you say that the Soviet politics, which were
I actually
centered
disagree
directly
with
on
this.
sharing material interests, would you say
Material
that those did
motivators,
better or fared better in the long term than American
we're
politics?
arguing right now that identity politics have ruined the American political system. That
I
is
wouldn't say
a
it
motivation in and of
necessarily
itself.
fared better,
Vigi?
but that's not really because
Wait.
of. I mean, that's because of a number of factors. It's the nationalist identity. It's the economic attacks that they received constantly. There's a number of different factors that led to the fall of the Soviet Union.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Lethe, you're up next, sir. Uh,
Oh my god, bro. That was
so
bad.
you made a comment in your closing that you support the idea of us continuing to seek solutions and look under the hood to figure out where the problems are, right?
Absolutely.
All right. If in that investigation we were to find some way to discover definitively that identity politics were indeed degrading the integration and or cohesiveness of American politics, would you then support stepping away from identity politics or identity centered politics?
If it were definitively true and would not lead to us completely ignoring entire segments of society to just rot and fall off, then yeah, I would say so.
Good stuff. You guys are answering these questions way too quickly. I was hoping for a little bit more meat on the bone, but I guess I'm giving you guys easy ones.
It
All
is kind of a
Lutch.
softball.
Yeah. Lutch. So you said something about how. Actually, I got two questions for you. The first one, you used the term DEI a couple of times. Can you please define what DEI is to you? What that means?
I mean, so DEI is a version of identity politics where you try to take into account the previous injustices and try to fix those through policy.
Okay. And then the other half of that question for you, you mentioned that asylum seekers undermine the integrity of America, I think, or something of that nature. Is that correct?
No. So there's nothing wrong with seeking asylum. What I was saying is that the landscape that was existing in when we were telling everybody, oh, if you're an asylee, come on over. I think that was abused in such a way that a lot of people who wouldn't otherwise make
Identity prominence,
an
by the way,
asylum claim,
is
then
how
they
important
came
an
here
identity
and they used the magic word and
within
they got in. And
is
if they
within
ever
the
show up
person's
to
broader self-concept. So
court, then I mean, good for them. But why would you? I
projecting
sure
or
would.
presenting
And so it's
yourself
not
as
about
like a strong
being
Christian in the MAGA
an
movement
asylee. It's
is
not
a
about coming to us
identity
for
prominence
legitimate
thing. It is a costly
asylum.
signaling and
It's the
a
fact
identity
that
signaling performance.
the focus on
To be
that
clear.
led to an abuse that undermined whatever I said before, undermined the integrity of our nation.
Fair enough. Now I believe you were up next, Ancom. Do you believe that policy would be better if it transcends identity? And what I mean by that is, wouldn't it be better if policies were for the benefit of all as opposed to the benefit of specific people or groups? You're muted, my friend.
Let me ask your question back to you in a slightly different
Sure.
way. If
Got him.
I have 10 people, some of which are standing on boxes, some are one box, some are two box, some are 10 boxes, right? And then I put an extra box under all of them. How does that help things?
Well, so it wouldn't necessarily, but I would say that if you have the end goal in mind, regardless of identity, then it would benefit. In other words, if you instead of making to use your own analogy, and I'm not trying to debate the debater here, but since you did turn the question
That's
back
fine.
on me, yep, I'm going to kind of clarify what my question means.
Yeah.
Would it not be better to say that everybody gets 10 boxes to stand on instead of just looking at the person who has two boxes and saying, oh, what a travesty. This person only has two boxes when this person over here has 8 boxes. Would it not be better to transcend specific identity and instead policy based on the group goal or the group end game?
Sure, but if you have enough boxes in reserve to give everyone 10 boxes, such that the difference between boxes now becomes substantially lower, then the fact that you had such a disparity in the first place seems to be a problem. So you cannot solve a problem that was created because of identity without taking identity into account within the solution. I would say yes,
Okay,
it is
so
it is a
again,
good goal
ANCOM is
to
not
have
understanding
policies that benefit everyone or
what
benefit
identity
as many
politics is.
people as possible.
He's
But
essentially making this
starting a
argument meaningless.
race from 10 minutes
Okay.
behind still
Um,
means you're going to lose the race.
there's variable
I'd rather
activation
find
inside of identity
ways
politics.
to
There is
try and
prominence
get everyone
and
as
identitarian
close
or identity
to
salience.
on par
What ANCOM is saying right
as
now
is
is just,
practicable.
unfortunately,
I don't necessarily want
factually
to see
incorrect.
equal outcomes, but I definitely want to see equal opportunity in a way
And
that a lot of people
he's just
say,
presenting his
but
own
very
normative
seldom does it
preference
actually
right
get
now
put into practice.
and substituting it for the actual
Fair
legitimate definition of what it is.
And hopefully you guys are seeing that
I
I'm
was
trying to
trying to
ask.
give you a longer response.
Yep,
'cause
no,
it-
beautiful, and I appreciate that. And I was going to say that I hope that everybody sees that I'm trying my best to ask some sort of a challenging question in both directions here. I am not trying to show bias either direction. With that said, Circa, you were talking about identity salience being used to motivate the populace for all of these negative outcomes. Can you do me a favor and name some instances in American history specifically where that identity salience was used to cause
Civil
a
rights movement.
positive outcome?
Civil rights movement.
Okay. Can you think of any others?
Yeah. Any overcoming of some disparity, women's rights, women's votes, ending of segregation, disability, identity protection, right? Identity salience means this. It means you are ready to act upon your identity. And this is going to be further downstream from something called identity prominence, which is how important you feel that your identity is within the broader self concept. So identity salience is really just a variance about how willing you are to act on behalf of it.
Okay, and to that end, my question to you, because it sounded to me like you were saying, based on the prompt, focusing on identity issues ruined American politics, it seemed like you were implying that identity salience, the coming together of certain identity groups, or the focusing of those identity groups,
No, it's
what
a
ruined American
individual
politics.
thing. Identity salience is an individual thing. It is, again, how willing someone is to act or perform on behalf of that identity. And that doesn't mean qualitatively. It doesn't mean good or bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the prompt implies that a person's motivation based on their identity is a bad thing.
Actually, no.
Because
No,
we
it
would
doesn't.
all agree that ruined American politics is a negative outcome.
Well, so the identity politics, though, I'm not putting a qualitative thing on, though, right? So I'm not actually putting a qualitative good or bad identity politics is good or bad. The ruining of our country and the political system, the institutions themselves, are what I'm describing as declining. So I'm not actually giving a good or bad. I'm simply pointing out that there is a focus on identity politics that has led to a psychological reaction and a right-wing authoritarianism and social dominance orientation that is manifested through things like identity prominence and identity salience, and then has continued now to, if the goal here, right, like let's just say, take the good here, right? We have immigration, or immigrants need to be treated better, or maybe, people who are fleeing countries of horror deserve to have us help them because we can, right? But here's another problem with that. I mean, right now, Trump is in power. And, I mean, Trump's actions have led to, 133% increase of immigrants in ICE facilities dying, as well as, I'm assuming, millions of Americans feeling like they can't even step outside right now. Are we still doing something good? I mean, we're talking about a retrospective thing here, And at the moment, we might lose it all. I'm still in the camp that Trump is going to still capture the country. And is it really a good thing to, if you are trying to achieve an end of, a moral claim that's good, if it all fails and becomes much worse? That's the problem I'm kind of, or at least what I'm not really hearing from the other side.
Okay. And last question from me, Razor. And this is actually based on something someone else said, but you did sort of touch on it as well. So that's why I'm asking you. We were talking about alloys. We were talking about the benefit of mixing two metals together and how those being properly mixed is going to be critical to the stability and structure of that alloy. So, my question to you is, how do we integrate American society for the strength of unity that we need without giving away our individualities? I'll ask that question
It's
again. How can we integrate our society to make it stronger without giving up individualities?
it's going to be a case where I acknowledge the identity of each person. You are not saying that, oh, you're not this anymore. Now you're the American. It's you are you and American. You are gay and American. You are trans and American. You are black and American. It is not to toss away their individuality. It is to say you're an individual and you are part of this goddamn country.
Not
So,
all of identity politics
so
is the
yes, it
same.
is
I really just keep hearing the same
best
thing
to,
here.
in order to ingratiate them and
Almost
build
kind
a
of
better,
frustrating.
stronger coalition
Um,
in this country,
There is a taxonomy
while
of
keeping them
political
keeping their
identity.
individuality, is you
You have
acknowledge their
familial identity, you have
individuality while
partisan, you have
letting them
class,
under
sex,
your
racial, national,
umbrella as an
religious,
American.
occupational. You have a social identity and you have a political identity.
Well, so
You have a
this
role
this
identity,
is
and then you have
absolutely
a social identity
not an
within that.
endorsement for either
Okay,
team, but I'm going to
and
say
this
that
is
the
in a lot
"And
of
America"
literature.
movement or "And American"
You have
movement, I
again
think
the
is a
identitarian
great
political
motto,
practice.
and I'm definitely
So
down to get that on a T-shirt. Just
If I
blank
eventually
and
run for
American.
if I eventually run for any form of office, I'm using that.
Yep,
I'm going to be using
absolutely.
that.
That is a great slogan. And American. All right. So, everybody, you've just got a couple of moments, actually, literally less than a minute left to click on that link in the chat. You should see it everywhere. If you have not clicked on it once,
Please do. We have
please
very
just
few
click
votes
on it
still. We
again.
need more.
Yeah, there should be at least like 20 or 30 of you guys. So get on it, please. Because you guys are the only ones deciding. There are no judges except for you. So,
Yeah, and Moon
yeah,
has it right. I am a cat boy and American. Fuck
that's it.
yeah.
Yep.
Let's
Again,
go.
it goes well with everything. I think that should be a commercial. And yeah, let's push for the
I'll
unity
send
of
my
America.
notes to the DSA.
All right, so looks like we are down to the wire. So everybody, if you haven't already gotten that vote in, it is too late. Oh shit, I didn't even have the website open. So you got a couple more seconds. Sorry, I was completely unprepared tonight. All right. Yeah, I would have liked to have seen a little bit more votes, but 3, 2, 1, and why does it keep coming out to be fucking ties for the 3v3s? All right, so it's not technically a tie. The -1 by 1 vote, by the slimmest of margins, by 2%. The negative takes it home, but
I wasn't looking.
It's effectively fucking 50-50. So 52% to 47% in favor of the negative. So I give you guys the win, but it is a honorary win at the end of the day. And I'm curious to hear from the chatters why it was that they voted that way. Was it because of where they started out or because of where they ended up? I would really, really, really like to know. But regardless, thank you all, gentlemen. What do we'll get into some other questions after this, but but I'm going to go through our little closing because this is going to be the end for the edited
Xbox.
version. For everybody who's watching this on a VOD, tune in on a regular Friday or Saturday night. If you're here
Pay
live,
attention
you get
next
to
time.
see the after party where sometimes we bring in guests. Sometimes we just go through the prompts one by one when we're doing a multi debate prompt night. But there's always something fun going on after we turn off the lights and we send you guys off. So thank you very much to all of tonight's debaters. And above all, thank you to all of the viewers. We would not be here without you guys. The DMZ happens live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick every Friday and Saturday night. So please make sure and follow, like, subscribe, do all of the things so you guys will get notifications every time we go live. Also, I'm going to go through and I'm going to drop in the links to all of tonight's debaters systematically. You guys got their introductions earlier. You know who all of them are. You probably already follow them, but just in case, I want to make sure you guys get those clicks in there and give them all a follow, subscribe, or whatever their platform of choice calls for. Also, if you haven't already, please join the free Discord server. That's where we take the conversations after the lights go off and the cameras go away. It's also where you can tell me if you are interested in participating in these debates. So, I've been the Horseradish, and we hope to see you guys next round here in the DMZ. And we already have somebody waiting to jump in here. I'm not gonna go walk away from this because I'm not sure how this is gonna go. But it looks like Melody, Cosmic Fox, who has been on the DMZ once before and has been watching debates, and I know she has something to get off her chest. So I'm going to bring her in, and it looks like Socrates is also going to be jumping in here. So again, everybody out there on the chat, especially if you know who we are, I'm putting 5 minutes on the clock for people, especially as long as we've got more people who want to get in. We do not want to have more than one person in here at a time, otherwise it gets hectic and everybody's talking over each other and all that stuff. But if people do want to take a break, go get a drink, take a piss, whatever you got to do, now is the time. And I'm going to go ahead and bring in our first guest.
Fuck.
And thank you guys very much, by the way. Great job tonight. Before we actually talk to our first guest, what did y'all think of the longer version? Was that better, or do you like it more whenever it was the shorter version? Does it go quicker?
Oh, I actually liked it longer.
I think the intros are too long, but other
Okay,
than that, I like it.
Okay. Vigi,
Well,
better or worse?
I always like longer form debates. You know this.
Yep, longer is better. Okay. Giggity. Lethe, longer or shorter?
I prefer Circa get less time, but otherwise it was fine.
Lutch, what did you think of the extended time? I know
Sweating
you
bullets over
haven't
here.
done a lot of the 3v3s, but you have watched a few. So
Yeah, I do prefer the longer form, but in terms of the structure, I like how this plays out. Like just for
again,
just for
yep,
being in the debate, I want a little bit more time. But
Let me grab my psychology textbooks. I'll be right back.
all right, cheers. Razor, do you like the longer or the shorter version?
I very much love the longer version. I'm way too, I'll admit I'm a little verbose without being able to speak too much, and the longer time helps me catch myself so I can get back onto a track.
For sure. You know what's funny about that, and I even said this to Auntie, it was kind of funny because Vigi and Ancom both speak in paragraphs, and they were conscious of that with each other, and it was okay with each other. So, like, they politely allowed one another to finish their paragraphs, which was kind of cool, and they weren't pressed because of the longer time. Thank you, my love. They weren't
Thank you.
pressed because of the longer time. So,
Me and Ancom have been having conversations like this for fucking 2-3 years at this point.
Yeah. We've been
Fair.
talking about stuff for a very long time, so we know each other's style quite well.
fair. But yeah, again, it was the longer time made it so that you guys didn't feel like you had to talk over each other. But there was still some people talking over each other here or there, which is fine. I mean, again, I don't know what the right answer is there. When somebody is like rolling on, it's like, when do you talk over them? When do you jump in? When does it become rude? When is it like, okay, you're being rude by not letting me fucking talk? That is kind of the struggle.
You
right?
address it in a certain way. You can make someone look really bad if they do that.
Mhm.
That's what you're supposed to learn how to do.
100%.
Well.
Yep, that's a fact. So,
In a conversation,
right.
you should be able to interrupt.
So what it sounds like to me is, as long as Circa only gets 3 minutes, everybody's okay with the 5 minute, the longer time.
Bro, I'm in the middle of my
All right,
closing.
got
I
it.
had a
Also,
half
also,
page
if I'm the one doing interrupting, then don't step in. But if someone's interrupting me, please step in.
Who the fuck was
There you
that,
go.
bro?
Well, and with that said, Melanie, welcome in. Like I said, I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock here because we do have Socrates who wants to get in here as well and throw his 2 cents in. But tell us what you thought of the debate. Tell us who you have a bone to pick with, and what were your overall thoughts.
So it's everybody, and if you do want to actually learn something, just give me some time because I got some general reactions, some open-ended prompts, and then specific
Wow.
questions if we can get
That's
to
a way
that.
to present
Yeah,
yourself.
Um,
Melanie,
jump in there.
dude.
So
Yes.
identity politics is actually a rich Black feminist discourse. Here, one second, I gotta fix my notes.
Okay, well, actually, before you
what?
continue, since you're fixing your
Are
thing,
you being
I do want
ironic?
to say that the prompt is not identity politics; it is identity issues,
It's
which was
focusing on it, yeah, yeah.
intentional. And the debaters kept saying identity politics, but it was never identity politics; it was identity issues.
Is
Anyway,
there a huge
continue.
difference though at the end of the
Yeah,
day?
yeah, it's like they're
There
basically
is.
the same.
Eh,
There's,
That
Well,
was the
anyway,
crux of
there's
my
very
argument.
slim
You're talking about
differences.
identity and politics, not
Okay, can I
the-
get a
the
pause on my
opposite.
5 minutes though?
yeah,
I'm gonna do this.
sure. Go ahead. No,
Yeah.
that's your
Melanie,
time.
are you being
you
ironic
were.
right now?
No,
Oh,
I don't think so.
so
Are you?
it actually comes from Black feminism, right? And it's about how social justice affects us all for the better or worse, for some people, I guess. But tonight's
mean,
convo
you
literally
guess?
took for granted the right-wing use of it as a framing device, proving that nobody here was able to see past its exploitation by the Heritage Foundation, a right-wing think tank, to make social justice a boogeyman.
I'm sorry. Can a
and this
left-leaning
is even
person
though social
feel
justice
threatened?
exists to help us all. So
Hold
No.
on,
keep that in
Circa.
mind.
Yeah, write down notes. Let her keep
My
going.
God, bro.
People will
No, that's
not.
good.
I don't think people will come away from this debate being more informed on identity politics, which is why we actually probably do need it as a form of social justice to deal with things that criminal justice can't deal with.
What the fuck
Particularly
is
because
happening? This
these are the
person's
things that we
retarded.
struggle to talk about. Why are people so confused about how systemic violence works?
Oh my fuck.
Because we suck at talking about it. So
Could you
sorry,
explain to me why you're the arbiter of this? Why you're the authority?
and by the way, like the AF
So-
position only makes sense in terms of that Heritage Foundation's propaganda. As soon as
I
you
agree.
understand
Yeah.
it past
Why that was
that,
my
Heritage
That's why that was
Foundation
part of my
propaganda
opening.
is the only
Sorry,
way to understand the
I just wanna say real quick.
psychological everything about.
I wanted to
identity
address
and
something with
politics.
you, Mel. So I cut something from my opening statement.
What
I
the
was
fuck
going to
is going
mention
on?
the Combahee River Collective, and that was going to be a part of it, but I knew I would have to explain the Combahee River Collective, which is going to like draw away from the conversation entirely.
I do have a
So
question where
that's
you.
why
Oh,
it
I
wasn't
was gonna directly
discuss
address the
this.
Heritage Foundation, but I
Hold on,
fucking
Melanie.
I cut that shit out.
No,
Actually,
that's literally a deflection.
Oh, you said you had a direct question.
Why
for
are we
Leafy?
acting like we know what this is or the academic research on this or anything about this in some contextual way? And you're just bringing up trash with so much bravado. I don't get it. This is really arrogant.
Well, you only had one side of the discussion, which was the side that the Heritage Foundation wants you to have.
No, your
and
original
it only makes sense if you're
statement.
propagandized.
Your original statement.
So you believe that the negative was framing it in the way that the Heritage Foundation wanted?
Yeah, I think they were playing into their hand as well.
Wait,
I think both
the
sides did.
half.
Yes, you
Both sides.
Razor, you
Both-
and Lethe were parroting.
Yeah, it was up to the NAG to
talking
break through
points
that
of
framing.
the Heritage Foundation.
Sorry.
No, you're
Yeah, it
good.
was up.
Yep.
I would say it's up to the NAG to break through that, even if the AF is wrong in using
Do you
it.
think the causal mechanism for
I
this type
feel
of
like
stuff
I
is only a
did.
right-leaning thing?
I think the way it's used as a framing device is purely from the Heritage Foundation, a right-wing think tank. You
Do
can
you
trace
know
it
that
back.
this
It's
stuff
lineage of
existed
the way of it being used that
before
way.
the Heritage Foundation?
Yeah, so like it was used in Black feminism, but by people like Kimberly Crenshaw.
It's been used everywhere. Yeah, like Ancom said, it's inherent to the human condition. That's a fact. What he said is true.
It's not even a term that competent politicians use, right? Since it came out of Black feminism, it had to be misappropriated by the
academic
right
term?
for it to be useful to them.
It's an academic term.
Yeah, but it was no longer academic with the way the Heritage Foundation used it. It was used as a scare tactic at that point.
Okay, so the academic
Okay, wait,
field
so
has
it
described
existed
what you
before the
said
Heritage
as
Foundation used it.
identitarian political practice, which what you're doing is substituting some shitty Heritage Foundation definition of identity politics when we already have discussions on this and writings on the use of identity
To
politics.
understand
in a way.
identity politics from an academic standpoint, though, you have to understand it through the lens of social justice,
No, you don't.
which is in the Heritage
don't.
Foundation
No,
purposely
you don't. I'm
forgets
No,
DEI
you
that.
don't.
certified, and you don't have to.
No, you don't. It is much more foundational than that. It's not always about political or social justice. It's threat. It's, it's essentially because
Well,
we are
like I
humans
like
who
I
are
said, the
tribal
right can
and
only
social, we end up making groups.
misappropriate that strategically.
I'm sorry, what?
It
You're
is
actually proving
also
my point. You're actually proving my
Hold on.
point
I'm
that you can
not.
only misappropriate that.
it's actually also used to bring people together, as I talked about in my opener
Correct,
and
Razor,
a little bit in
correct.
my closer.
Yes, the,
Yeah, in the
right-wing
context of Black
authoritarian
feminism,
group
not the way
actually
Heritage Foundation uses it.
unifies with right-wing
Yeah, which is the way
authoritarianism.
I was using the way Black feminists would have used it. I don't know why you're
But
saying
you
I was
didn't say
using the
social
heritage way.
justice. You didn't bring up Crenshaw or
There was no need to.
intersectionality or invisible. Yeah, because, well,
There was
on your
literally
side,
no
there
need
was
to.
actually. If you're
the
confident
way
with
that we're
if
doing
you're
this.
confident with your own performance, I can't tell you otherwise. I'm just saying, in my opinion, you lost your side of things because you didn't step up.
I don't think your opinion
Because
is
I
that
didn't use
good,
the
Melanie.
words
And to be
you're
honest,
saying I should
the
have
reason I
used.
didn't vote on this, and this is for horseradish. The reason I didn't vote on this is mainly because I'm biased.
Don't
But,
triangulate.
it's specifically towards the neg, right? But if the neg had brought Black feminism or true social justice turns into this, then I think we would have had a more informative discussion.
They kind of did.
All right, cheers.
Okay, so
I did.
since I am limited on time,
I
do you guys
brought it
want to do the open-ended prompts yet? Now,
Say what now?
open-ended prompts. It's for both sides. Anyone can respond. Whoever feels more inclined to. It's not. I have specific questions too. If you want me to go straight to that,
I think you should go look up the core taxonomy of what the hell we just talked about before you give an opinion, man. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Well,
likewise.
yeah. So,
Really
the
annoying.
thing is, Melanie, we actually have other people who want to get in here. So,
It'll just happen.
I'm not sure what you're talking about with open-ended prompts. Like you're saying, like prompt suggestions, or you want people
They're
to
questions, but they're not questions for specific people, as opposed to the specific questions I have. So if you'd rather I just get to the specific questions, I can do that.
How
too.
about, do you want me to send you a book so you
I
can learn
gotcha.
this stuff before you ask the questions, or what? Give you text
That's-
words?
Thank you,
Well-
Sirka. Thank you.
Yeah.
Your advice has been noted.
So real quickly before anything, definitely with the knowledge that you do have, because like I
Jesus
said,
Christ,
I
bro.
tried to cover what I could in my thing.
Why did
The
we
fact
come
I
in
didn't
here
use
like
certain
that?
words is whatever, but I'm
If you
open
wanna
to I'm
learn,
open to having a
proceed to,
discussion
like,
with you
say
in
the
the
most
future to get
insane
more
shit
knowledge.
I've
I'm someone
ever
who comes
fucking
into
heard.
these things as a learner. Who then uses what I've learned to show how easy / good it is to learn these things. So I am willing to have a conversation with you about this in the future, please.
Cool, man. Yeah.
And yeah, as far as like the questions and stuff, I would say throw them in chat. If you want to stick around in the waiting room, once we've given everybody their 5 minutes, if you're still sticking around, I will happily
Is my
bring you
5
back
already
here.
up? Because I thought I at least
Yeah.
had-
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
no, almost
Quick,
double.
quick.
But I let you keep
Yeah.
going because there was so much crosstalk. But yeah, you were in for about
Throw me
10
back.
minutes. I know fun flies when you're doing time. So
I can send you
all
the
right,
text.
we'll see you again.
That's a good flip
okay.
of the word. Is there a phrase for that where you flip an idiom like that?
I don't know. It's
I feel like
just-
there's a word for that.
Yeah, it's
The
called
old
drunk. All right.
switcheroo.
All right, so
That's that.
Socrates, long time no see, my dude. Welcome back. I'm gonna put 5 minutes on the clock, but just like with Melanie, I'll let it cook a little further if you're engaged in conversation. But what were your thoughts on the debate? I know you were very active in chat. Who do you want to throw some slander at?
I mean, I don't want to throw slander at anybody, but I guess I'll throw slander at you. No, I'm
I'll take it.
mostly kidding. So that definition of
Most-
like politics without identity, right? That's like you're not talking about any particular group over another group. It's just kind of like all groups or something.
Equivocation.
I think when you get that broad, it's like impossible to even,
It's equivocating.
like what are you talking about, right?
Equivocating,
It's
yeah.
like everybody equally. Does that mean that everybody has equal resources or something? Like how do you apply that? Right? Like no groups, no identities.
That's why I tended to use the word equity whenever I was addressing it, because like trying to strive for equality among all people is goofy. And what we're trying to do is address particular issues that are going on in society and patch the
Yeah.
squeaky wheels, fix all the little issues along the way to have a stronger, more cohesive
It is
society.
analytically imprecise, though.
There was a thing that Ancom said in his question with Horace about the boxes thing. I immediately clocked it as the equality equity meme.
Hey, someone knew what I was
Yeah.
getting.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did
Yeah.
too.
So
Oh,
so
okay.
I had to come
um,
up with a fucking
Yeah.
question
the
for each of y'all.
and one of
Goddammit. Don't
the
hold me to like it was not
Yeah,
easy for me to
and
go
with that
against the
and
grain
with
there.
that equality and equity meme thing, it shows what equality looks like. You have the extremely short kid standing on one box, he's still blocked by the wall. You have the medium-sized kid standing on a
Yes.
single box, he's still somewhat blocked by the wall, but he has like a little bit of his eyes slightly over. And then you have the tall kid standing on the box, he's fully over and can see the game. That's equality. We need equity, as Lethe just said, because we need to figure out like, oh, this person's identity is that he's short, so he needs a little bit more resources. He needs 3 boxes in order to stand out, so he's overseeing the thing. The medium guy needs 2 boxes, and the tall guy only needs 1 box. That's how you get equity. At least when you do it that way.
Only need
And
one
then
box
there's
total
I
mod.
think everyone did really well,
There
by
was
the
a
way.
panel added on by someone
Personally.
else, which was to replace the wooden fence
Yeah.
with a chain link fence that you can just
Yes.
see through, which was removing the systemic barrier.
I think
Equity is a step on the way to that. It's a way to
Yeah.
fix it. It's a way to get a better outcome temporarily while you work on replacing the whole ass fence.
so. I think everyone did really
Exactly.
well, by the
Yeah.
way. Like, I
Yeah.
think everyone argued
Please-
really
please
well.
go
That's
ahead.
why I didn't understand
Sorry.
what Melanie was saying.
Yeah, no, everybody argued well, but that's okay.
So my issue when it comes to this, this is always how the debate gets formulated. Oh, do you want equality of opportunity or outcome or whatever? But it's like just the millisecond that you dive into any details whatsoever, suddenly you get hit with what I was getting baited into uh, comment wars. Was like
Socrates
okay,
was
well,
adding that sock and tease to people in chat, and I loved it. You were doing good.
Oh, we were all watching.
Uh,
Anyway, go on.
So it's like, okay, we ended slavery. Like, get over it. Just be equally rich now. It's like, okay, well, okay, and then redlining, and then Jim Crow, and then Tulsa Massacre, and it's like, okay.
If anyone wants to learn about redlining, pick up Color of Law by Richard Rothstein.
I think it's important here to probably talk about the taxonomy of identity politics now, right? Because it's true.
Well,
that
wait, identity politics or identity issues?
Identity politics. Identity issues and identity politics in this context, in this prompt, are the same thing. They're identities.
And then pick up their
issues,
their sequel.
Because identity politics,
They're
okay,
both good.
So real
is
quick-
your identity
real quick, hold on.
orientated or
Hold on.
politically around it. That's it.
Circa, let me make the distinction for you the way
Not
I
sponsored.
saw it, because and then you can feel free to knock it down. But the pursuit versus the goal, right? So to me, identity politics is the pursuit, identity issues is the goal. So we are trying to solve identity issues by using identity politics. Does that make sense? That's why I framed it the way that I did.
I think it's kind of
Was
redundant,
because
right?
focusing on fixing identity issues as opposed to using identity in your politics.
But focusing on identity
Y'all were
issues
focused
is
on
Yes,
y'all were
politically
focusing on
politically.
using the identity
Yes,
in
so-
the politics.
Wait,
Yes,
Razor,
that's
Razor,
the
one
so
sec,
that was
one
the
sec.
thing that we were
Razor.
talking about in our group chat. Sorry.
Yes.
Focusing on identity issues, and I'm assuming in service of a political means, right? Orientating and building your orientation politically around this
Sure.
identity, right? That's what identity politics definitionally means. If identity psychologically orientated or is built around or orientated, your political orientation is built around that identity. That's all it is. So it's the same thing, kind of, as what you just described. It's just kind of like an extra step of definitional words, but
Yeah, can one of you
If I
guys
may-
give me an example of politics that's not identity politics?
it's every
That was the thing
every
about that story
political
we do.
orientation from an
But,
individual has
um,
identity
yeah.
politics with it.
Perfect question.
But
But not all.
that was actually the thing that I was noticing that the
Same
app was
answer.
doing. What you were just talking about there. They were cynically using talking about identity politics. They were being very having a lot of cynicism with how identity is
No,
used.
no, no, no.
Like
we
how
weren't. No, we weren't. No, we
uh,
weren't. No, we were not. I was.
that's what it sounded like to me.
No, that's a real thing. It's like right wing authoritarianism has pros and cons. The pro is there's a unification of the in group when they feel threatened. They actually mobilize
Sure.
better for their own protection if necessary. That's a positive thing if you think about it. It can be negative, but this is why understanding the
Starship
different
Troopers.
taxonomy of
Could be based.
identity politics is important because there's
Scared.
possessing an identity that is
no notes.
politically mobilizing. There is a national identity. There is racial identities, and all of these things may not organize around the same things. A national identity can organize around a threatened nation, for instance, which isn't good or bad inherently. It can become good or bad, but if you're, organizing around defending yourself from, Hitler and the Nazis, that's not a negative thing. That would be necessary though in order to maintain survival. So political.
Although we
the
did have a
taxonomy of
debate
this is
about
far more
that
complicated than
during
what we're
World War
discussing.
II.
What?
Although there
So-
was a big debate about that before we entered World War II, where we actually had we had the
No,
America
imagine you're
First
like France.
movement
Imagine
and
you're
the
France or something.
isolationists here.
Imagine you're France. You get invaded by Germany.
I would rather not.
Like
I was about to say, do I have
for
to?
your survival, you have to.
Should I go grab
organize
my French flag?
You have
Joke
to.
is it's
No,
a white.
just it's a
just white
hypothetical, man. So you have to organize around your in group being French to survive.
So
Yeah,
can I-
or
can
like
I
how
read
9/11,
from
or
the-
like with 9/11,
Oh, oh.
like when we got attacked 9/11, and we became more America than America
Correct.
was
So
ever America.
this is what I'm talking about. So this can go further
Or less
down. It's
America.
stratified. It can
Or
go
less.
further down in derivative,
Yeah.
all the way down to Christian nationalism almost, or maybe trans topics actually threaten the
Okay.
very existence of
I'm
what
s-
you think your way of
I'm-
life's supposed to be.
I'm still going to die on the hill that there is a difference between the goal and the pursuit or the methodology.
I
That,
think they're
yes,
inseparable.
I agree with you using again
Yeah.
using my identity as a cudgel essentially to try to or to try to use my identity to motivate me to vote certain ways versus using my best interests or my group's best interests to motivate me. Like those are two different
But
things.
you're not using identity
One is
politics. You're
inherently
not using your
manipulative,
identity
one
there.
is actually beneficial.
That's not the
And that's
definition
what I
of
was going to
identity.
say. My answer for something that's not identity politics would be like individual liberty, like freedom of
Yeah.
speech in general.
How so? How so?
Like it still frames around a national identity, but if you want to remove like the whole idea of national identity, just talking about freedom of speech, just talking about 2A, whatever the case may be, is not an identity politics issue.
Why not? What separates that from something like the ability to? I honestly I don't understand the distinction you guys are making. So why is that?
I think it essentially just works for every American. Every American has the same rights. And as long as every American has the same rights, then it's not an identity issue.
Exactly.
What?
I
Is
think
that
I-
not
I-
our
hold on,
entire
I should jump
argument?
in here.
It's
Go ahead,
so
Socrates.
not your.
Let's hear from the guest. Come on.
That was
No,
our
it was
entire
not.
argument.
Come on.
That was my
So-
entire argument. I don't know.
So
but-
so first, I'm
That's mine
just
as
going to
well.
read two sentences out of the
Yep.
original definition of identity politics.
Where is
So
this
this
from?
is from the Black feminist collective that coined the term. This focusing upon our own
Why-
oppression is embodied in the concept of identity politics.
Why would
We
use
believe
this?
that the most profound and potentially most radical politics to come out of our own identity, as opposed to working to end somebody else's oppression.
Why would we
Right.
use
So their contribution is that their insight is that identity politics is something that everybody always does. My contention is that some of these identities are clearly seen and clearly stated, and some of these are hidden. Right. So who's familiar with the Southern strategy? I'm
I
going
think
to
this
read
is,
just one more quote. Not too long. It's going to be pretty fast.
go
I
ahead.
know Lee
so
Atwater very
y'all
well.
Y'all don't quote me on this. You start out in 1954 by saying N-word, N-word, N-word. By 1968, you can't say N-word. That hurts you, backfires. So you say stuff like forced busing, states' rights, and all that stuff. They're getting so abstract now that you're talking about cutting laws and all these things you're talking about are total economic things, and a byproduct of them is that blacks get hurt worse than whites. So this is a very, very cynical, specific ploy that was put into practice in order to make the attacks on different groups or the propping up of different groups seem like they have nothing to do with those groups, right? So
Wait.
whether
Are you
very, very
using
wealthy people get taxed at
which definition
96%
again?
or 20%, sorry?
Which definition are you using? You're using the black feminist theory one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, continue.
Yeah, so I don't like that definition because it
I mean,
seems
that's
to
the original
conflate.
definition.
It's
Hold on,
not the
yeah,
academic
the-
one.
the-
It's
I-
one that's inherently
hold on.
They're saying the
biased.
OG, yeah.
Let me explain. Let me explain.
Yeah.
The
No,
reason I don't like
wanna hear.
that definition is because it seems to conflate identity politics with individualism.
I just think it doesn't actually
okay,
give a
how so?
neutral idea of what identity politics is.
It basically just defined it literally just defined individualism and then reframed it as identity politics, which is not what identity
They
politics
literally
is.
put black
So,
women
no,
specifically
it's not,
in the
it's not
definition.
about wait. So just to respond to that, and then I'll. So it's not about individualism. This is a black feminist
Yeah, it's
collective
about
that's
black
talking
women
about
specifically.
black women's as a group liberation. It's not individualism.
So it's biased, and it's not a neutral definition of what identity politics is. It's not academic.
What do you
anyway.
mean?
It's
No. So the definition. So let me break this down. So the definition is whoever you are, whatever person you happen to be, or whatever groups you're part of, whatever identities you hold, you will just definitionally will bring those to your politics.
correct.
They stated specifically for them because they're a black
It's
feminist collective.
individualism.
That's their identity that they bring. You
So-
would bring a different identity.
That is
That's
a
individualism.
mechanism, or at least part of the definition that is correct.
It's
But
not
it's not
individualism.
specifically about black women, right?
Yeah, they were talking about the collective, not the single person. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're talking about black women as an identity that they hold, but the definition has nothing to do with black women specifically. It's
Well-
about whoever you are. So you would have some specific identity that you bring to the table.
Okay, so
that is your
And I-
lens. by which-
like
Do I
if
need
we
to
take a
think I
dial-
mentioned
if we take a
Saying that all
dialectical
or all
anthropology,
politics are identity politics, right?
if we take
Yeah,
a
Because
dialectical
you're going to be
anthropology
doing your
textbook right
politics
now,
based on your identity.
are we going to understand identity
Yes.
politics from this? Like salience, prominence, identitarian
Yes.
grievance, all the things I just mentioned.
I mean, we might
Those
need
are
to
at-
Yeah, I mean,
store it,
those,
but
I mean,
yes,
those are
so-
all factors of identity that will inevitably make it into your politics.
They're
There is no
literally
person
So
that
what
just
I'm-
has, like, a
Factually
neutral
inside of identity politics.
identity or worldview.
That's what it's
So
in.
The secondary definition of individualism, according to Madam Webster, is or Merriam-Webster, sorry, fucking
No, I like Madam
the-
Webster way
the-
better. Keep going.
the
Madam Webster.
the conception that
Good
all
movie.
values, rights, and duties originate in the individual.
Okay.
Definitionally, they're conflating individualism with identity politics. They're basically claiming
I-
that identity politics is individualism, definitionally.
Okay.
I mean, I tried to find out
how is it
with identity.
individualism? How
Because
is
they're
all black
saying
women
that
in America individualism?
In-
I don't.
because they're saying that your personal identity informs your politics.
Yes,
That
they,
is
they're
definitionally
saying
that is
like, as a
definitionally
psychological
individualism.
Yes,
claim.
hold on,
Oh my
Reggie, real
God.
quick. So hold on, let me get this one. I apologize. So, Reggie, what you just said there, yes, they are informing their politics as a black woman. You hear that and you think their individuality, but what that actually means is that the history that black women have gone through and how everyone around them will see them. They see black women, they have an immediate thought. People, they have like a stereotype in their mind for
It's a
what
social
this type
ontology.
of person is.
Social
The-
ontology, yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
it
so
is.
like-
So to talk
so like
about
another statement of this.
identity.
Real quick, I just want to jump in and say that I'd like to get your closing thoughts because we do have one
Mhm.
more person, Bob, in the
No,
waiting room.
yeah,
I want to get him
absolutely.
in here. So yeah,
So-
go ahead and tie it up. Let me hear it.
So to give another example of this, we talk about so exactly what you just said. In the Jean-Paul Sartre book, Anti-Semite and Jew, he talks about this process where like Jews exist as a group because anti-Semites keep creating them. The fact that enough people can have enough shared, obviously your experience, one person with one like 2-word identity isn't going to be identical to somebody else, but the fact that there's enough overlap of right. So if you lived in early United States of America and you were a slave, obviously every plantation are going to be treated differently, but you're a slave. That's a big enough thing in common that you can have a shared identity around that, because it's a very like large thing that's impacting you based on that. So it's not to say that every single because every single slave at every plantation didn't have exactly the same life, but they were all under this particular legal oppression. Does that help clarify?
That doesn't exhaust the
It does,
definition
but
of
real
identity
quick, I just
politics.
want to. It sounds to me like you're saying that a group doesn't exist until someone hates them.
I mean, that's the way that a lot of these groups that are considered like groups TM, right? So the reason that white people doesn't seem like a group is because there hasn't been, white people need not apply. The reason that
They are a
we
group,
have
though.
this salient feeling about
They are a group, though.
black women
Well, they're-
or Irish
I would say
or
It's not a group until they're marginalized, basically.
Not true.
Until you're
It's-
not part of the.
So I wouldn't
it's
say I
not a
wouldn't use
visible group.
that.
It's not a visible group, but they're all groups and they're all identities, and sometimes they are cynically and intentionally made to seem
You're talking about
abstract so
identitarian
that they're
grievance.
harder
It's called
to pick
identitarian
out.
grievance. So when you experience oppression through the intersectionality of race,
Sure.
sexuality, and class, and
Okay.
Yep.
sex.
Now we
And
know what it's
I
called.
do
That's
have to say,
cool.
I do have to say real quickly about the whole thing where you're saying like white is not a group. To go against the idea of it being that it's not a group until they've been oppressed. It's more groups are created due to tribalism. The different groups will with say the different white people who have done the enslavement of black people. They were a group of a tribe of whites who got together and oppressed black
And they
people.
had
So
an
they were a
identity and
group.
they had an interest.
Okay.
Yes.
There are
So
three.
it's not that they have to be marginalized to be a group. It's just they have to have some commonality.
There are
that
three.
they didn't say we are
there
this.
are
But you were
three-
part of the cohesive group until one person decides to other you,
No, there are
right? Or until
three
part of the group decides to other you.
taxonomical categories to identity politics. Okay, the black feminist one satisfies the grievance, and the political
Okay.
practice one, but it doesn't do the third one, which
Okay.
is identitarian aim. So it's just not a good use for a pragmatic.
Wait, why doesn't it satisfy
Identitarian
identitarian
aim?
aim?
Yeah, it seems like it would have definitely.
No,
If
it
you're
does not
specifically
satisfy
oppressed
that.
in a
I mean, you
particular
can
way
probably go look it
because
up
of
right
that
now.
Black
I
women
guarantee
group
identity,
all
then
have the
that's-
same goal.
I guarantee you, the black feminist definition does not satisfy the third one. You can probably find it anywhere. I guarantee you.
Okay, you can guarantee me, but I would love to understand.
Yeah, I would like to understand.
so
it
it
as
means,
well.
like,
before
codifying
now,
permanently?
Butt
explain
in
it to us.
here and say
It means
it's
reproducing.
1:30
Sorry.
in the morning. I got to get up
Don't
tomorrow.
leave
So
us,
I'm gonna head out.
Ancom. All right,
I'm
Great to see
sorry.
you, Income.
fine.
Oh,
Appreciate you as
Captain,
always,
my
Ancom.
captain.
You know
Have a
what?
good night,
Actually,
folks.
Ancom, can you give me 5 more minutes? Just 5 more minutes, so I can bring the
I'll
other
give you
guest
5
in
minutes.
case they had something to say to you. I appreciate it. If you stick around, Socrates,
can-
I will bring you back in once we're done. If you're not interested
Yeah.
in that, that's fine. I appreciate you as always. Please answer the prompts. I'll get you back on here as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Can I hear
Appreciate
just
you.
because
So it means permanently codifying
Say it in chat.
or
I got it.
reproducing.
I got Ancom.
okay,
5
yeah,
more
we-
minutes.
we
I'm
got it.
sorry.
Income.
Go
Yep,
sock
I got
and
it, I
tease
got
the
it, yeah,
people
yeah,
in
yeah.
chat. Go
I-
sock
yep.
and tease people in chat, please.
All
I
right.
don't know why you say
So,
that.
Bob, welcome in.
Oh,
This is your
whoa.
first time chatting. Yep. Lutch vouched for you. If you could just say a couple of things real quick so I can get your volume levels right.
Hey, check 1 2, check. Can y'all hear me?
All right. Yep. I can turn you down just a
You
skosh. All
sound
right,
like
Bob.
a spring day and
So,
some southern words. I
uh,
don't know. If
I will just ask you to remember that we are on Twitch, and I know you hang out with Lutch, which is going to be a different set of TOS. So just try to do your best to keep it TOS for me. What did you think
I
of
got
tonight's
you.
debate? Where do you stand on it, and what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think, no disrespect to any of the debaters. I think it was slow. You guys got to learn how to talk a little faster. No disrespect meant, but some of you talk really slow. I think a lot of good points were
You want me
made.
to talk fast? I can talk really fast. Here's how fast I can talk.
That's not what I meant.
Finally.
Yeah, that's You just proved you can do it, so do it next time.
There you go.
Quality over
But
quantity, my friend.
I think
Well, I see.
a really interesting concept that was never really kind of hammered down on is that politics in nature is based off identity. Like these people, we have these politicians, especially in a democracy, they have to campaign. So in order to campaign, you're campaigning off of your own personal identity. Like that's objective. But when we talk about identity politics in the modern era, that's inherently different.
Why?
That is a different point to make
Why?
because you're bringing up equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity. The people that come in and just campaign
Isn't political
are
expression derivative of identity, like you just said? So why would that make sense?
because do you want your policymakers? This was something that Horseradish asked at the end of the closing ceremony. Do you want your policymakers to make policy based off of the people they govern or based off identity groups? Like that's a really important
All policy is based
like
off
segment.
of group identity.
The people they
column A,
govern
little-
is an
little side
identity
A, little
group,
side
is it
B.
not?
Yes, it's a very. It's a
Three
identity
people
group.
said something at the same time. I didn't.
They did sort of all, didn't they?
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So first of all, well, you first, Razor. What did you ask again?
It was stating that sounds like little side A, little side B, flip a coin, it lands, it's the same coin.
Yeah.
It's just two faces
What?
coin.
Yeah. What coin are you
that
flipping? What coin?
The people. Sorry, I responded
Go
that
ahead,
the
Hank.
people they represent is an identity group, is it not?
Correct.
That.
Correct.
No, in theory, the people they represent are the people in their jurisdiction.
Well, they can
Yeah,
represent a
who
different
have
group.
certain identities
They can
in
represent
order
a different
to
group.
figure out how to govern to them.
They can represent one
Oh,
national.
oh,
So
let me read this.
So you're
Let me
saying
read
that
this.
someone with a different identity should have a different outcome from someone with another identity?
Christian
No, they
nationalism.
should have similar opportunities, and
Christian
how
nationalism.
someone governs will give them that opportunity.
Think about Christian nationalism. That's a group or identity that you can appeal to outside of your.
Well, no, see,
constituents.
that's another good question that we were talking about in Ledger's chat. Is nationalism a form of
It's an
identity
identity.
politics?
Yes, national
Is-
identity
is-
is a
It
form
is.
of
Asked
identity
that
politics.
as well.
Yes.
Is loving your
Yes.
country a form of identity politics?
Correct.
Yes.
So
It is.
funny enough, real quick about that, Bob. That was going to be the question that I was going to ask to Lutch, in whenever I was asking him about the fact that he was talking about asylum seekers. I misunderstood him, and after I had already asked him like two versions of the question, the follow up question was going to be, those people are foreign nationals, but that is an identity, and you're telling me that the problem was that identity. So you are focusing on their identity as being an asylum seeking non-American, and you don't want us to be focusing on their identity anymore. So we
No,
should,
I think
Yeah.
in that argument they're not Americans. So why do they have to do with American politics?
The Constitution
Because they
gives
step foot
them
into
rights.
America, and the Constitution says whoever
fucking-
steps foot in
so
this
fucking
land
send them
is.
out.
No,
Right,
and
it
so-
makes it to
so send
makes
them
it to
out.
where whoever steps foot into this land are held to the laws of the are held to the
They get
laws
due
of
process.
this land. Thus, it deals with American politics.
They could do
The
process.
only law of what you just described that qualifies for that is when Cuban nationals sail across the ocean. The wet foot,
it
dry
says
foot
any
law.
person.
No.
It says
Okay,
any
so
person
actually,
in the Constitution.
The
You're
fourth,
questioning the
the
14th
fourth,
Amendment.
fifth, sixth,
It's-
seventh,
yeah,
eighth,
you
and
question the
14th
14th Amendment.
apply to people who are just people.
So
non-citizens.
the only people
Yeah,
that
people.
Right,
It
but
doesn't
that's-
matter what they are.
Bob, you're going
people.
down a road that you don't need to. So the
Please don't.
point that I was talking about with Ancom in the chat is that, okay, if we're just saying that anything that is politics and also has identity, then there's not really a conversation to be had, because it can't be bad or good, it just is. And so we
Yeah,
as the
cool.
affirmative gave a lexical definition for the debate about what identity politics. Yeah, I guess we were talking more about the politics than the issue specifically, but we gave that framework, and they rejected that framework to just say, nah, it's all identity politics.
The framework is more than that, though, Lutch, because there's misrecognition, there's recognition politics, there's things like reification, which ultimately, like, the recognition part of it is when I was saying how someone who feels
real life
an
for anyone
injury,
else.
if they feel
is.
a form
Yes,
of
he is.
injustice, right? But it's on something wrong, that doesn't make their it's a misrecognition, but they still feel like they're suffering injustice. The same way someone who is advocating for social justice feels, okay? So it's a real feeling to them, and this is called recognition politics. So this is like the acknowledgement or you want correction for your injury suffered from identity-based status injuries. So these are what complicate this whole topic. It's not just,
Real quick,
everything's a
I
broad
just got to
brush.
jump in and say, Ancom, thank you for the 5 minutes, my dude. I appreciate you as always, and thank you for coming in and captaining tonight. You're awesome, and we appreciate you. We will see you next
If
time.
you're Ancom, you go with bots, right?
What?
If you go with like bots for like Discord stuff, right, or anything
yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
I'm probably getting in touch with you to figure out how to get my Steam stuff set up better because I need to figure out how to get my things sent out more often.
Sound good?
Steam
Talk
stuff.
to you later.
It's
So-
VJ.
Stream. Fuck me, I'm tired.
Okay,
Fuck you.
that's great.
I knew what you meant, buddy.
Well, no, it's funny. It's funny you say that because there's actually a thing in my Steam box that's like these little avatar guys that play on the bottom of your stream.
Is Ancom
and they,
out?
I guess, like fight and stuff. Yeah, Ancom's
Yeah.
out.
Later, Ancom.
I've seen stuff like
good
that.
debate, man. You did a good job. Everyone debated really well.
Oh, he's already left. He's just still in the camera thing.
No.
Yeah, and which I'm working.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry.
I was
Dude.
hoping you could see
There
the
you go.
solution.
No. Yeah, message him real fast.
So to kind of like to kind of clean up like what we were talking about, right? Like we were talking about like when you what it looks like when you put the identity part of the politics front and center. When you put the identity part of politics front and center, the more often than not you get negative outcomes.
That's if
That's
you.
why
I feel like the only reason why that ends up happening is because we see ground to people who are using it in the wrong way. If you put identity front and center the right way, somewhat similar
wait,
to
wait,
how
If
what
is
do
doing
you-
all of the
Right.
work,
What do
that
you-
doesn't
right,
happen.
What do you mean wrong and right way?
are subjective terms.
What do you mean wrong and
That's
right way?
subjective.
I put quotations. I'm putting quotations on these, obviously, because people are
It's
always going to
subjective.
have that
No,
weird
but-
semantic.
No, what is the
weird
right way
semantic thing
to
of good and
feel
bad.
a grievance in identity politics?
Right or wrong mean nothing.
Yeah, I knew I was going to say that.
No, what is the right
sorry,
way?
Circa, what did you say? I missed that.
What is the right way to feel identity or identitarian grievance for a group in politics? What is the right way?
Well, I would say not using it to attack another one.
Okay,
That
so
hasn't done
are they?
nothing to
What
you.
I just
Okay,
me-
does
I
that-
told you about. I just told you about things called recognition politics and misrecognition, right? And reification and all these things.
Mhm.
So it's not like
Yeah.
to get a group to, in earnest, like honestly and genuinely, maliciously do that is difficult. But this is the big problem with right-wing authoritarianism, the psychological term, not the political one, is that
Yeah.
because there is a threat to the group, they unify. This also makes them more susceptible, though, to bad actors who manipulate them. So do you treat someone who maliciously and intentionally tries to cause harm the same as someone who is unintentionally, but for different reasons? Maybe they think it's because they've been, injured in some way. Do you treat those two things the same?
No.
Okay, so that's
Wait,
the big point I think you're
but
missing
why
here.
not?
Well, we don't treat the
So
active,
I think it's better to
the act.
address it.
Yeah, I mean,
You can
but
address it.
Address what,
their
though?
feeling
Address
of
what, though?
injustice, their feeling of injury is just as
What are we
real.
addressing?
Address the
saying?
feeling.
Yeah,
You
that-
What are you
address
saying? The feeling of injustice.
injustice.
But it's real for them.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, it's real for them, so
So
you
what-
address it.
So it's not just they're not just using it to target incorrectly. They're not using it the wrong way. Correct? It's real for them.
I would
are-
say
they're
certain
twisting
leaders.
it.
I would say certain leaders would. The individual who believes it is a separate thing, but you have certain leaders like Trump and the Republicans.
But that does
who are
mean a
using,
lot
the
in this
fear-based
conversation. This does mean a lot.
tactics.
This means a big
Circa,
big
if I
lot.
may,
The reason why
Circa,
the
if I
fear-based
may.
tactics work is
I'm trying to point to
because of
that
the
exactly.
degradation of
Vigi.
the economic issues.
So that's exactly what I
Right.
was going to say, Vigi. I was going to say, if we're both politicians, Circa, and and I know the reason why people don't have money in their pocket is because of X and Y thing that has nothing to do with a particular group of people. but we formulate our campaigns around it's these immigrants that are making sure you don't have a place to live.
Mhm.
That would be a twisting of identity politics in two different directions for a nefarious end.
Except you could
so
also
you
make
would
the
trust
argument
the
that
issue.
right-wing authoritarianism and submission to established authority, like what's happening in Ukraine, in order to make sure that they can survive a war
Oh, that's why.
with a much larger country,
Dude,
correct? These are using the same
you just took a
psychological.
big.
Are
You
they
just
really
took a.
using right wing authoritarianism in
yes, it
Ukraine?
You
is.
just took a big.
Okay, I'm
big leap
using
on
the
that point, but
psychological
yeah.
terminology here, guys. Functionally, it's
Yeah, I know
probative.
you are. It's like unsure
I know where
how
you're
that-
going.
I'm just unsure about that.
All
part.
right.
So
So real
sometimes
quick,
it's
I want
necessary.
to jump in. I want to hold on, Circa. I want to circle this back to Bob because there's been a few things you said, Bob, that I really want to engage with, and unfortunately, we got so many people I don't really get to. So please keep hanging out, and
We also have
again, you
Dimmer
hang
waiting,
out with
yeah.
Lutch. We'll see you again. But
You can just ignore me, horse.
no, I'm sorry, Lethe. Go ahead.
No, I was joking. You're good.
He's fucking around. He's fucking with you.
I was gonna say I thought you had said that you said your thing. No, I was just gonna say that earlier you were talking about the difference between equality and equity, or focusing on that. Do you agree with either one of those, Bob? And if so, which and why? Do you agree in the pursuit of equity, or do you agree with the pursuit of equality?
I think that everyone is going to start their life at different points. Everyone's going to get a little hands up or a little push down, depending on where you're born, what you're born into. Do you got a silver spoon in your mouth? Do you not? That's life. I think.
Yes, and should
so
everybody
in a-
have equal
in a-
opportunity?
I think in a proper government, then yes, everyone should have the opportunity to pull themselves up and to end at the same level, or
So
or
egalitarianism, right?
or surpass the level. It's no one's going to end
Sure.
at the
Equality.
same level. It's
So
Equality, not
egalitarianism, then, right?
Yeah,
That would be equity.
yeah.
Well,
trust
Equal
me.
opportunity.
I got
That's
mixed
equity.
up with this
Later,
earlier
myopic.
in the chat.
Equity,
You guys
egal-
correct me.
Am I mixing up words
you want
again?
equality.
I apologize. Am I
Equality?
mixing
Yeah,
up words again?
what
I keep
he
saying
what he is
egalitarian and
advocating for is
equality.
equity, not equality.
Yeah.
Yes, which
Right,
was
that's
what
not
we
what he
were
did.
arguing
That's
for.
egalitarianism, right? Am I crazy? Equity?
It's egalitarian. I don't know about egalitarianism.
Supposedly.
I'm not mixing up
It's
words here.
egalitarian.
Sure,
I
no,
don't know
well,
about
it-
egalitarianism.
No,
but
I think egalitarianism is specific to equality of opportunity.
Equity,
but
right?
don't quote me on that.
it can go
No,
that
I
far.
think that's
So-
supposed to be
It can go
equity.
that far.
No one
It
is
could be, but
expected to. No one is expected to start at the same level,
I was
and
about to
everyone
say,
should
yeah,
have an equal opportunity to get to a higher level.
Right. That's how you want to
Exactly. So that means
Equality,
though that
not
if
equity.
I can't even reach the ladder to start climbing, then you agree that someone should give me a boost to be able to reach the ladder so that I can try to climb the ladder with you.
Not necessarily. No, I think
Well, to
I
the
think
bottom
we're.
rung.
Like there's a
bottom rung.
fuck
Yeah.
ton of like
Yeah,
there's a
just to the
like there's
access
a
point.
like there's a fuck ton of spikes between you and the ladder and
starting to sound like a
someone and
video
the
game.
person and you have to walk to that ladder, but someone said I'm not giving you these boots. Do you think that's fair? These boots that you can walk over those spikes. I'm not. You have to walk over those spikes, get your foot stabbed to get to that.
I
first
think-
rung.
I think y'all are creating a false narrative in today's day and age. That doesn't exist. Everyone,
I don't.
you can go-
Redlining.
you can go to it. You can go to a dude. Redlining is a real thing. I'm not saying it didn't exist, but I'm saying you can. It's maybe the city you're in right now. Maybe you live in Chicago. Maybe there's some really fucked up boroughs that don't let you buy a house. You can move to a different city, different state.
With
You can
what
go to
money?
Nebraska.
Bob, one sec. Do you know what the
You
largest?
have money to buy a house.
you know
You're
what the
saying you have money to move. You can move.
Bob,
No,
Bob,
that's
Bob,
the problem.
Bob,
We don't even
Bob,
have money to
one
buy
sec.
the house
Razor,
now.
one sec. Bob, do you know what the largest expansion of wealth was in the history of the United States? When did that happen?
I'd say either the Great Depression or COVID.
Wealth, expansion of wealth, like when everyone's wealth exploded faster than any other point in history of the United States, at least.
Are those two answers I just said wrong?
It was
It was
during
probably COVID.
Yeah,
it was
just
after
tell
World
us.
War II, and it was during the VA home loan program around the 50s to like the 60s and 70s and
Okay.
stopped there. So black
Yeah,
people,
I'm not
no, Bob,
denying
one sec, Bob,
redlining
one sec, Bob, one
I'm
sec, one sec,
not
one sec.
denying redlining.
One
No,
sec,
because you're trying
one
to trap
sec,
me.
man,
You're
one
trying to- I'm
sec.
not denying that.
One sec. Black people were historically disenfranchised or outright denied
I
from
know. I
buying
know
homes.
what redlining was.
So how are they going to
I
buy
know
new
what
homes
redlining was.
if they have no wealth to take part in?
So you're talking about like a reparational scale
I'm
of
not. I don't
backtracking
think
wealth to
reparations are a
pass
good
down to
idea.
other people.
Reparations are a bad idea.
Okay, well then why are you even bringing it up?
Because the systemic effect and the consequences of that are
I
still
told you. No,
affecting
because
black people.
do you know? Because do you
So Bob,
know?
bro, Bob,
Hold on.
so
No,
Bob just
this
says
is
you see
important.
it.
He's calling me out. He's calling me out.
Yeah,
So
let him
I'm
finish.
not.
how
I'm not calling you out.
how
But
would you fix how would you fix a systemic problem?
with a systemic solution is what you would do.
Reparations.
No, I don't think
But
reparations
you
would work.
think but
That's
you think that's
bad
wrong.
No, there's more.
economic
think that's
There's
policy.
wrong.
more than just giving money. There's more than just
Reparations,
giving
by the
money, my
way,
dude.
giving money. There's different ways to do reparations, but giving
right.
money directly is
All
not
right, so maybe
is not a systemic solution, Bob. That is the opposite
all
of
right,
one.
so do you think I agree with you. I'm being semantic. So do you think that a lower income white person and a lower income black person in New York City right now has a different chance of buying a house?
No,
Yes.
no, socioeconomically, they're going to have the same chance if they come from the same background. But disproportionately, black
Fair.
people are
That's
out
my
of the
exact
race.
point.
All
That
the
is
time.
why
No,
identity.
No, hold on.
disproportionately, black people
Hold
are out
on.
of the race, though. They're not. They don't have
No,
another.
they're not.
Yes, they are. They don't
They
have
are.
any wealth at all, really.
Hi, black
That's
person who's read up on everything. I'm telling
dude.
you, we are.
I don't give a fuck what race you are. That's my point. I'm a white person right now that's in like
And that's
40.
the point. That's the point we were making.
Stop. No, you're missing my point. I personally am living in a fucking apartment that I pay $600 for. I have $40,000 in student loan debt. I don't have a job. What's your point?
Bob, that's I
You're
understand
talking
that.
about
But
you
you
as an
have
individual.
Bob, I was
opportunities.
I was
Don't
We're
homeless
talking about
for
You
3
have
years, man. I get
opportunities.
it. I
We all
get
have
it.
It's
opportunities.
almost
We live in
done.
the
But
greatest
this is
country in the
not
I know
world.
you
You're
relevant.
making
do.
excuses.
This is not
You're making
relevant when we're
excuses
talking
based off
about
race.
systemic
You're making
problems.
excuses based off race.
Oh
You're
my
making
God.
excuses based off race.
I'm
It's
making
the same.
reasonings based off of
No,
historical issues.
it's
I'm making reasonings based off
we're not
historical
talking about
facts.
history.
Bob,
We're
I
talking
don't
about present.
apply my own
What the
life.
fuck do you think affects to?
Razor, stop. I don't apply my
Sorry,
own
Y'all are making cop
Razor,
outs.
stop. I don't
Y'all are making
apply
cop outs.
Bob, I
Y'all are
don't
living in the
don't
past. We
apply
think we're any
my
different.
own
Bob, don't
freaking
shut your mouth.
problems in my life to systemic things that happen in our economy or to other people. Why would I do that? I was homeless for 3 years.
Let me
So like
let me draw a
why
bridge
would
real
I
quick, 'cause
just like look
know
at black
about
people
this.
differently or
please
lose their
do,
conditions?
Yeah.
You
So
guys are
Bob, we know that they think of the like the things that we would call communism and Marxism and all. They're arguing that some of those things or things in that direction are necessary or good.
Who is
Vaguely, I don't know.
who is arguing that?
But I'm just hear me out. And so, Bob, you're trying to attack the crux of I want I want communism or I want Marxism when that's not what they're saying.
It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're making excuses. I'm saying they are making excuses for
For
reasons
what?
they don't even
Excuses for
know.
what? Excuses for what?
I'm talking. Yeah, they don't even know who they're making excuses for. They're saying that because these people of different ethnic skin tones or different ethnic backgrounds are uneligible for the same opportunities that I am, we should give them a leg up.
Not what
And
they said.
I'm saying that's an
Not what we're
excuse.
saying.
What is your theory of
That
They
is-
justice?
said that there is a. So remember we
Okay,
talked about.
let Lutch explain. Go ahead.
Remember Horseradish asked about the ladder, and he said, "Do you think if I can't reach the ladder, I should be helped out so that I can reach the ladder?" There's a difference between that starting point and the government helping get to that starting point versus the government making sure that regardless of where you are on the ladder, you automatically get to the top. Do you see those are the two different groups, two different ideas that we're talking about?
Yeah, but I'm saying if we're talking about starting points, then who do you kick off the ladder to get that person to the next starting point?
You're not
It's
there
not
yet.
a zero
But
sum
what they're
game.
trying to
It's
no,
not a
they're
zero
trying
sum
to
game. It's not a zero sum game.
yeah, they're trying to
Nobody
say
has
that
to get kicked off the ladder.
they're trying to say that by you being white, you're already on the ladder to some point. That doesn't mean you're rich. That doesn't mean you're at the top. But they are saying that
Maybe
there are other
I would say
people-
you're more likely to be on
This
the
is
ladder. I
also
wouldn't say that it
really
necessarily
important for the
guarantees
me-
you
Okay, maybe not.
This is really important for the meta conversation because right now Bob
He's
is
at bare minimum rung
he's
one.
expressing the identitarian grievance
Hold on.
through
You said
reciprocal
I'm at
politics
bare
or
minimum rung one.
recognition politics.
Quit telling.
Yeah. What were you going to say there, Bob? He was trying to get
You
clarity.
just-
What were you asking?
He just told me I'm at bare minimum rung one.
At bare minimum, you could be a rung
Oh
one.
my god, dude.
That's like because of the
That's
history of America,
that
you have a better chance than I
That's
do,
what
who
we're
has to walk
interrupting my
across the spikes
fucking.
to get to the rung.
Seriously?
that by definition is an
I tried, Jorg,
excuse
I tried.
and a cop out.
Why can't
It's
we
not
make,
an excuse. It's an understanding
Why
of what
can't we make
our
this
history is
productive? I don't give a
created.
shit what rung he's on.
Sorry,
he's
Circa, go.
expressing something that's real, like his meta conversation right now. That's actually relevant. He's expressing identitarian grievance, and he's expressing recognition politics. He feels injured when because he just told us his life is a little bit annoying. It's annoying because he has to pay all these student loans and all these things, and he feels like using the state to fix that thing is a injury. It's a grievance, and some of that is kind of true if it's done improperly. Correct, Bob?
Yes.
Of course.
That's an actual
There's
fair.
no denying that.
It's a fair call out. Yes.
Okay. Now,
I don't think I'm any different than any of you all. We're all the same. I don't care what
You
you
tie it up for me though, Circa. Tie it up for me because we do have another guest coming in after this. So
that was it. I just thought it was kind of interesting because in our meta conversation, like he was expressing exactly what we were talking about. I mean, we can't really call him fabricated or that he's using it improperly. Okay, it's real.
No, nobody did. All right, and with that said, Bob, I hope you come back. I hope you stick around. Great conversation.
back, yeah.
If you want to learn about the history of
if you want to learn more about the history
of redlining, if you want to learn about the history of redlining, pick up The Color of
Razor
Law. If you want to learn how to
literally
possibly
did,
get
though.
rid
I'm
of the
confused.
effects that it causes, pick up Just Action by the same person.
For what it's worth,
They're
he
good
did say that he
books.
was well educated on what redlining was whenever he first was talking about it. But cheers.
If you want
I
more
appreciate
info
you,
and
Bob.
ways to you would help get rid of it, get rid of the
Have a
effects. I
good
should
one,
say.
sir.
Go read the Book of Marx. You'll get rid of that too.
There you go.
Marx is a great
All right,
writer,
now,
so I don't know why you would say that.
We're going to go ahead and bring in one of our favorite judges, Doomer. Doomer, thank you for being patient. I don't know how much of the debate you actually got to see, but you managed to dodge this one. Again, that's like 2 back-to-back 3v3s that you have dodged. I have to call you out publicly and shame you for it before I ask you. How did you like tonight's debate? What were your thoughts on it? Where did you land?
I am the Dodge Master. I don't know where I landed actually. I just wanted to put my 2 cents in, kind of. I did miss a lot of the debate, so it might have been said elsewhere, but I did hear Vigi say it. How the issues rarely kind of are solely based off of identity, so it's always kind of better to address the barriers. And I think you guys kind of got into it with like the equity versus equality. And Ancom even saying it's always better to, make the fence chain link instead, kind of
Love
remove the
that.
barrier.
Yep.
So yeah, I think Vigi kind of rallied it there for me, debate wise. I think personally, I think I'm still kind of more on the negative. I don't know how I answered on the prompt actually, but yeah, that
We'll
was
look
my
and find
2
out.
cents there, kind of.
I'm kind of curious myself now.
I wouldn't be surprised if I said AF because I would have said more identity politics rather than the issues. But I think with the issues on the prompt, I'd lean more neg.
We were arguing like they
But
are the one and the same. 'Cause they
yeah,
are
but I
effectively one
do
and the
think
same.
how you phrased it, and then especially how Ancom addressed it with removing the barriers is always better. Like unless identity is the barrier, which sometimes it is, and I think you guys seeded, which I also think you can. I think more of the detraction is focusing on it when it's not the barrier. So you have stuff like gender laws in states where, that's obviously a bad thing. I don't know if it meets
It's
the bar of
made
ruin,
it
but
worse for the
obviously
very
bad.
people we're
That's
trying
kinda
to
like
socially
why-
justice for, right? And it's factually just worse for those people, even though we're trying to act on social justice for them. Is a real material cost.
You were a
This
soft
is why
agree.
when me and Ancom had that conversation, right? I got him to bring up uh the housing bill that just passed.
Yeah,
Because like
exactly. Removing the barriers.
even if identity is part of that, it isn't front and center on that issue. The whole point of that bill is to uh, provide equitable uh, access to housing. In doing so, you have to have some sort of identity-based policy in there, but that's not front and center. It's fixing the housing crisis that we have currently. And that's how you actually get things done, is by fixing the real issues and including the identity portion of it at the same time. You don't put the
Yeah.
identity portion front and center, say, "Oh, we need to fix this issue for this minority group specifically," when it's an issue for fucking everybody. You say, "We need to fix this
So,
issue
Vigi,
for everybody,
this is.
including the minority group."
I feel like I know I didn't really tell you,
Yeah.
but your argument's incorrect and correct at the same time, because not all of identity and identity politics is the same. So what you're describing is like technically making economic decisions is part of your identity. You're orientating your economic doctrine around, and you're building it around what you feel is the right thing. Maybe that's more capitalist. Maybe it's not. The problem here is like certain types of identity politics can have a variance between the prominence and the salience, and this can activate people. So what you mean to say is that we're focusing too much on certain types of identity politics that have a higher chance to activate an in-group reinforcement or some sort of like re-inclusive effect or an exclusive effect. So I'm forgetting the word for that one, but
Yeah, I
Right,
mean,
so
like,
real
okay,
quick,
there's a reason, like,
in an
when
attempt-
Ancom brought up the... Go ahead, Vanis.
No, go ahead, Vigi, because I'm going to change directions a little bit. So go ahead.
When Ancom, that's why, like, when Ancom brought up the like technically classes identity, I just kind of like didn't answer that part, and I was like, "Fuck!" Like he knows that's a trap for me. And I just kind of like dodged it instead.
Yeah. So in an attempt to vindicate myself, I'm just curious, Doomer, do you think that there is a relevant difference between the idea of identity issues and identity politics, or do you think they're synonymous?
I think the argument could be made for both, but I think for the purpose of this prompt, how you even said like you worded it specifically for a way, I feel it's worded more easier for the negative, especially if they even broaden it to to even mean both, I guess. Um, but yeah, I think that it is slightly different, and like identity issues would be more specific toward like if it was a specific barrier like the civil rights movement or the Civil Rights Act
Yep.
or whatnot, where identity issues like ANCOM kind of made the
Mean
argument
identity
it can
politics.
be extremely broad and just viewed as anything really.
Yeah. Well, yeah. See, and again, to me, identity politics is when you're using identity to motivate a group versus identity issues, which are the concerns that that group shares. So, like, are you focusing on fixing problems for Black people, or are you focusing on trying to motivate Black people to vote? Yes, you might try to focus on fixing those Black people's issues to get them motivated, but are you doing it because you're motivating that identity group, or are you focusing on the issues facing that identity group? You see what I mean? Again, like I said, I felt like it was important because I was trying to avoid the what I guess, funny enough, Melanie kind of coined as the heritage group or the Heritage Foundation's definition of the term. And so that's why it kind of sticks in my craw, for there to not be a distinctive difference. Maybe that's just maybe I thought that there was more difference than there actually is. I don't know.
I'm so confused.
Well, with that, any last thoughts, Doomer? Because it looks like Groofus is in there, and I think Groofus wants to have his say as well.
Roofy.
No, all good. I did want to give shout out again, Vigi and Lutch for doing really well.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, it was a great debate. All right, cheers. Appreciate you, sir. Don't dodge me next week. All right, and last but not least, and this is actually going to be the last one, then I'm going to rate us out. I'm going to bring everybody back in. We can all have a conversation because it's about time for me to turn into a pumpkin anyways. So, Groofus, I don't know how much I guess you were the first one into the fucking chat tonight, so you were here for the whole thing. What'd you think? Where'd you land? And yeah, what are your thoughts?
I was in and out for most of the debate. I was just
fuck
Oh, well,
Groofus.
fuck
in
off.
there
Then we don't care about your
listening.
opinion.
Fucking
Yeah, get out of here.
dude.
But
You're beneath me.
I saw the I saw Circa's and Lethies, and then Ancoms and Vigis. Whatever you call them. Champion rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Answer the rest of the question. What's on your mind? What were your thoughts?
I don't know. I'm too fucking tired. I don't even know why I hopped into the waiting room, to be honest.
OMFG. Are you serious?
Unfortunately.
All right. You know what? That's okay, Groofus. On that note, then, and I'm just going to go ahead and say that it's
Lock
right
in,
at 11
King.
o'clock. Yeah.
And I
I'm going to
appreciate
bring.
your non-aggressive identity, Groofus.
Fuck off.
Yeah, that's right.
Truly an Austrian.
We all appreciate
Truly a
your
Rothbardian.
identity,
Identity is well loved here in this.
Not even a
dojo.
Rothbardian. But...
Let's see. Who do we still have up? I'm going to raid into one of y'all. Who's going to be staying on late? Who's going to keep going?
I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going, but
Keep going. Well, yeah, y'all can. Yeah, we'll keep the thing going. Just keep sharing it in so that people can enjoy the conversation. Let's see, and I'm gonna stick around for a little bit while longer. I'm not gonna stick around for much late, but yeah, you do that. And let's see, following. Well, actually, who needs it? Let's see that. That. Okay. Razor. Okay, looks like everybody does. Yeah, fuck it. Razor, you say you're sticking around. You're like actually going to be focused on what's going on here. Then I will go ahead and raid us into you. Everybody, we will be back next week. I am off tomorrow night. Again, as I've told you guys, tonight is actually my wife and I's 21st anniversary. We're going out of town for the weekend, so there is no DMZ tomorrow night. But I do know that Lutch is planning on having a powwow. I tried to overcomplicate shit for him. I'm sorry for that, Lutch. Tried to make it as cool as I could, and I was overthinking it. But that said,
I can't handle that level of cool, man. I can't handle that much.
make sure and pull through. Hang out with Lutch. He will be live tomorrow night with, I'm sure, some of the people you guys saw tonight. But beyond that, next Friday, next Saturday, answer your prompts. I'm going to get some out this week sometime. And I appreciate all y'all as always. Have a great week. Toot toot.
Peace.
And I am clear. Boom. Oh, I don't want to hear myself.
I need a spoon.
So,
Bake a ball.
are we good?
I just have to mute myself.
We're shutting down the stream, right?
Yeah, just like nothing super structured. I figured doing like a debate con FOMO stream where if you're a creator, you can come through, you can hop on, we can have conversations, but the chat might say, okay, I want Circa and Vigi 1v1 for like a $2 or
really confused.
whatever. You know, nothing that structured, but just a place to hang out and drink that FOMO
And
from debate con.
acting like they have so much.
For sure. Welcome
insight.
back, everybody. Yep. So we rated out. We are still live, just so you guys know.
When
I am also.
It's like the
it's
basics
a bunch
aren't
of
even
people
there.
here, so try to be as respectful as possible. I'm only going to be around for about 30 more minutes or so, and then I'm gonna go crawl in bed with the wife. So I'm gonna be sort of moderating. In general, though, we got a team full of streamers. Everybody here knows how to fucking act, so please.
Fuck y'all.
Asian, thank you.
So actually, now that I've joined in, I did think of one thing I really wish I would have said prior to this, if that's okay.
Great.
I think I do actually agree with the AF that the way that the Heritage Foundation uses identity politics, and I'll explain my thinking. When you look at how like someone like Ben Shapiro critiques something like the Odyssey, there's not actual media critique there. There's not critique of the filmography. There's not critique of anything to do with the media. It's purely based on casting choices and their identity. It gives conservatives a lazy way to critique something they're just mad about because they're not getting their way. And yes, so in that sense, in the way that the Heritage Foundation has weaponized that phraseology and made people afraid of social justice, it has ruined American politics or identity issues. However, how it was used before that, in the context of how Black feminists meant it, is actually still what we need today and very relevant.
How so?
Do you know what the Black group
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
was called? the ones that you were referencing?
It's the Combahee River Collective.
Right, and I'm
Yeah,
bad with names, so I would have said
they
no,
were
just to be clear.
they were a group
I just
of
looked it up, which is why.
black female Marxists from 1977 that
Mhm.
made Marxist communist arguments against how they were being treated. Which you could say, I mean,
It's
maybe their
biased.
arguments
You're
were
saying it's
valid.
biased. Saying it's biased.
It's biased. It's
It
biased.
is
It's
kind of
inherently
biased.
biased.
But
just
the actual
No,
I
takeaway,
just recognized that horse
the
braided
actual
me.
takeaway
I
from it
spoke in.
is correct, though. I
Yes,
just want you to
leftists
understand
tend
that,
to
Bob.
be biased in favor
It
of
is.
leftism and against
Oh
capitalism.
my God,
That
it's
is
not
what they tend to do.
leftist in that way, Melanie. It's actually saying something that is uniquely neutral. It's
Sorry, can you break that
biased
down?
because it's from that Marxist collective of black women, but it actually satisfies a neutral framework for identity politics. It's not only servicing left
Yep.
people.
Agreed.
Jesus.
Agreed. So you're disagreeing with the guy? I'm sorry, I can't see your full name.
You can call me Bob.
Bob.
Bob. Mm-hmm.
Well, see, Kurt, I also disagree with the framing because, like, the way you're thinking
Which
of
part are
identity
you
politics
disagreeing
and
with?
that it can be compatible with individualism.
Which part are you
kind of
disagreeing with?
assumes
What part? What part?
that
Be
identity
specific.
politics can be divergent.
Be specific.
But here's
What
the
part?
issue, right? Like, you
Mel,
get into
Mel.
Sorry, hi.
What part are you rejecting?
I'm trying to
don't
explain right
live in
now.
the meta edge. I want you to be
Just said
specific.
the part about individualism.
I never said anything about
Yeah,
individualism.
if you let me finish, I
never
will,
said
it
a
will
single
be
word about
comprehensive, and I'm trying to make it as concise
Not
as
even
possible,
once.
I swear.
Not even once.
Okay, I think you're just dodging my argument and talking past me now.
Then why don't you actually be clear in your argument?
Yeah, I don't understand the argument either.
It's clear
Wait,
to
so
me.
what's
Maybe
so
it's
what's
not clear
the
to you
issue
because you
with
won't let me
the?
You
finish.
gotta let her finish it.
I want her to actually tell me what
As I
I
was
said,
saying,
like my argument.
yeah, you're taking for granted that that you can make identity politics an individualist thing. But the only reason
Where
you
did
think
I
that is
say that?
because you
When
fundamentally.
have I ever said that in this entire night?
I believe that was your argument. If I'm mistaken, I do
It's
apologize.
fucking
I can apply
not.
this to, I can apply this to
It's
the
not even
AF group in
close.
general, if you would prefer.
It's like literally. I would like you to go
so
find
for
it.
the AF group in general, I'm explaining why you cannot conflate individualism with identity politics, and the reason.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty clear point. Yeah.
Weird.
I never said individualism though.
Yeah.
I never
Okay,
gave
cool.
an argument about
I'm not
individualism.
refuting
Not
that
you?
point anymore. I'm applying this to the AF in general, who did make that point at some point.
Where?
Are you refuting that?
Yeah, where did
I
they
mean,
make
we
it?
were talking.
I mean, I
and you were
did technically in the
vigilante,
after. I technically did in the after party because I called
Okay,
the.
so I just want to respond to
definition.
it. If I can
That's what we're
finish,
Because I called the
please.
definition that you're using individualist, because I said it is more an individualist definition than.
Weren't you targeting
the
the
definition
negative
wouldn't
though?
apply.
Weren't you talking about the negative?
And it wouldn't apply to identity politics.
Weren't you talking about the negative?
If
Right,
you
so-
make it individualist, it falls apart from the real reason identity politics was ever coined
Can
in
I-
the first place.
Wasn't
Can I
Vigi
ask like a
talking
broad
about the negative when he said
hypothetical
that?
question?
Vigi was
Sorry, two people
talking
said
about the
two things at
negative.
once.
Yeah,
He was talking
real
about the
quick,
negative.
I'm going through the notes. I don't see who. I remember somebody did bring up individualism, but it was
Vigi
later on. I
said he
think it was
brought it up in the after
actual
party.
debate.
Yeah,
It was
and
me.
Yeah, okay.
It was me.
What
Can
was
I-
your question?
calling
Yeah, I
out
was
the
gonna say,
I didn't get my chance to
Bob.
respond. If anyone gives a shit, if not, keep
I
talking.
mean, if you're just gonna
No, we will,
lie or
but-
fabricate,
Can I
then
ask
what's the
like a-
point?
Hold on, we
Yeah,
do. Give me a second.
I'll
Hold
make
on.
it
try
short.
to
Hold on.
give everybody a chance
Too many
to talk.
cooks in the
Bob, you
kitchen.
said you had a question.
Yes,
It's not that
I
hard,
have a
dude.
broad hypothetical question for everyone here.
Yep. Shoot it.
As far as like current politics, you've got mainly a two-party system. There's some independent parties, blah blah blah. Do you think it'd be better if we had political parties based off identity?
We already do.
Do you,
No,
No.
That's
because
literally
the
what we have
identity-
now, and that's the fucking
No,
problem.
So like if
no, no.
political action groups were
I mean-
political parties, you're saying?
I mean, a literal political party for all the black people.
To a
a
trans
political
party.
party
A
for
black-
all the
That's
white
black
one
people.
people.
type
like
of
I said,
identity.
Or a
Bob.
gay
Like
party,
One-
we
political
should have a
action
white-
committee.
One type
Yeah.
of
Hey,
Would the
Bob,
identity.
how
Black
would that work
Panthers would the Black Panthers
No,
have
no.
qualified? If they
Black
became
Panthers
if
absolutely
the
would have
Black
qualified, yeah.
Panthers became a political party, would that have qualified in your mind?
It's a political identity. It's yes. It's
If-
not a good
if
one.
They, if
Right,
they
so I
got to the front of the line, yeah,
Not
probably.
good about it.
But no,
okay.
do you see the crux of my question of like, do you think it's better if we based our whole political system off of an identity?
We
If it
do.
meant
Or
that the
should
Black
we have-
Panthers could
or-
get elected
They're
into
arguing that we
office-
already do.
If it
They're
meant that
arguing
the
that
Black-
there's no
hey,
way that
I'm
doesn't
trying
happen.
to answer. I'm trying to answer. If it meant that the Black Panthers could get into office, then yes, I would actually think it's a good thing.
You just answered a question
Are
with a
you
question.
serious?
It's not an answer.
No,
So
I was clarifying
She
so
did
I
say
could
you said
answer.
if. You said if. So
So, in the reality
currently,
of this, if we
even
had a
though
black
there's
group,
on a broad space, our two parties are based off a different set of ideas, and you might disagree with the ideas of the other party, but we have a broad system that's based off ideas of whether you want a more conservative fiscal structure or a more progressive societal structure. Those
Most
are
people
two
think
different
both of those
parties.
are too broad. So
Can I
So-
can I propose
so-
what I think is a
so real
better
quick-
structure?
Both our
Yes,
parties
but
are
Lethe wanted
economically
to say
right
something real
wing. It's
quick.
not about that. It's about
Lethe's and
social
Socrates.
issues.
Lethe, what were you about to say, sir? No, it's just Lethe was going to answer the black
well, I was going
party
to say the disproportional nature of what goes on in America would allow for massive inequality. If it were a black party, that party would never ever get any power whatsoever.
I don't
Cheers.
know.
What
I
were
don't
you
even
gonna
know if
say,
you
Socrates?
want the Black Panthers
So,
in
Hang on,
power.
Circa.
so
Hang
what
on,
I was
Circa.
going to
Socrates
propose.
had his
I'm not even
solution.
calling
Go
for
ahead.
that. I'm just saying it's just it's goofy on its face.
It is goofy, but I'm
Go
just talking about
So-
what Melanie said.
So what I propose is that we do form political representation based on our identity groups. So people who work, for example, for a living, people who have some kind of systematic oppression versus them, and people who have empathy toward any group within that or see any of their struggle within those other groups, form bonds of solidarity together and create political actions that
Correct.
benefits
Correct.
and
Correct.
removes
Yeah,
pain
so-
from all of those groups.
So you just described the
How about
union.
that?
This is
Do you know
identitarian
who's been
political
busting
practice.
unions for the last 100 years?
This is
It's the elite
identitarian
class.
political
Conservatives.
practice. This is called identitarian
Yeah,
political
so
practice.
all
No,
the
it's
people
not
versus
just
the elites.
conservatives.
Okay, fine.
Okay, capitalists. Let me rephrase that. Capitalists. There you go.
I think the cross here is that like
Join the DSA.
we're coming from a perspective of identity politics, meaning specifically immutable characteristics, specifically
no, not
your race,
immutable.
your gender, your that I'm saying that is how I think he's coming into this conversation with that understanding. That's how I came into
Oh,
it.
you mean
That's a
Bob?
I
fair-
did enough reading to
insight.
see. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
You mean Bob is?
Identity politics doesn't just mean we're going to do things for blacks, we're going to do things for women, we're going to do things for the transes. They're saying they're defining it in a much broader way, and by saying
Or a less
that
broad way, a
should-
more specific way.
Immutable would
Right,
mean
because we're talking
again,
about like
immutable means
economic classes as well. That
unchangeable.
are
More-
It means
but-
Right, so that's
unchangeable.
broadening the
More specific
definition.
would mean less broad.
That would
Yeah,
be
more,
narrowing
more
the
specific
definition.
means less
So
broad.
they're adding more into what counts as identity
Yeah.
politics to the point
Mhm.
that you can't have politics without identity politics
You
because
could
everybody has an
definitely-
identity.
That's
And
not.
so that's why I
that's
was
not
saying
why,
earlier
Yes, you
that
can.
That's not why you
that's
can't
what I was saying
have
earlier.
identity
That the
politics.
definition. That's well, I mean, that's another way to say it too. Yeah, but that's what I was saying.
So this is individualism. So
the
this
interesting, the interesting
what Melanie was
conversation
talking about.
would have been what we were presenting as, I mean, we didn't say specifically immutable characteristics, but I came in hard from that aspect of identity politics because I don't think there's a useful conversation in just saying we shouldn't use politics
So any
or politics is
definition-
bad.
Identity
That's not an interesting
politics
conversation.
is defined as political orientation built around your identity. That is everything in a way. There's different types of identity politics. That's where the actual specificity comes into play. That is the academic definition.
Wait, Melanie was going to say any definition. Go ahead. What were you going to say, Melanie?
Thanks.
Any definition?
Any definition that you can turn into individualism is not actually understanding the true spirit of why
Got it.
identity politics / identity issues were first proposed to be something in the first place. As soon so
got it.
when you think about these as systems, right? Identity comes from traits that if you put a group of people together, there will be more difference between them than similarity.
No, it's both.
And collectivism
It's both.
or collective
It's the
comes from the
self
notion that
and
if you
the
put a group
other.
of people together,
It's the self
if
and
you
the
put
other.
a group of people together, there will be more similarity than difference. So they must be different things.
And you must
right?
relate it to what? You're
With
relating to
identity
what?
politics, what we are saying
My
is
God,
that
you're
identity politics matters when people are are put into politics where their identity forces them to
Where they
to
politically
reckon with those
orientate
politics.
around the
For
identity.
For example,
My
Sirkar,
God.
do you want an example?
You're just
Sirkar,
not
Do you want an
listening.
example? You're right. I'm trying to finish what I'm saying. Do you want an example?
No, because
The
you're
example
wrong.
is black mothers
You're
having to
just
have
wrong.
the discussion with their black
Political
sons about how
orientation
to deal
built
with
around
I would like
racism.
the
your
example, and
identity.
then I would like to hear Circa say why it's wrong. That's my personal opinion. I would
No,
like
I
to
agree.
know.
I vote-
The
I vote
black
with Lex said.
feminism,
Let's
okay,
go.
they
So-
are
oh,
politically
Circa,
orientating
Still
Circa.
can't.
around
No,
your
I
identity.
agree.
Hold on.
that Melanie's talking
I
about.
also
let her
want to
finish
hear
your
what
example.
Melanie was starting to say about black sons and black mothers. What the fuck was that point?
Yeah, so the example of being forced into a politics of identity is black mothers who are forced to have the discussion with their black sons about how to deal with police officers without getting shot, even though they'd rather not have that conversation.
Political
That's what I
identity
thought you were gonna say.
existed
Okay.
before that, Melanie.
I understand. I'm not saying that's what defines black identity. I'm
You
saying
are,
that's
though.
where
That's
identity
exactly what you are
politics
saying.
becomes a
Don't
relevant
pawn
thing
it
to
off as something
collectives
else.
of people along the lines of identity.
Don't pawn it off as something else now.
I didn't.
Identity
I brought it back
politics can
to
have
identity.
cohesion, actually. Right-wing authoritarianism is inside of identity politics. That is a cohesive,
Does identity
unifying thing.
politics apply more to the similarities among a group or the differences?
It's a you relate it to yourself, don't you, Melanie? What else
I
would
think
you?
you're
How would you
sidestepping now. I
find
think you're not
differences
answering my
without
question.
yourself?
Well, no.
So-
because,
No?
because if I have if I have a chosen identity,
Got it.
then I can have that regardless of
And you
politics.
relate it to what,
But if I'm
Melanie?
forced to take on an identity,
What do you
because
relate
the
it to?
world around me makes that the default.
What do you relate it to?
Then I think that's identity
What do you relate
Did you say
the
you
differences
get to
to?
choose your identity?
There are some identities you
No.
can choose. There are some identities you are forced into. It's
What
not
are
black
you
or white.
relating the identity to? Or how are you building it?
Defines immutable.
You're relating it to yourself.
There's immutable
No.
characteristics that's part of your identity, and then there's
Ones you don't
things
get
you
to choose, and then there's ones
Yeah.
that you get to choose.
Circa,
My God.
Correct.
Circa, I
Like
feel
your
like there's
religion
like
is one
fundamental
of those you can
things.
choose.
Yep.
So-
Socrates,
so-
go ahead.
so-
Hold on, Socrates. Fundamental things. Go on.
So I feel like there's fundamental things that you're not getting about what I think a few of us are trying to build as this definition. That it's like,
okay, go,
if
continue.
you are black in America,
Mhm.
not every person is the same person. Not every person the same. Not every person is the same person. Okay, but there are certain experiences you're more likely to have based on different identities when those identities come from some kind of societal or like legal impact that is related to groups that will be felt upon you in a way that is recognizable as a commonality between each other as a group. And that's the kind of like the seeding ground, in the same way that like I was talking about how, Jews at some point in Europe could try to forget that identity, but suddenly Third Reich comes up, Second Reich comes, blast from the future.
Taxonomy, real quick,
Come along and it's
really quick,
like-
Socrates. What is the definition of
and it's like,
identity
you can't
in
not be part
psychology?
of that.
Academic
They make
definition.
You be part of it.
What is the academic definition
Real
of
quick,
identity?
Circa, is that the only relevant
It
definition
is
of
when we're
identity?
talking about psychological,
Why?
freaking political concepts.
Did the black feminists
What
use
is-
psychology when they came up with their definition?
Yes, they did inadvertently. It is a
No, they
socially
didn't.
recognized category
They
or
used
meaning
Crenshaw's matrix
through
of
which a
oppression
person
and
understands
material
themselves.
dialectal.
That is what identity is.
So, out of an academic
Wait,
book from a niche school of thought,
No.
literally a soft science degree
Ma-
has to know that definition. That's the only definition that's relevant.
Are you
So,
rejecting the
the
definition or
thing
not?
that-
What are we doing here?
So
A
Sirka,
socially
the
I'm just wondering,
recognized
so you
category
you seem caught up on
affiliation
nobody else's
through which
definition is valid. So I'm wondering why it is that niche
I
definition
actually
is
did
the
not.
only one that matters.
I said the black feminist, if we listen, I said the black feminist definition accurately describes two of the core taxonomy of the major three.
But it wasn't good enough because
taxonomy is
it
not the
didn't
right
hit
word
number
to use
3.
here.
It's biased.
Okay,
And it doesn't
Circa,
hit number
I feel
3.
like I said some stuff and you didn't respond at all to what I
Yeah,
said.
I
I would
feel
love
like
to
that
know
is
what you
true.
thought about what I said.
Because I
Reframe-
did,
re-say your
and I was
questions
trying to
directly,
describe. I
please.
wanted
Well,
you
hold
to
on,
tell
hold on.
me what the definition of identity was.
And then you said
Okay,
no.
I would love
because
for
it
you to
wasn't the
respond to what I
specific
said.
one from your
He
dictionary.
never gave me
Yeah,
his
so go
definition.
ahead,
I
please.
just said it afterwards.
I wasn't giving you a premise 1, 2, 3 definition. I was talking about
I know.
a situation.
I just
You can try to
I
figure out
wanted a
how to formalize
clarifying
it. I'm
question.
sure
I just wanted to know what your definition of
Okay.
it was.
of the term identity. I
Yes.
didn't give a. I'm not talking about.
I
the
know.
term
I
identity.
asked you for it.
I'm talking about a scenario to see if we're on the same page with like a more.
Wouldn't you
kind of, like,
agree that the
personal,
definition of
relatable
identity is somewhat
thing.
fundamental to this?
I think if we
No.
could define identity,
You really
we
think the
probably
definition
wouldn't
of identity is
be
not
talking about this
fundamental
for the
to what
last
you were
4
describing?
hours.
That's probably true.
I think that we
All
can
right.
talk about phenomena, and then we can talk about definitions.
Identity
go
to
means
round
who
formalize
a
table,
it
person
later.
round
is,
table,
including
give
their
a
unique
definition.
qualities, beliefs, and personal history.
No, it's
One
very
more time.
simple,
Say that
man.
again. One more time. Let's let me hear it.
Identity
It just means
Identity
a
means
socially recognized
person is.
category or
I-
affiliation. That's it.
Your
Through-
voice sounds funny, Lutch.
through which a
Can you say it
person
again?
understands themselves. That's it. It's very simple.
Identity means who a person is, including their unique qualities, beliefs, and personal history. It is
It's
a set of traits
relevant
that make
because
one person or
Melanie-
group different from others.
God, it sure is
So
difficult to hear
Melanie
you, Lutch. Can you do
thinks-
that one more time, please?
I can't even
Can
defend
I hear you
myself.
one more
It's
time, Lutch? I
annoying as
just need to
fuck,
hear
man.
it so I can hear it.
Please
Well, I
don't
know. Well,
shout.
we're trying to hear, and you won't let him finish
Okay,
literally the
everybody-
definition. Please,
Okay.
one more time, Lutch, from the top. Everybody
Two
quiet.
short sentences. Two
Thank
short
you.
sentences. Identity means who a person is, including their unique qualities, beliefs, and personal history. It is the set of traits that make one person or group different from others.
There you go. Or a group.
Cool. Everybody here agree with that definition?
It's socially
Not
recognized.
necessarily.
I think that's fine.
It is
I'm gonna
socially
need you to repeat
recognized.
it
Not
one more
necessarily.
time.
It's crazy.
I
That's
apologize.
literally-
there's
I have
personal
an
identity.
identity
No,
one more
Bob,
time.
you were right.
Social
Literally,
identity.
We can't agree on the definition of the word.
No, we
and that is
can.
the
fucked.
We
whole
can
crux
agree
of
on that.
We're
this
fucked.
whole conversation.
I can explain why we need to maybe consider a different definition because again,
So we're now talking about changing the definitions of words.
no, I can't
Like,
finish.
wait, wait,
Okay.
wait.
Not
Okay.
changing.
I can't
We're
explain
trying
it.
to
No,
agree
it's all
on
good.
the
Let's just get mad.
actual
Let's just get
definition.
mad. I have a different definition.
No,
and let's not
Melanie's
figure out why.
definition
Let's
fits
good.
inside of that one. I don't understand what's happening.
No, it
So then
doesn't.
why
Yes,
are
it
so
does.
let's just talk about identity. If
Is it-
everybody's
first
on the
of
same
all-
page
No,
with identity,
Socrates, will you please ask Circa the questions one more time now that we all know what identity fucking means?
We don't, apparently.
Okay. So, oh my god. Okay. We don't need to have a particular agreed upon definition of this particular term to talk about things that we can all agree and view with our eyes that they're happening, okay? Or just logically come to us. We don't have to have a
It helps
full
when to
formal
communicate, but
framework
yeah, it's
to
fine.
just
Continue.
say
Just continue.
if there's a group of people who are if there's a group of people in a country, society, governmental system, whatever, who are subject to certain types of conditions, typically as a group, they will experience those as a group, and you can discuss that situation as a group.
Okay.
Does what I'm saying resonate with you at all? Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it does. It's fine.
Okay. So that's the
We did it.
bedrock that seeds. Awesome. That's the bedrock that seeds when people are talking about like, oh, this is my identity based on this thing or whatever. That's something that you just happening to you. That's not
It's a
something
socially
that is chosen like,
recognized
oh,
category.
I'm an ANCAP.
Social.
That's a
Oh my
chosen
God, can I talk
identity.
ever?
I,
Plenty.
you asked me a
Okay.
question. I was responding.
not.
to it.
Can you wait
interrupted
your
midway.
turn?
Am I good?
go for it, brother.
Did you hear what I said? Are you going to respond
Yes,
to what I said?
did.
Or are you
I
just gonna
even.
say something
What do
else?
you mean? I engaged with it completely.
What did I say?
I agreed
Okay, what
with
did I say?
your framing of like with non-academic version. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me. What matters is the substance, right?
Okay.
It's correct.
What was the substance of what I said? To you,
That
we
we
might
can-
not understand it in exactly the same way.
You
I'd
said
love to hear what
when
you think
people
of
have
what I said.
experienced shared conditions, conditions or things that act upon them, and when they share in their experience of them, essentially.
And
That's
that's
correct.
an identity that is forced upon you rather than one that you select.
It's a
right?
socially recognized one.
Does that make sense?
Recognized, socially recognized. That's what identity
Well,
means. Socially recognized
ANCAP
category.
could be socially recognized.
It's socially recognized.
identity, right? But you could select that. versus
Melanie's
something else.
definition
But
again.
being
What
black
did
isn't
she
something
say?
you
She said through
choose
differences.
within
Correct?
through similarities.
So you are socially
Yeah, no, I said-
recognizing
I
the
said it-
identity because of
May
differences.
I rectify things because you misstated my
Similarities.
position.
How did I misstate
you
your
get a-
position?
Because of
You
differences,
get
okay?
individuals.
She's gonna tell you.
Because of differences. Go ahead, Circa.
You get individuals when you put a bunch of people together and they have more differences among them.
They socially
similarities.
recognize, correct?
Not necessarily.
What is? Oh my god, dude! Insane. What does
Like,
identifying
if
differences
I identify
mean,
as an
Mel?
alien
What
from
is
a
I?
planet that
What does
nobody else
identifying
knows about, that's still
differences
an
mean?
identity I can have.
What does
internally.
identifying differences
If I
do?
lived in the woods, Circa, if I lived in the woods and never met another human being, would I have an identity?
You
would
would
I
have a
have
self.
self-identity?
You'd have a self.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I would identify by myself, right? So regardless of any social interaction ever,
Mhm.
I would have an identity.
A self-identity, yeah. But I want to point out that the individual, even in the forest, can relate to himself. That's also a relationship, right? a past self, even, as well as I can't even.
guess.
You can
socialize
try
with
to
myself
imagine someone who
regularly,
literally
I
has
destroy.
no other human experience, but that's
Sometimes
kind
I
of
What are we doing here,
anti-human,
So
I
boys?
people
think.
can identify with the recent forms of oppression their people face.
I
That's
said they
crazy.
What are
could.
we
I'm
talking
so
about?
confused right now.
I don't know. I feel like we've fallen off the rails.
I mean,
Yeah.
I assumed it was the
So-
drugs, but maybe maybe I'm
I'd
wrong.
love to come back to the notion that Socrates brought up about chosen identities and non-chosen identities. The most difficult part for me in claiming this is, as I was saying to Bob before, that when when I hear identity politics, I hear the typical thing that right wingers don't like, and so
Mhm.
there
Don't like
is an
woke.
understanding that there's a broader
DEI.
understanding. But you're right. I do think
That's why I
that
figured it out.
I think both teams kind of missed the mark here on bringing up those differences, the difference between a chosen identity and an immutable identity. I personally wanted to stay away from the immutable thing because it just didn't fit with my original
What
thing.
would
But
an
yeah,
example of a chosen identity be?
So
religion,
I kind of brought this
religion,
point up
music.
before
You're an anime
when
fan.
I don't think
well
you
no
choose your religion.
I asked if
You
we should
absolutely
have
I think you do actually.
political parties. I asked if we should have political parties based off race, religion, creed. So as a white guy, if I wanted to join the black political party, should that be allowed?
Hell yeah. I think
What
they
makes
should
it
vote.
We have
You
feel free. We
agreed,
have
but
the
what
white.
makes it a black
We
party
have
then?
the White
That is the
Panthers.
question.
That
We have
depends
the
on
White
what you
Panthers,
mean by
so yeah,
having
why-
a
why-
Separate but equal.
identity-based.
Okay.
Wait,
white,
wait,
Separate but
white
equal.
dudes join
That's the
black
question.
culture all the time.
Is it only
They do. They get accepted by black
personal
culture
traits that you
depending
can't
on
change,
certain
or is it
identity
traits you can
signaling.
pick? That's the
I'm
question.
just gonna note that
There should be a draft.
it depends on what you mean by having an identity-based party. Like, if you mean that allies can join, then that sort of erodes any sort of value of argumentation it would
No,
give to
no,
have one
I
Right.
that is
Exactly.
exclusive to a
Mhm.
certain race
I
or
meant
gender or whatever.
Exactly.
I meant quite literally based off identity politics that our political parties should be based off your religion, they should be based off your race, they should be based off your creed. I mean a quite literal system that we separate everyone.
Okay, I don't
into
like that. That
different
sounds
parties.
that sounds awful.
Yeah, that sounds
That's
like
identity
you
politics.
Sounds like
no, that,
fascism
no,
or
that,
something. I don't know.
no. That would
That's identity
no, not
politics.
even no. Hold on, not even that. Hold on. It doesn't even.
It
It doesn't even
absolutely
sound
is.
like
That's
fat.
the
Hold on,
point
hold
we're
on,
arguing.
hold on. It doesn't even sound like fascism. It sounds like feudalism. It sounds like you want us to go back to feudalism,
Yes.
like a
No,
neo-feudalism.
I'm saying you want us to go back to feudalism because you're arguing
No,
for identity
I don't
politics.
think
No,
No,
it
what you
does
just
not
said.
at
No,
all.
hold on, stop. No, let me have this, please. What you just said
Take it.
is that we should have this thing where all the different identities have their own political parties. Is that not what you just
Yes.
said?
He was asking
Yes,
that hypothetically.
That's
He wasn't saying we
feudalism.
should have that.
That will lead to feudalism.
Right. That's
I'm
why
saying
he's
that's
asking. He's
identity
not saying.
politics.
Okay, I'm gonna jam out.
He's
but,
not making the claim we should
that
do
would
this.
lead
He's
to it.
asking you if you think we should do this.
I'll catch you guys later.
The
Yeah?
way he's saying it sounds like he's saying we should do
Good night,
this.
Zerka.
Yeah,
Don't
later, guys.
Great job
put
tonight.
words in my mouth, Razor. Don't put
My fucking lord, bro. I'm so fucking tired of stupidity sometimes. I don't even know how it's a serious fucking thing to actually like have to address someone who straight up said I have an individualized definition when none of it is individualized. And my definition scope is not even like selecting a single person. It's kind of like a multitude of different ones in a way, and it's fucking annoying because there is no credible definition that will reduce identity politics down to the mere fact that humans just fucking possess identities. There is not a single fucking one, not even the black fucking feminism one. But somehow, for some reason, I have to take this shit seriously. I'm fucking losing my mind. I'm losing my fucking mind. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. I mean, it's one thing to like get insecure and be like, I haven't read the stuff that you've read. I don't fucking care. The substance I always present. If you don't want to do the reading, then that's your fucking problem. But I do tell you what it is every time. It's just uniquely annoying because it feels to me like lazy fucking, argumentation. And yeah, I get frustrated, but like, it's just, what the fuck is going on? Not a single fucking part of my argument was individualized. Not a single one. I just shouldn't have to take that shit seriously. Anyways. I mean, tribalism is like what Ancom said. Division is a part of the human condition. The very way a human comes to an identity is by comparison. And I don't know why Melanie is saying I didn't argue that. I literally did in my fucking closing. But people can't fucking listen. And then they complain when they get interrupted because they just want a fucking monologue about something irrelevant for fucking 10 minutes. It's annoying. Anyways. It is division and group. Naturally, because of biological advantageous reasons and the social ontological ones. The very fact of how a person comes to their identity is through relating it to something else, like what Melanie said, differences. That means it is socially constructed. Therefore, it's a socially recognized category. Therefore, it is inherently political when you orient your identity or you build your political orientation around that identity, something you naturally will do. There's a difference between the specificity of how you do that, though. The salience, the prominence, all these words that not a single fucking person in this goddamn fucking room knew, but nonetheless didn't care. And then when I tried to explain it, just acted like I was just speaking from authority, which is really fucking annoying. Again, I shouldn't have to do the reading for you. And when I do explain it for you on top of that, don't just resort to, I haven't done the reading. It's annoying. Anyways,